The Body in the Bar. Written by Arthur Pierce. Narrated by Timothy Burke. Chapter 1. The March wind carried a surprising touch of warmth as it swept across Oceanview Cove's beach, where bleachers had transformed our usually quiet shoreline into something resembling a small stadium. Early afternoon sun glinted off the water, creating patterns that would have delighted Emma's sense of cosmic significance. The weather had cooperated perfectly. Clear skies and just enough breeze to make the race interesting without threatening the boats. Crowds filled the makeshift stands, their excited chatter mixing with seagull calls and the sound of waves meeting shore. The particular energy of competition and potential profit had drawn what seemed like half the county to our small town. Colorful banners snapped in the breeze, while vendors wove through the crowd selling everything from hot dogs to commemorative T-shirts featuring badly drawn boats. Even the seagulls appeared more animated than usual, wheeling overhead with unusual enthusiasm, and occasionally dive-bombing anyone unwise enough to display food. Several camera crews had set up along the beach, their equipment aimed at the water. The presence of professional cameras and sound equipment seemed excessive for a small-town boat race. I wondered if our little competition would end up being broadcast somewhere, though I couldn't imagine who'd want to watch amateur sailors from our county on television. Officer Martinez stood near the judge's tent, looking distinctly green around the edges, as if the mere thought of water-based activities was affecting his equilibrium. His attempt at an authoritative stance was somewhat undermined by how he kept glancing nervously at the water, like a cat discovering that not all surfaces are solid. Every time a wave crashed against the shore, he flinched slightly. Sheriff Miller had stationed himself strategically near a food vendor, his dedication to security apparently including thorough testing of every donut variety available. His uniform jacket showed stains from various pastry encounters, suggesting he'd already conducted several thorough inspections. A small notepad stuck out of his pocket, probably containing more pastry reviews than actual police notes. "I suppose our local law enforcement doesn't take maritime security risks seriously," Ginger commented, watching Miller attempt to negotiate with a particularly stubborn jelly donut. "At least he's documenting his findings thoroughly," I replied, "though perhaps we should suggest filing the donuts under evidence delicious to improve his organizational system." We made our way through the crowd toward a familiar group gathered near the water's edge. Robert stood beside his boat, the Sea Witch looking surprisingly well-maintained compared to its usual weathered appearance. Fresh paint gleamed in the afternoon sun, and something about the engine housing indicated recent upgrades. Various tools lay scattered around the boat in what appeared to be organized chaos, though knowing Robert, each one probably had its exact purpose and moment of need calculated. Olivia, Robert's wife, stood beside him with their son Leo. I'd known Olivia for months now, though she hadn't been part of our previous cases. She had Robert's practical nature, but softened by a gentle humor that showed in the way she teased him about his pre-race nerves. Her dark hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, and her jacket bore the particular wear of someone who spent considerable time around boats and salt water. She balanced a thermos of what smelled like her homemade coffee in one hand, while using the other to prevent Leo from climbing into the boat for the 100th time. Leo bounced with barely contained excitement, his earlier shyness around me long forgotten after multiple visits to their house. At 10, he'd hit that age where everything about boats fascinated him, and his father's participation in the race had him practically vibrating with enthusiasm. His T-shirt featured various types of boats labeled with meticulous accuracy. "Uncle Jim!" Leo called out as we approached, nearly tripping over a coil of rope in his enthusiasm. The uncle had started as a joke months ago, but stuck, much like my partnership with a particularly sarcastic cat.
"Do you think Dad's going to win? Did you see his boat? He let me help paint it, and I organized all his tools and only dropped 2 in the water."
Olivia laughed, ruffling Leo's hair.
"He insisted on doing the entire port side himself. Said it needed a young person's touch."
"The artistic contribution is unmistakable," Ginger murmured. "Though I see nautical design now includes interesting interpretations of straight lines." Emma's crystal collection caught the sunlight as she adjusted various stones arranged around her neck, creating miniature rainbows that danced across the sand. Her dress today featured actual waves that seemed to move when she walked, complete with tiny boats that appeared to be racing across the fabric.
"The celestial alignments are particularly favorable for water-based competition today,"
she announced, consulting what appeared to be a star chart that had somehow survived contact with beach sand.
"Though Neptune suggests caution during the 3rd turn, and Mars warns about proper throttle control during Mercury's retrograde. Venus also has strong opinions about proper hull maintenance."
"That's reassuring," Robert said, though his expression revealed he wasn't entirely sure how planetary positions affected racing techniques. He adjusted a wrench with perhaps more focus than necessary. Sean stood beside Emma, his usual bartender's apron replaced by casual clothes that somehow still managed to suggest he should be mixing drinks.
"Ready to make history?"
he asked Robert with a grin.
"The Salty Breeze's finest are betting on you. Though I should warn you, Chuck's already composed a victory song, or possibly a defeat song. His lyrics weren't entirely clear after the 4th beer."
"The Sea Witch isn't exactly built for racing," I pointed out, studying Robert's boat. Various modifications caught my eye. New fittings here, streamlined edges there. But I noticed some improvements since our last adventure, unless those are just really shiny patches covering the barnacles.
"Made a few upgrades,"
Robert smiled, patting the hull with obvious pride, like a parent showing off a child's report card.
"New engine parts. Streamlined the hull. She might surprise you."
He winked at Olivia, a gesture surprisingly playful for his usually serious demeanor.
"Besides, that prize money wouldn't hurt. Leo's college fund could use a boost."
"And the referees are calling all participants,"
Leo announced with the particular excitement of someone who'd been watching the officials like a hawk studying potential prey. His voice carried enough volume to startle several nearby seagulls into indignant flight.
"Dad, you better go. They're doing boat inspections and everything. Can I help with the inspection? I know all about boats now."
"Don't let me down," Sean called as Robert headed toward his boat, after carefully explaining to Leo why 10-year-olds weren't generally included in official race inspections.
"I'm about to place a very optimistic bet." "Do your best, dear,"
Olivia said more quietly, squeezing Robert's hand.
"And please, be careful."
As Robert's family headed toward their seats in the stands, a familiar voice boomed behind us. "Ah, Oceanview Cove's finest!" Mayor Thompson approached, his usual confident stride somewhat undermined by how his suit struggled to contain his enthusiasm for local dining establishments. His tie featured tiny anchors that seemed to be having a maritime party, and his usual mayoral pin competed for attention with what appeared to be a race official badge attached slightly crooked. Beside him walked a man who could have been his slightly more affluent cousin, similar build and preference for expensive suits. The fabric had that particular sheen that suggested either Italian craftsmanship or possibly alien technology. Behind them loomed what I first took to be a particularly mobile wall, but turned out to be a bodyguard. The man's muscles appeared to have muscles of their own, and his expression indicated he counted breathing as a potentially hostile act. His suit jacket strained across shoulders that probably required their own zip code.
"Let me introduce Victor Sterling," the mayor announced with theatrical flourish,
nearly dropping his program in his excitement.
"The visionary behind today's spectacular event. The man who saw our humble harbor and thought, yes, this is where maritime history will be made."
Sterling extended a well-groomed hand. His handshake carried the particular firmness of someone used to demonstrating authority through grip strength. When he reached Ginger, he actually bent slightly, quite a feat given his impressive girth, and offered his hand to shake a paw.
"I see our affluent friend maintains his dignity even when greeting feline investigators," Ginger observed quietly. "Though I notice his bodyguard appears to be calculating the threat level of every grain of sand on the beach. That seagull's sudden movement nearly triggered a security lockdown."
"Wonderful to meet Oceanview Cove's famous detective team," Sterling said, his voice carrying the particular warmth of someone used to charming rooms full of investors. "Though I must admit, I didn't expect one of you to be quite so feline. Your Christmas tree case made quite the splash in regional news."
The bodyguard shifted slightly at the word splash, his hand twitching toward what was probably not a water pistol under his jacket. A passing child bounced off his leg and actually apologized to the leg specifically, apparently assuming it was some kind of support column. "Ginger solved more cases than some human detectives," I replied, watching how Sterling's bodyguard continued scanning our surroundings, like he expected the seagulls to launch a coordinated attack. His sunglasses reflected the beach scene like twin movie screens showing a particularly paranoid version of coastal life.
"So I've heard."
Sterling's laugh carried the particular heartiness of someone who'd practiced it in front of mirrors.
"Though I hope we won't need any detective work today. Just good, clean competition. Unless you're investigating who has the fastest boat, eh?"
He elbowed the mayor with perhaps more enthusiasm than Thompson's ribs appreciated. "After all the recent excitement, the town could use something positive," I agreed, thinking of Brenda and her creative approach to pastry poisoning. The Valentine's Day situation was particularly challenging.
"Ah, yes, the poisoned pastries case,"
Sterling nodded sagely, while his bodyguard's expression indicated even baked goods were now on his threat assessment list.
"Nasty business. Though I hear the culprit is now enjoying state-sponsored accommodations."
"Indeed," I confirmed, remembering Ginger's comment about hoping Brenda and Maggie didn't start comparing notes on creative baking techniques in prison. Brenda received 15 years, with possibility of parole after 10. Her accomplice, Owen, got 5 years for helping her create the poison and tampering with evidence. Though given their particular talents, I suspect the prison kitchen remains firmly off limits.
"Well, let's hope today brings nothing but joy and fair competition," Sterling declared, clapping his hands together. "Now, I must prepare for the opening ceremonies. Mayor?"
They moved away, the bodyguard's massive form creating a wake through the crowd like a battleship parting waves. Several small children actually bounced off his legs, though he appeared not to notice. One enterprising youngster tried using him as a climbing frame before being retrieved by an apologetic parent.
"Victor's dedication to personal security suggests remarkable paranoia,"
Ginger observed, watching the bodyguard accidentally separate what appeared to be a family reunion through sheer mass.
"Now I notice his suit costs more than most people's cars. Perhaps that explains the mobile mountain following him around."
A familiar aroma caught my attention. Butter and vanilla mixing with sea air in a way that seemed almost impossible. To my surprise, I spotted Mrs. Abernathy behind a small table near the entrance to the stands, surrounded by boxes of cookies and pastries. Mr. Whiskers perched on a nearby chair, maintaining his usual regal bearing. His disdainful glance at the beach made it clear he considered the entire setting beneath his dignity, though he maintained careful watch over the pastry display with the dedication of a furry security system. "Mrs. Abernathy?" I approached, genuinely shocked to see her selling pastries in such a casual setting. Just last month, she'd given me a 15-minute lecture about how baking should be about passion, not profit. "I never thought I'd see you selling pastries." She adjusted a slightly crooked cookie with her usual precision.
"Sophie asked me to help test public reaction before reopening the bakery," she explained, though her tone hinted this commercial venture pained her slightly. "She and Alice are returning in a few days. We thought it wise to see if people were ready."
"After the Valentine's Day incident?" Sean asked, already eyeing what appeared to be chocolate-dipped shortbread arranged in concentric circles of descending size. "Any lingering concerns about unexpected ingredients?"
"People's memory for scandal seems inversely proportional to their desire for proper pastries,"
Mrs. Abernathy sniffed, though a small smile touched her lips.
"But I may have set prices slightly low. Everything's selling rather quickly. Even that group from Rocky Point bought 2 boxes, though their appreciation of proper croissant structure seemed questionable at best."
"The presence of Brenda in secure accommodation probably helps," I observed. "Hard to poison pastries from behind bars." During our conversation, Mr. Whiskers maintained careful watch over the pastry display from his perch, his expression indicating the beach setting was barely worthy of his presence. "I see our imperial friend is adapted to outdoor sales," Ginger observed, arranging himself with matching dignity. "Though I notice his standards for proper pastry presentation remain as exacting as ever." Mr. Whiskers' only response was to groom one paw with exaggerated precision, though his whiskers twitched slightly at Ginger's commentary.
"Everyone place your bets. Time's running out. Winners could walk away with fortunes. Well, depending on how much you believe my memory."
The familiar voice cut through the general chaos, carrying that particular enthusiasm that suggested imminent gossip. Mrs. Henderson wove through the crowd like a particularly determined satellite, her hat defying several laws of physics with its arrangement of flowers and what appeared to be miniature boats engaged in their own tiny regatta. A fishing lure dangled precariously from one flower, indicating either decorative confusion or a very optimistic approach to catching fish. She clutched a cloth bag that clinked with the sound of collected coins and hopes, stopping at each group long enough to accept money and share what was probably classified information about various competitors. Her remarkable hat bobbed through the crowd like a garden having an identity crisis.
"Robert's looking good today,"
she announced as she reached us, nearly losing a small model lighthouse from her hat's harbor scene.
"Though that fellow from Rocky Point, Marcus something, Barbara says his boat's the fastest thing she's ever seen in our county. And did you hear about the mysterious modifications to that purple boat? My neighbor swears they've got some sort of secret engine configuration."
"We'll bet on Robert," Sean interrupted before she could build up full momentum. Several coins clinked into her bag, accompanied by Emma's explanation about proper planetary alignment favoring local competitors, particularly those with family members who helped paint port sides. "Shouldn't you write down who bet on whom?" I asked, watching her stuff the money into her already bulging bag. The fabric strained against what appeared to be half the town's disposable income. "How will you keep track?" Mrs. Henderson tapped her temple with a knowing smile, dislodging what appeared to be a miniature boy from her hat.
"All up here, dear. Perfect system. Though, speaking of systems,
she lowered her voice to a stage whisper that probably carried to Canada.
Did you hear about those strange lights seen off the point last week? Probably unrelated, but my cousin in Maine had a similar situation right before their Marina's Mystery.
Before she could elaborate on her cousin's maritime adventures, someone near the judge's tent began waving frantically. Mrs. Henderson disappeared into the crowd with remarkable speed for someone carrying what appeared to be the town's informal banking system.
We probably just lost our money, I sighed, watching her progress through the stands. No way she remembers every bet.
If she can maintain detailed records of every scandal from here to Florida for the past 2 decades, I suspect a few racing bets won't challenge her mental filing system.
Sean grinned. The mayor's voice boomed through a loudspeaker, cutting through the general chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Oceanview Cove's first boat racing tournament. The microphone wailed with feedback, causing several seagulls to express their opinions about the sound. His speech meandered through the usual political territory: economic benefits, tourist potential, the particular charm of our small town that apparently required detailed explanation. Sterling stood nearby, acknowledging the frequent references to his generosity with practiced modesty, while his bodyguard scanned the horizon for potentially aggressive dolphins. And now, Thompson concluded with theatrical flourish, nearly dropping his notes, let the competition begin. Officer Martinez, if you would do the honors. Martinez raised his arm, holding the starting pistol like it might bite him. Several seconds passed. The crowd's excited murmur faded to confused silence. Martinez's arm began to shake slightly, his face showing the particular concentration of someone who'd forgotten which end the bang was supposed to come from.
Perhaps someone should remind him about pulling the trigger,
Ginger suggested dryly. Finally, after what felt like several geological ages and 3 whispered consultations with other officers about proper pistol operation, a sharp crack split the air. Several seagulls took off in protest, and the race officially began. Chapter 2. The race began with a roar of engines, causing a mass exodus of seagulls whose indignant squawks were drowned out by the sound of 20 boats surging forward. The harbor's usually calm surface transformed into a maze of intersecting wakes, sunlight catching each wave and turning the water into a dancing display of light and motion. The course markers bobbed like oversized buoys, their bright orange shapes creating a complex route that would test both speed and maneuverability. They're off! Leo's voice carried above the general chaos, his excitement making him bounce in his seat hard enough to make the entire row vibrate.
Did you see Dad start? He was perfect, just like we practiced in the simulations. Though the simulations were mostly me making engine noises while Dad explained turning angles.
Robert's boat had indeed started strong, the Sea Witch cutting through the water with surprising grace for a vessel usually dedicated to more practical pursuits. Fresh paint gleamed in the afternoon sun as he navigated the first turn, taking an inside line that showed hours of practice. His technique displayed the particular precision of someone who'd spent considerable time studying local currents.
I see our friend has been studying advanced hydrodynamics,
Ginger observed, watching Robert maintain his position through the turn.
Though some of his competition appears to have confused boat racing with whale migration patterns.
He was right. Several boats behind Robert seemed to be attempting to recreate perfect storm conditions, their wakes creating enough turbulence to make Martinez, who'd retreated to what he probably considered a safe distance from the water, look even greener than usual. The young officer kept checking his pockets, perhaps hoping to find some motion sickness medication he'd forgotten about. Through my borrowed binoculars, I could make out Mike Sullivan's boat somewhere in the middle of the pack, its practical fishing vessel design revealing he'd prioritized function over racing form. His crew members stood in the bleachers, their expressions shifting from optimism to concern as they watched their friend fall further behind. One of them consulted what appeared to be a hastily scribbled racing form, as if hoping the positions might magically rearrange themselves on paper.
"Go, Dad!"
Leo's voice cut through the general noise again.
"Show them how the Sea Witch handles turns!"
"Indoor voice, sweetheart," Olivia reminded him gently, though her own expression showed barely contained excitement as Robert maintained his lead through another turn. A flash of purple caught my attention. One of the boats pursuing Robert had been painted such a vibrant shade that it practically glowed in the afternoon sun, making nearby seagulls squint in apparent judgment. The craft moved with impressive speed, suggesting recent modifications hidden beneath its flamboyant exterior. Several spectators actually donned sunglasses specifically to watch it pass. "Who's the owner of that eye-searing purple boat?" I asked Olivia.
"That's Alan Porter's boat,"
she replied, adjusting her sunglasses against both the glare off the water and the purple paint's enthusiastic contribution to local lighting conditions.
"Keeps to himself mostly. Started painting his boat different colors after some argument with Mike Sullivan about proper vessel maintenance. They had quite the public dispute at the docks last summer. I think the purple is his latest protest statement. Though last month it was neon green. The Coast Guard actually mistook it for a navigation marker."
"I see someone's taken maritime rebellion to new chromatic heights," Ginger commented, watching the purple boat navigate another turn. "Though I noticed the seagulls appear to be giving it considerable clearance. Perhaps they're art critics." As the boats approached the first lap's turn, 3 clear leaders had emerged. Robert maintained a slight advantage, but the purple visibility hazard and Marcus's sleek craft from Rocky Point followed close behind. Mrs. Henderson had already shared the gossip about Marcus. Apparently his boat held the speed record in Rocky Point's harbor, though some questioned whether all his modifications were entirely within regulation. The rest of the fleet stretched out behind them, creating a parade of varying maritime enthusiasm and questionable racing techniques. The crowd's reactions shifted with each passing moment. Those who'd bet on Robert cheered enthusiastically, while Sullivan's supporters began crafting increasingly creative excuses for his position somewhere near the back of the pack.
"Maybe he's conserving fuel," suggested one optimistic bettor.
"Or possibly studying the other boat's techniques from a considerable distance." Mrs. Henderson wove through the stands, apparently taking additional bets despite the race being well underway. Chuck, already celebrating his anticipated winnings from betting on Robert, had begun composing what he claimed was a victory song. His creative lyrics about maritime excellence and proper turning techniques pointed to either remarkable optimism or possibly early onset beverage enthusiasm. "And Robert Reeves maintains his lead through the first lap," Mayor Thompson's voice boomed through the speakers. "Followed closely by Marcus Stevens from Rocky Point and Alan Porter in his chromatically adventurous vessel." A commotion near the beach entrance drew my attention. A group of people had appeared carrying signs decorated with various marine life and protest slogans, their arrival sending a ripple of curiosity through the crowd. I counted at least 15 protesters, their banners ranging from serious environmental concerns to puns about boat emissions that probably sounded better during their planning meeting. I recognized several faces from Liam's case. Dylan Matthews, with his carefully cultivated activist appearance that somehow managed to look both outdoorsy and fashionable, and beside him, the young woman with sea-green hair whose passionate speeches about marine conservation had nearly caused Martinez to have an existential crisis during the dock protests. Her hair had acquired additional streaks of blue since then, creating an oceanic color scheme that probably made her point more effectively than her sign about racing wrongs. Martinez noticed the group about the same time Miller did. The sheriff paused mid-bite into what appeared to be his fifth donut of the afternoon. He gestured vaguely toward the protesters with his free hand, somehow managing to convey both authority and a deep desire to continue his pastry analysis. Martinez's face showed he'd rather attempt synchronized swimming with sharks than confront the group again, but he began making his way toward them. His approach perfectly demonstrated the concept of reluctant duty, each step carrying the enthusiasm of someone walking to their own surprise party that they'd accidentally discovered. "Has anyone seen Mike Sullivan's boat?" someone shouted from the stands, momentarily distracting attention from Martinez's hesitant advance. "I've got $50 riding on him." "He's practicing strategic invisibility," Chuck called back, pausing in his musical composition. "Very advanced racing technique, probably." The protesters had begun their chants, their volume increasing with each step Martinez took toward them. Dylan's voice carried across the beach. "Boat racing harms marine life! Think of the fish!" "The fish probably have other concerns," muttered a nearby fisherman. "Like avoiding Sullivan's nets, wherever he's wandered off to." Martinez's attempt at crowd control consisted mainly of nervous gestures and what appeared to be a heartfelt plea to consider quieter forms of protest. The protesters responded by increasing their volume, their chants about marine conservation now competing with the race commentary and creating an interesting counterpoint that probably wasn't helping Martinez's already fragile composure. The young officer glanced back at Miller with an expression that clearly said, "I tried." Miller's response involved impressive consumption of his remaining donut, a thoughtful licking of fingers that suggested preparation for serious law enforcement, and a dramatic adjustment of his utility belt that sent powdered sugar raining onto his already well-dusted uniform. Miller approached the protesters with the particular confidence of someone who'd just consumed their recommended daily calories in one sitting. His stern expression might have been more effective without the powdered sugar dusting his mustache, but the protester's volume decreased noticeably as he approached. A meaningful pat of his handcuffs and what appeared to be creative interpretation of public gathering regulations resulted in significantly reduced noise levels, though the protesters maintained their position. Their expressions made it clear this wasn't over, but their signs now waved with slightly less enthusiasm. "And what a turn by Robert Reeves!" The mayor's voice drew attention back to the race. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing something special today!" The Sea Witch had indeed executed a particularly impressive maneuver, cutting inside Marcus's wake to maintain its lead. Robert's practice sessions had clearly paid off. His timing suggested intimate knowledge of both his vessel's capabilities and the harbor's currents. "That's my dad!" Leo's pride carried across several rows of seats, his voice probably reaching the next county. "He practiced that turn for weeks, made me time him and everything, though we lost 3 boys and maybe scared a few fish." "Indeed he did," Olivia agreed, her smile reflecting both pride in her husband and memories of countless practice sessions that had probably tested the limits of marine insurance coverage. "Though maybe don't mention the incident with Mr. Davis's dock." I glanced toward the officials' platform where Mayor Thompson enthusiastically announced each passing boat, his voice occasionally drowned out by indignant seagulls. Victor Sterling stood nearby, his expression showing the particular satisfaction of someone watching their investment in small-town entertainment pay off. That changed abruptly when he checked his phone. Whatever message he'd received transformed his face faster than Miller could spot an unguarded donut box. His complexion shifted to a shade that indicated either serious financial news or possibly severe regret about his breakfast choices. The bodyguard, meanwhile, maintained his vigilant watch against potential avian threats, his sunglasses reflecting the race like tiny action movie screens. A child's balloon drifted near him, causing a brief security response that suggested even helium-filled objects required threat assessment. By the fifth lap, the race's initial chaos had settled into a more organized pattern. Robert maintained his lead, though Marcus's boat from Rocky Point kept finding extra speed on the straightaways. Alan's purple boat held third, the aggressive color scheme somehow managing to look even more vivid against the afternoon sun. Mike Sullivan's position hadn't improved, prompting increasingly creative commentary from his supporters in the stands. "Maybe he's taking the scenic route," said one optimistic bettor.
"The stars suggest his racing alignment is compromised by Neptune's position,"
Emma offered helpfully, rearranging her crystals to perhaps improve Sullivan's cosmic racing fortune. One particularly large rose quartz seemed to pulse in sympathy with each passing boat.
"The trick is in the turns,"
Olivia explained to Leo, who had produced a notebook and appeared to be documenting every aspect of his father's performance.
"Your dad spent weeks studying the harbor currents. See how he adjusts his approach based on the water patterns?"
The race entered its seventh lap, with Robert still leading, though Marcus had closed the gap considerably. The purple boat maintained third position, its wake creating patterns that somehow managed to look as defiant as its paint job. And then it happened. The Sea Witch's engine noise changed abruptly, a shift in pitch that sounded like trouble. The sound went from confident purr to something closer to a maritime protest, followed by silence that seemed somehow louder than the engine had been.
"Dad?"
Leo's voice carried equal parts confusion and concern. Several rows of spectators leaned forward, watching Robert's boat gradually lose momentum. The Sea Witch drifted to a stop in the middle of the course, its recently painted hull gleaming mockingly in the afternoon sun, while other boats maneuvered around it.
"Oh no,"
Olivia whispered, one hand gripping Leo's shoulder.
"Not after all that practice, all those calculations."
"Did you see what happened?" Leo asked, his earlier excitement replaced by worry. His notebook hung forgotten in his hands, the last entry trailing off mid-word.
"Maybe it's just temporary, like that time with Mr. Davis's boat when Dad fixed it by hitting it with a wrench."
Through my binoculars, I could see Robert already moving toward the engine housing, his expression showing the kind of focused determination that usually preceded either brilliant solutions or expensive repair bills. The race continued around him, Marcus's boat now taking the lead, while Alan's purple protest statement moved into second place. The remaining competitors jockeyed for position, their paths creating patterns in the water that probably violated several laws of fluid dynamics, and possibly maritime etiquette. Even Sullivan's boat passed the Sea Witch, though his expression showed he wasn't entirely sure how that had happened. "A most unfortunate development," Ginger observed quietly, watching the scene unfold. "Though perhaps some mechanical failures warrant closer examination." Something about his tone caught my attention. Before I could pursue that thought, the race marshal's boat was already heading toward Robert's position, their wake revealing their hurry to reach him despite their apparent annoyance at having to act. Leo's earlier enthusiasm had transformed into fierce concentration as he watched his father examine the engine.
"He'll fix it,"
he declared with absolute certainty.
"Dad can fix anything. Remember when he repaired Mrs. Henderson's radio just by looking at it sternly?" "That's because your father can be very stern when equipment misbehaves,"
Olivia said, managing a small smile despite her obvious concern. The afternoon sun caught the Sea Witch's freshly painted hull, making the boat gleam against the harbor water. The race continued around the stalled vessel, each passing competitor's wake adding another ripple to the suddenly complicated situation. In the officials' tent, Victor Sterling appeared to have recovered from his phone-induced distress, though his complexion suggested he might be reconsidering his investment in small-town entertainment. His bodyguard maintained careful watch, his expression indicating that even mechanical failure might require tactical assessment. "The favorite's down!" someone shouted from the stands. "Double or nothing on Marcus!" Mrs. Henderson's voice carried across the confusion.
"Taking new bets, adjusting odds, though I should mention my memory for mathematical calculations might be affected by all this excitement, and possibly my hat's increasing gravitational influence."
The race marshals pulled alongside Robert's position, exchanging what looked like concerned glances as he tried to explain the situation while simultaneously working on his uncooperative engine. The Sea Witch bobbed gently in the afternoon swells, its racing dreams halted by either mechanical misfortune or something more deliberate. Sometimes the simplest races hide the most complicated currents, and something about this particular maritime competition hinted at depths we hadn't yet begun to fathom. Chapter 3. The Sea Witch's engine roared back to life, unleashing a string of mechanical sounds mixed with Robert's colorful maritime vocabulary. His hands moved across the controls with practiced precision, while the race marshals watched from their boat, their contribution to the crisis consisting mainly of helpful suggestions like, "Have you tried starting it again?"
"That's my dad!"
Leo's voice carried across the beach with renewed enthusiasm, startling several seabirds into indignant aerial maneuvers.
"He fixed it, just like that time he repaired Mrs. Abernathy's TV by giving it his special behave or else look."
But Robert's victory over mechanical failure had cost precious time. Marcus's boat from Rocky Point had established a commanding lead, its wake creating patterns that hinted at either advanced engineering or deals with maritime deities. Alan Porter's purple visibility hazard maintained second position, its paint job still managing to challenge both physics and good taste. The afternoon sun caught something metallic near Marcus's hull, a brief flash that seemed out of place. But before I could focus my binoculars on it, Chuck provided a musical distraction that probably violated several local noise ordinances.
"Oh, the Sea Witch is back. She's ready to fly, through waves and through wakes, like a bird in the sky."
"I see Chuck's understanding of boats and birds remains questionable," Ginger observed, watching Chuck attempt to conduct his impromptu choir with a half-empty soda cup. "Though his metaphors suggest a concerning lack of familiarity with basic physics." Robert's determination showed in every movement as he guided the Sea Witch through the course. He passed slower competitors with the precision of someone who'd spent years reading these waters, each maneuver displaying a lifetime of maritime experience. The boat seemed to respond to his touch like a partner in an elaborate dance, though probably one with more engine roar than musical accompaniment. Mike Sullivan's supporters had moved beyond simple excuses into the realm of creative maritime fiction. "He's conducting vital research on wave patterns," suggested one optimistic bettor, watching Sullivan's boat maintain its determined position near the back. "Very scientific, probably writing a paper about it." "Or possibly studying advanced techniques in strategic boat positioning," offered another. "Sometimes last place is exactly where you want to be, for reasons."
"The stars suggest his racing karma requires significant realignment," Emma added helpfully, "though Venus warns against excessive speed during Neptune's retrograde phase."
Robert continued his impressive comeback, the Sea Witch's wake displaying both speed and determination as he navigated through the pack. He passed a yellow boat with enough momentum to make several spectators revise their betting strategies, though Mrs. Henderson's creative accounting methods suggested such revisions might be purely theoretical.
"Something's not right with Porter's boat,"
Olivia observed, her years of maritime experience evident in her analysis.
Watch his handling. See how he's fighting the wheel on the turns? That's not normal drift.
She was right. The purple boat's performance had shifted subtly, its earlier fluid movement replaced by something that pointed to either mechanical issues or possibly angry maritime spirits expressing their opinions about the paint job. Ellen had switched from racing focus to shouting what appeared to be every nautical curse he knew. Robert seized the opportunity, guiding the Sea Witch through a gap that probably required advanced mathematics to calculate. His timing displayed years of understanding local currents, understanding their patterns and moods like others might read a familiar book, though probably one with significantly more saltwater content.
Dad used the wake pattern from the yellow boat for extra speed.
Leo's excitement threatened to achieve new volumes previously unknown to science.
Just like in our simulations.
Marcus maintained his lead with apparent ease, his boat cutting through the water like it had negotiated a private arrangement with physics. The gap between him and Robert remained substantial, despite the Sea Witch's impressive recovery. With only 2 laps remaining, even Robert's skillful navigation couldn't overcome the time lost to earlier mechanical issues. And Marcus Stevens maintains his commanding lead, Mayor Thompson's voice boomed across the beach. Though local favorite Robert Reeves shows remarkable recovery in second position. What a display of maritime skill, ladies and gentlemen! The final lap unfolded with Marcus still firmly in control, his boat slicing through the water with unnatural speed. Robert pushed the Sea Witch to its limits, but the distance proved too great to overcome. The Rocky Point boat crossed the finish line with comfortable margin, Marcus throwing his arms up in triumph while nearly losing his balance in the process. And we have a winner, Thompson declared, his enthusiasm sending feedback squealing across the beach. Marcus Stevens from Rocky Point takes first place, followed by Robert Reeves in a remarkable comeback performance. Ladies and gentlemen, what a race we've witnessed today! The crowd's reaction created a symphony of simultaneous joy and despair that seemed unique to racing events. Those who'd bet on Marcus celebrated with enthusiasm and genuine joy. Sullivan's supporters had begun crafting explanations that involved everything from unexpected currents to possible interference from submarine wildlife.
Pay up! Pay up!
Mrs. Henderson navigated through the stands with remarkable agility.
Winners to be paid promptly, though I should mention the excitement might affect my usual perfect recall.
Her memory for winning bets shows remarkable selectivity,
Ginger observed quietly, watching her progress.
Though I notice that bag seems to retain a significant portion of its contents, despite her apparent generosity.
Chuck had already begun composing what he claimed was a victory song, though his lyrics pointed to either creative interpretation of racing events or possibly early celebration refreshments. The boats on the waves, they danced through the day, while seagulls provided their own ballet, and Marcus led on, through spray and through foam, while Sullivan studied the long way home. The boats returned to shore carrying varying degrees of triumph and frustration. Mike Sullivan looked like someone preparing excuses about tricky currents and uncooperative fish. His boat limped toward the dock, with the particular reluctance of a vessel that had possibly reconsidered its career in racing. Marcus guided his boat to the dock with effortless grace, his smile carrying all the warmth of someone who'd just successfully executed a carefully planned operation. His engine purred with suspicious contentment, while Alan Porter stormed up the beach, his fury apparent in every movement. His face had achieved a shade of red that somehow managed to complement his boat's purple paint job. A vein pulsed in his temple with enough vigor to evoke possible Morse code communication. "This is ridiculous," he declared, gesturing toward Marcus with enough energy to startle several nearby seagulls into evasive maneuvers. "He cheated! Did something to both our boats during the race.
Some kind of underwater device."
Now, Thompson attempted to mediate, though his mayoral authority seemed somewhat undermined by how his race official badge had migrated to an almost horizontal position. "The race was conducted fairly. Our officials saw nothing irregular."
"Because it was underwater!"
Alan's voice carried the particular frustration of someone trying to explain advanced physics to a coffee table.
"He must have shot something at our propellers. Probably some kind of device that—"
Victor Sterling stepped forward, his expensive suit somehow maintaining perfect creases despite the beach setting. He raised his hand, the gesture conveying both authority and considerable wealth.
"That's quite an accusation, Mr. Porter, is it?"
Victor's voice carried the particular smoothness of someone used to deflecting uncomfortable questions at board meetings.
"Rather difficult to operate underwater devices while simultaneously piloting a racing boat, wouldn't you say?"
Alan's finger jabbed toward Marcus with enough force to probably register on local seismographs.
"This isn't over! I'll prove it!"
He stormed off, his angry footsteps leaving deep marks in the sand. The award ceremony proceeded with Marcus accepting the small case containing his prize money. Victor's smile seemed slightly strained as he handed over the case, his expression showing someone calculating significant financial losses while maintaining public composure. His bodyguard maintained a careful watch, probably assessing potential threats from aggressive sandcastles or possibly militant seaweed. Robert approached our group, his expression mixing frustration with confusion. His usually steady hands showed a slight tremor as he adjusted his cap, a gesture I'd learned meant he was processing something that didn't quite add up. Olivia immediately moved to his side, while Leo bounced around them with enough energy to power several small coastal towns.
"What happened out there?"
Olivia asked quietly, her hand finding his. The gesture carried years of shared understanding, moments when words weren't quite necessary. Robert shrugged.
"Engine just stopped. Felt like the propeller caught something, though Alan's theory about Marcus might have merit. Could have used some device during the race. The way both our boats lost power at critical moments."
"Like in Battleship Warfare 3?
Leo's eyes widened with sudden understanding.
When you can launch underwater torpedoes at other players? Though the game graphics are way better than real water, and there's this cool explosion effect that—"
"Something like that, kiddo."
Robert's smile carried genuine warmth despite his disappointment.
"Though probably less explosive and more subtle. Still—"
His eyes tracked Marcus across the beach, watching how the winner moved with perhaps too much confidence for someone who'd just experienced a suspiciously perfect race.
"Don't beat yourself up about it,"
Sean said, clapping Robert's shoulder.
"That comeback was impressive. Almost pulled it off, too. And speaking of pulling things off, party at the Salty Breeze tonight. Quite a crowd expected after all this excitement."
Robert shook his head, though his expression held appreciation for the offer.
"Think I'll pass. Need some family time. Maybe figure out exactly what went wrong out there. That prize money would have really helped with Leo's college fund."
"Your father was amazing," I assured Leo, watching how the boy's expression shifted between pride and disappointment. Not many people could have recovered from that setback and still finished second. And—
"The bar it is, then,"
Emma interrupted.
"The stars suggest gathering with friends provides excellent cosmic healing after racing disappointments. Though Mars warns against excessive celebration during Mercury's retrograde."
As evening settled over Oceanview Cove, the Salty Breeze transformed into something between a maritime festival and an impromptu victory celebration. The usual quiet atmosphere had been replaced by enthusiastic discussions of racing technique, increasingly creative theories about mechanical failures, and the particular energy that seems to emerge when competition meets alcohol. Marcus sat at a corner table, surrounded by admirers and those who'd bet successfully on his victory. His confident smile could have been genuine satisfaction or carefully crafted performance. I noticed the case with prize money wasn't with him. He must have stashed it somewhere safer than a crowded bar. I see Mrs. Abernathy and her imperial companion are absent from tonight's festivities, I observed to Sean as he prepared our usual drinks.
Probably knee-deep in pastry preparation, Sean replied, reaching for the premium cream he reserved for Ginger. She and Mr. Whiskers are reporting to Sophie about today's test sale at the race. Apparently, they sold out completely. March provides excellent cosmic alignment for bakery reopenings,
Emma declared, her crystals creating miniature light shows as she gestured.
The stars are particularly favorable for establishments previously affected by improper pastry karma, though Neptune suggests careful attention to proper display case arrangement during the equinox.
The evening's energy continued to build as more celebrants arrived. Marcus's supporters had begun crafting increasingly elaborate toasts, each one suggesting either genuine admiration or possibly creative mathematics regarding their betting returns. Chuck had temporarily abandoned his musical compositions in favor of demonstrating what he claimed were advanced racing techniques, using salt shakers and an empty pretzel bowl.
"And that's how you navigate the third turn,"
he explained to an audience that seemed more interested in their drinks than his impromptu maritime lecture.
"Though you have to account for the gravitational pull of passing seagulls."
The door opened, bringing with it a gust of evening air and, surprisingly, Victor Sterling. His entrance created a ripple of interest through the crowd, though his bodyguard's arrival moments later caused several patrons to reconsider their seating arrangements. The man's bulk seemed even more impressive in the bar's confines, like someone had installed a living wall.
"Our affluent friend appears remarkably festive for someone who just parted with significant funds,"
Ginger observed as Victor claimed a bar stool, his expensive suit looking somewhat exotic among the usual evening wear.
"Now I notice his bodyguard maintains threat assessment protocols even for approaching bar snacks." "Didn't expect to see you here,"
Sean commented, already reaching for the top shelf options.
"Thought you'd be headed home by now."
"And miss experiencing your charming B&B's hospitality?"
Victor's laugh carried the particular warmth of someone who'd practiced it extensively.
"Especially after completely booking it for the night. Though the presidential suite's definition seems somewhat creative, unless presidents have developed a fondness for floral wallpaper from the Nixon administration."
The evening progressed with increasing enthusiasm as Victor's natural charm, enhanced by several premium cocktails, seemed to win over even the most skeptical locals. His laughter carried warmth that indicated either genuine enjoyment or excellent social training, while his expansive gestures narrowly avoided several close encounters with neighboring drinks.
"You must try my signature cocktail," he declared suddenly,
rising with the particular determination of someone who'd already sampled several of his own creations.
"It's called the Maritime Victory, though possibly financial loss might be more accurate tonight."
Before anyone could object, he'd somehow maneuvered behind the bar, creating what appeared to be an impromptu partnership with an amused Sean. The bodyguard's expression suggested this wasn't the first time his employer had engaged in spontaneous bartending.
"A dash of this, a splash of that,"
Victor announced, handling bottles with more confidence than precision.
"The secret ingredient is, well, actually, I've forgotten what I put in first, but I assure you it was extremely expensive."
The resulting concoction carried a color pointing to either creative mixology or possibly mild radiation, but its effects appeared positive, judging by the increasing volume of maritime-themed singing.
"You've got to know your currents and mind all your waves."
Victor's voice carried surprising strength for someone who'd been sampling his own creations.
But most of all, remember, the sea always behaves."
The bodyguard maintained his position near the door, his sunglasses somehow still in place, despite the dim lighting. His expression indicated he was calculating threat levels from everything, including the bowl of pretzels on the counter, while occasional glances toward his employer carried the particular resignation of someone used to unexpected performance art. Victor's enthusiasm proved contagious, as he attempted to teach the crowd what he claimed was an ancient maritime victory dance that looked suspiciously like someone trying to maintain balance on a moving boat. His tie had migrated to an unlikely position around his head, creating what he declared was traditional nautical fashion.
"Our affluent friend seems remarkably skilled at impromptu entertainment,"
Ginger commented, watching Victor attempt to conduct the growing chorus with a swizzle stick, while simultaneously mixing another round of his questionable creations.
"Though his bodyguard's expression suggests this isn't the first time he's witnessed such performances."
"Perhaps we should head home," I said, watching the increasingly enthusiastic celebration. The volume had reached levels that probably threatened structural integrity of the building, while Chuck had begun incorporating what he claimed were authentic seagull calls into his latest composition. I think I've had enough maritime celebration for one day.
"And miss this fascinating display of small-town revelry?"
Ginger's whiskers twitched with amusement.
"Though I notice Sean, who has several years on you, appears to be thoroughly enjoying his role as backup vocalist."
"Sean's used to this lifestyle," I pointed out. "I'm just a retired librarian who somehow ended up solving mysteries with a particularly sarcastic cat."
"Ah, yes. I'd almost forgotten that detail about your previous career."
The walk home carried a particular peacefulness that seemed amplified by contrast with the bar's enthusiasm. The evening air was soft with early spring warmth, carrying hints of awakening earth and distant ocean, while overhead, stars sparked against the dark in patterns that would have inspired several chapters of Emma's cosmic commentary. Late morning sun filled the bedroom when my phone's insistent ring interrupted what had been a peaceful sleep. Emma had apparently been experimenting with my settings again. The sound hinted at either cosmic alignment or possibly aggressive meditation techniques, complete with what sounded like wind chimes having an existential crisis. "Jim?" Sean's voice carried none of its usual good humor. Something in his tone sent immediate warning signals through my still drowsy brain. "You need to get down here, to the bar, now!" "What's wrong?" A long silence followed, then, "Marcus, from the race, he's dead, here in the bar." The warmth of the spring morning suddenly felt hollow. Ginger's ears perked up, his usual late morning routine forgotten as he processed this development. "Don't touch anything," I said, already reaching for clothes. "We'll be right there." Sometimes the most eventful races happen after the finish line. As Ginger and I headed toward what promised to be another complicated case, I couldn't help wondering if our small town would ever manage to celebrate anything without someone ending up dead. Chapter 4. The morning sun had already warmed the quiet streets as Ginger and I hurried toward the salty breeze. A few fishing boats dotted the harbor, their crews probably unaware of what had transpired overnight. The distant waves lapped against the shore with their steady rhythm, the familiar sound almost jarring in its normalcy.
"I suppose this validates what we discussed at the Salty Breeze after closing the Valentine's Day case,"
Ginger said as we walked, his pace matching mine despite the urgency.
"About that prize money bringing trouble to our quiet town."
$100,000, I said quietly, remembering that conversation when Robert first mentioned the upcoming race. We both knew that kind of money would make someone desperate enough to try something.
Now at the time, you hoped I was being overly cynical, Ginger reminded me. Something about having more faith in human nature?
That was before someone ended up dead in our friend's bar.
Indeed, though I doubt even our pessimistic predictions included murder quite this quickly.
Police cruisers had already surrounded the bar, their lights creating silent patterns across weathered siding. Several onlookers gathered at what they probably considered a safe distance, their whispered conversations carrying just far enough to hint at rapidly evolving theories. Martinez stood guard near the entrance, his stance suggesting he was torn between maintaining authority and contemplating career changes. His hand kept drifting toward his weapon, though the gesture carried more nervous habit than actual purpose.
"Officer Martinez," I called out. "Need to speak with Miller. Remembered some important details about last night at the bar."
Martinez's face brightened with relief at having a simple decision to make.
"Oh, thank goodness. I mean, yes, of course. Go right in. The sheriff will want to hear that."
The bar's interior felt wrong in daylight, each detail too sharp, too clear, without the usual evening shadows. Hints of last night's celebration lingered in abandoned glasses and scattered bar snacks, creating an unsettling contrast with the current situation. The familiar scents of beer and fried food mixed with the smell of morning coffee from the officers' paper cups. Dr. Chen worked behind the counter, though its height prevented me from seeing her actual examination. Her shoes made soft sounds against the wooden floor as she moved, the noise mixing with the quiet conversations of Miller's officers as they went about their investigation with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Miller himself supervised from what he probably considered a strategic position near the counter, his notepad conspicuously empty while he directed officers to examine various surfaces with impressive-sounding but questionably useful instructions. Sean sat at a table near the entrance, his usual confident posture replaced by something between exhaustion and worry. Dark circles under his eyes suggested a long night, followed by an unwelcome morning discovery. His clothes still carried traces of last night's celebrations.
"I noticed you called the police first," I said, settling into a chair while Ginger arranged himself with his usual fluid grace. "Good thinking." "Seemed the smart play," Sean replied, rubbing his face with hands that showed a slight tremor. "Figured if I discovered a body in my bar, I shouldn't act like someone trying to hide one. Though from Miller's expression, you'd think I'd invented time travel just to create an alibi."
Our law enforcement's grasp of causality remains as impressive as their evidence collection,
Ginger observed, watching an officer photograph what appeared to be a completely ordinary section of baseboard. "Walk me through what happened," I said, noting how Sean's fingers kept unconsciously adjusting his watch, a nervous habit I'd noticed during previous conversations about serious matters.
"After last night's festivities finally wound down, I barely made it home," Sean said. "Just woke up maybe an hour ago. Dragged myself here to at least start some cleanup before tonight."
He gestured at several bins of empty bottles still waiting to be sorted.
"Found the front door open. Not broken, just open. Which made no sense, because I specifically remember locking up. Had to help Victor find his tie first. He'd somehow managed to wrap it around one of the ceiling fans during his maritime victory dance."
He paused, watching Miller direct another officer to dust a chair still bearing evidence of last night's revelry.
"Thought maybe I'd mixed up the lock routine after all those celebration drinks. But no. That part's pure muscle memory. Could do it blindfolded by now." "Did a full walkthrough," Sean continued, absently straightening a stack of coasters that didn't need straightening. "Expected maybe a break-in, someone after the cash register. But nothing was touched. Glasses still where we left them, cash untouched. Even the premium bottles all accounted for. Then I checked behind the counter and—"
His gesture toward Dr. Chen carried a weight of unspoken details.
"Here's what really doesn't make sense," he added,
voice dropping lower.
My spare key was exactly where it always is, behind that loose panel under the bar. Only I know about that hiding spot, and my main key was still in my pocket."
So, either someone knew about the spare key's location,
or had another way in entirely,
Sean finished.
"And you know how this town is with security. Pretty sure half the buildings have spare keys hidden somewhere, passed down through generations, like secret family recipes or questionable fishing techniques."
"Any security cameras?" I asked, trying to remember if I'd ever noticed any obvious ones in all my visits here. Sean shook his head.
"Never thought I needed them. All my patrons are locals, people I've known for years. Never imagined something like this could happen here."
"Although," I said, "I remember when I first moved here, you had a security guard at the entrance, the one who refused to let Ginger in. I've been meaning to ask what happened to him." Sean's expression lightened slightly at the memory.
"Oh, that was my sister's son, Danny. She asked me to give him something to do during his summer break before senior year. Thought working as a bouncer would look good on his resume or something."
He shook his head with a slight smile.
"He went back to college after summer ended. Last I heard, he's graduating this spring. Business management."
The sun now hung high in the sky, closer to midday than morning, sending shafts of light through the bar's windows that illuminated swirling dust motes from the officers' movements. Each beam created patterns across the worn floor, highlighting scuffs and stains that marked decades of local history. "Tell me about last night," I said, after everything started winding down.
"After you left? Business as usual, just louder and with more impromptu singing."
Sean smiled slightly, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes.
"Chuck kept working on that victory song. Pretty sure he rhymed maritime with showtime at one point. Emma rearranged her crystals about 6 times, claiming something about proper cosmic alignment during celebrations."
A crash near the pool table made us both turn. An officer had knocked over a cue rack while examining what appeared to be a completely ordinary wall section. Miller's sigh carried the particular weight of someone reconsidering their career choices. "When did Marcus leave?" I asked, watching Dr. Chen make notes on a small pad, her practical handwriting a stark contrast to Miller's usual scrawl.
"About half an hour before closing,"
Sean replied, his expression turning thoughtful.
"Around 1:30. Said something about needing to get home to Rocky Point. Though given how much he'd had to drink, I wasn't sure how he planned to make it all the way there."
"Alone?"
"Yeah, everyone else stuck around till closing. Chuck was still perfecting his whale sounds. Emma had moved on to rearranging the bar's cosmic energy flow. Pretty sure she moved every piece of furniture at least twice. Even Victor stayed, though his dance moves had evolved into something closer to controlled falling." "Our celebratory friend's contribution to performance art must have been memorable," Ginger observed, "though his bodyguard's dedication to threat assessment probably extended to evaluating dangerous dance steps." The screech of expensive tires against pavement cut through our conversation. Through the window, Victor's car landed at an angle that proved either ongoing effects from last night or complete disregard for conventional parking norms. Victor burst through the door, his usual impeccable appearance showing signs of hasty preparation. His suit jacket was slightly askew, and his hair had apparently staged a minor rebellion against proper grooming. The dark circles under his eyes hinted at either insufficient sleep or excessive celebration, probably both. His bodyguard followed, somehow maintaining both his intimidating presence and his sunglasses despite being indoors. "What happened?" Victor demanded, his voice carrying enough volume to make several officers wince. "I wake up to police sirens and that woman with the nautical disaster on her head telling me our boat racing champion is dead in a bar that was supposedly locked." "Mrs. Henderson's information network continues to demonstrate remarkable efficiency," Ginger commented. Miller approached Victor with what he probably thought was calming authority. "Mr. Sterling,
I assure you we're conducting a thorough investigation." "Thorough?" Victor gestured toward the officer, still examining the wall. "Unless that baseboard is confessing to murder, I suggest redirecting your resources." He paused, then added with dangerous quietness, "And what about the prize money?" Miller's face transformed into the expression of someone who'd just realized they were holding a live grenade rather than a routine conversation. "Well, sir, according to Mr. O'Connell's statement, Mr. Stevens didn't bring the case to the bar last night." "Are you telling me?" Victor's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more threat than his previous volume. "That not only is the winner dead in a supposedly secure establishment, but $100,000 has simply vanished?" "Current investigative parameters suggest multiple potential scenarios," Miller offered weakly, "including pre-incident concealment or post-mortem acquisition by unknown parties." "Your dedication to avoiding simple answers is remarkable," Victor said flatly. "Tell me, how long does it usually take your department to solve cases in this charming little town?" Miller's mustache twitched. "When evidence presents clear indicators of culpability, our response time maintains optimal efficiency within established departmental guidelines." "He means they solve cases quickly when someone confesses to avoid his paperwork," I translated quietly to Victor. "Indeed," Ginger observed dryly, "though their actual investigative techniques reveal more dedication to creative terminology than actual results." Victor dismissed Miller with a gesture that carried years of corporate authority, then turned to Sean. "How exactly did a dead man end up in your supposedly locked bar?" His voice carried equal parts accusation and disbelief. "After all that celebrating we did last night, I distinctly remember watching you lock up." "Found the door open when I arrived," Sean replied, his tone tired but steady. "No signs of forced entry, just open." "And I suppose you have no idea how that happened?" Victor's skepticism could have cut glass. "The weird thing is," Sean said, meeting Victor's gaze, "my spare key was exactly where I always keep it behind the bar. The same key you saw me use last night to unlock the storage room when we ran out of your preferred scotch." "Who else knows where you keep that key?" Victor's eyes narrowed. "No one," Sean shrugged. "Just me." Victor's expression darkened further before he turned to me. "Mr. Butterfield, a word?" As we moved to a quieter corner, I noticed how Victor's usual confident stride carried a slight morning-after hesitation. His bodyguards started to follow, but Victor waved him back. "Just watch the room, Bruno. Make sure nobody disturbs potential evidence." "I'll be direct," Victor said quietly once we were alone. "Your sheriff's approach to investigations seems—" He paused, apparently searching for a diplomatic term. "Unconventional?" I suggested. "I was thinking hopelessly inept, but we'll go with that." His smile carried no warmth. "Having read about your previous cases in the paper, especially that Christmas tree case and the Valentine's Day poisoning, I understand why Thompson speaks so highly of you. Initially, I thought he was just being his usual enthusiastic self, but right now, you're looking like my best option." "I need someone competent," Victor continued, his voice low enough that even his bodyguard couldn't hear. "Someone who can actually solve this instead of photographing baseboards. Find out who killed Marcus and find the prize money." "The money that Marcus never brought to the bar," I noted. "Exactly. Someone must have followed him after he left here last night and discovered where he hid the money after the race." Victor gestured emphatically. "Either way, I want it found. I'm prepared to make it worth your while." "What's your offer?" "Half." He let the word settle between us. "Find the money, solve this case, you get $50,000. Consider it proper motivation for thorough investigation."
Our friend's financial incentives suggest remarkable faith in positive outcomes, Ginger commented, though his actual competence might benefit from reviewing our town's recent history with seemingly simple cases.
That's quite an offer, I said carefully, studying Victor's face for any sign of deception. Though I should mention, whoever did this might already be gone. Small towns have surprisingly efficient escape routes. Victor shook his head. No. Something tells me both the killer and the prize money are still here. Probably someone local, someone who knew about that spare key or had another way in. His gaze drifted toward Sean. How well do you really know your bartender friend? Well enough, I replied, keeping my voice neutral despite a flash of irritation. But I take your point about local knowledge. This town has a way of surprising outsiders with how many people have access to supposedly secure places. Just consider all possibilities, Victor advised. I'll be staying at the B&B until this is resolved. I'm not leaving without my money. He adjusted his tie, the gesture carrying more habit than necessity. Keep me informed of any developments. I watched him return to his bodyguard, their exit creating a brief drama as the massive security expert demonstrated surprising grace navigating the doorway. The expensive car purred to life, its sound echoing off the buildings like a mechanical predator. Looking back at where Sean sat, I found myself studying my friend with new eyes. Could he be lying about finding the door open? About the spare key? About last night's events? No, I pushed those thoughts away. I'd known Sean for months now, helped solve several cases together. He wasn't capable of murder, wasn't the type to throw away friendship and his business over money, no matter how large the sum. Dr. Chen's voice cut through my thoughts. Mr. Butterfield, there's something you should see. The bar's usual warmth had turned cold, despite the sunlight streaming through the windows. Each ray seemed to point toward the counter where Dr. Chen waited, like nature itself was trying to direct my attention to whatever discovery she'd made. Chapter 5. Dr. Chen's voice carried that particular authority medical examiners develop after years of dealing with both death and law enforcement. Her practical coat seemed out of place against the bar's familiar warmth, a stark reminder that this wasn't an ordinary day at the Salty Breeze. I'll conduct the perimeter investigation, Ginger announced quietly. Ensure our law enforcement hasn't missed any crucial evidence while documenting the fascinating lives of local baseboards. As I approached the bar counter, the lingering sense of last night's drinks and celebrations gave way to something sharper. Antiseptic, mixed with copper. Dr. Chen stood behind the counter where Marcus lay, positioned in a way that suggested careful placement rather than natural fall. His race victory smile had been replaced by the particular stillness that belongs exclusively to death. You need to see this before Miller seals the scene, Dr. Chen said quietly, her voice pitched low enough that nearby officers couldn't hear. She gestured toward Marcus's head, where a small dark hole marked the entry point. Single gunshot, close range. The wound characteristics suggest a pistol rather than something larger caliber. Time of death? I asked, studying how the morning light caught Marcus's racing jacket, making it unusually bright against the stillness. A half-empty glass sat nearby, containing what looked like the remains of Victor's creative mixology experiment. Body temperature suggests around 2 a.m., possibly slightly earlier. Dr. Chen adjusted her glasses with gloved hands. Her movements carried the precise efficiency of someone used to reading death's particular handwriting. The readings are quite clear on this. No significant decomposition yet, given the cool night temperatures. The timing hit me like a physical weight. Sean had said Marcus left around 1:30, with the remaining celebrants departing closer to 2. Either someone had managed impressive logistics involving murder and body transport, or our suspect pool extended beyond the bar's late-night patrons. "A gunshot would have carried," I said carefully. "Even at that hour. In a town this small, someone would have heard it."
"That's one of our more interesting puzzles,"
Dr. Chen agreed, making another note in her practical handwriting.
"Either the weapon had a suppressor, or—"
She gestured at the bar's walls, where decades of conversations had soaked into the wood.
"But these definitely wouldn't muffle a gunshot. Besides," she added, lowering her voice further, "I don't believe he was killed here."
She pointed toward Marcus's head again, her gloved finger indicating subtle details.
"The bullet went through. Despite searching the premises thoroughly, we haven't located it. And look at these."
Her hand moved to indicate faint bruises starting to form on Marcus's arms.
"Consistent with someone carrying the body, someone with considerable strength."
The bar's usual warmth felt hollow now, each shaft of morning light highlighting details that seemed wrong. The scattered arrangements of glasses from last night's celebration, a bowl of pretzels that had probably witnessed Victor's impromptu maritime victory dance, a napkin where Chuck had scribbled his increasingly creative racing lyrics. The ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, its shadows sweeping across Marcus's still form like time-marking moments he'd never see.
"You might want to examine this,"
Ginger announced, patting back with his usual precise movements. His whiskers twitched with the particular satisfaction of someone who'd found important evidence.
"Blood droplets create an interesting trail from the entrance. Whoever transported our racing friend apparently lacked proper crime scene management skills. Though I notice our law enforcement seems more fascinated by wall textures than actual evidence."
I translated for Dr. Chen, carefully editing out the talking cat element. "There appear to be blood drops leading from the entrance to the counter, a clear trail."
"Yes, I noticed those too,"
she nodded, pulling out her notebook.
"The pattern's quite telling. Someone carried him rather than dragging. If the body had been dragged, we'd see more blood and obvious floor marks."
She paused, studying Ginger with professional interest.
"Your partner's tracking abilities could prove invaluable here. If we could follow that blood trail backward, find where it originated, the bullet could tell us a lot about the weapon used. Ballistics might be our best lead."
"I see my services have become essential to proper investigative procedure," Ginger observed dryly. "Though I notice humans consistently overlook the importance of proper olfactory analysis. Perhaps we should suggest Miller expand his team's capability beyond baseboard documentation."
A young officer nearby had begun photographing the bar's wooden surface with the kind of dedication usually reserved for archaeological discoveries. His flash kept catching the scattered bar nuts, creating dramatic shadows that probably wouldn't help solve anything except proper snack placement. "Found something interesting in the wood grain, Jones?" Miller called out, his voice carrying that particular mix of authority and donut-induced contentment. "Or are you just making sure we have proper documentation of last night's pretzel distribution?" Jones straightened so quickly he nearly dropped his camera.
"Just being thorough, sir. These scratch marks could be important evidence."
"Those are from last summer's cribbage tournament,"
Sean said.
"Chuck gets enthusiastic about keeping score."
Miller snapped his conspicuously empty notepad closed with what he probably thought was official authority. "That's enough amateur detective work." His gaze shifted to Sean. "You'll need to come down to the station for a proper statement and clarification of certain details." The morning sunlight caught Miller's badge as he moved, creating a brief flash that seemed to highlight the particular determination of someone who needed a simple solution to a complicated problem. With no obvious suspects or easy answers, he'd focus on the most convenient target, the bar owner who discovered a body in his supposedly locked establishment.
Of course,
Sean agreed, his voice steady despite the implications.
Whatever helps solve this faster.
He straightened a few glasses out of habit, the gesture carrying years of practiced routine.
Though I've already told you everything that happened last night, including Victor's rather creative interpretation of maritime dance moves.
The morning air felt sharp after the bar's warmth as we emerged into the growing chaos. The crowd of onlookers had swelled considerably, their whispered conversations creating a symphony of speculation that probably carried all the way to Mrs. Henderson's front porch. Several people clutched phones, documenting the latest drama in our small town. Mrs. Davis stood near the front, her usual baking enthusiasm replaced by protective outrage.
You can't seriously suspect Sean. He's been serving this town longer than you've been wearing that badge, Sheriff Miller.
Best bourbon selection on the coast, one of the regulars added, his voice carrying the particular authority of someone who'd conducted extensive personal research.
And his martinis? Pure art! Nobody with that kind of cocktail integrity commits murder. He even remembers how everyone likes their drinks during lunch rush,
Mrs. Nelson chimed in.
Even my complicated iced tea with exactly 3 mint leaves.
Release the bartender! The chant spread through the crowd with impressive speed. Justice for proper cocktail service! Free the mixology master! Someone added from the back. Who else knows how to make that thing with the blue flames that doesn't burn your eyebrows off?
Though some of us haven't forgotten the great flaming cocktail incident of 2022,
Ginger muttered.
Mr. Henderson's eyebrows took months to grow back.
A tired smile touched Sean's face as Miller guided him toward the cruiser.
Easy, folks. Just giving a statement. Nobody's accused me of anything yet.
He turned to me before ducking into the back seat.
Though I wouldn't mind if you and Ginger solved this quickly. Got a bar to run after all. And Chuck probably needs somewhere to perform his maritime victory songs.
We'll figure this out, I assured him, watching his usual confident posture maintain dignity even in the back of a police cruiser. The crowd's energy shifted again as Miller's car pulled away, their chants evolving with creative enthusiasm. Go, Jim and Ginger! Get justice for good bourbon! Solve the case for proper draft beer!
Our local supporters seem remarkably invested in proper beverage service,
Ginger observed, already moving toward one of the blood drops near the entrance.
Though their priorities align suspiciously closely with their preferred happy hour specials.
His nose moved carefully over the dried blood, whiskers twitching as he processed information my human senses couldn't detect.
Got it,
he announced.
Now the scent's partially masked by last night's spilled drinks. The combination of beverages creates quite the olfactory challenge.
We moved away from the crowd, following Ginger's lead while keeping our conversation quiet. The midday sun had warmed the sidewalk, but something about pursuing a blood trail made the spring air feel colder. The timing feels wrong, I said as we walked, careful to stay close enough to Ginger, but not so close as to interfere with his tracking. Marcus leaves at 1:30, dead by 2 or earlier. That's not much time for someone to follow him, find the prize money, kill him, then transport his body back to a locked bar.
Indeed,
Ginger agreed, pausing to confirm the scent near a trash can that had probably witnessed more interesting events than most local historians.
Though our racing champion's victory might have inspired several motivations.
A seagull landed nearby, eyeing us with the particular judgment seabirds reserve for land-bound investigators. The morning foot traffic had thinned in this part of town, most people either at work or gathered back at the crime scene. Hard to imagine Robert, though, I mused, watching Ginger follow the trail around a corner.
Even with the college fund motivation, he's got too much practical knowledge about evidence and waterfront operations to risk moving a body through town.
True, Ginger replied. Our fishing friend understands maritime law too well to risk that kind of trouble.
The trail led us down increasingly narrow streets, away from the harbor's usual morning activity. Each turn seemed to take us further from familiar territory, into areas where buildings crowded closer together and shadows held longer. Someone knew about that spare key, I said, thinking aloud while following Ginger's lead. Or had another way in. But how many people would know both about hidden keys and have access to a pistol with a suppressor? Our town's not exactly known for its thriving arms trade.
Unless our community has a secret underground weapons club, Ginger suggested dryly. Though given the local talent for keeping secrets, Mrs. Henderson would have published a newsletter about it by now.
The midday light barely reached between the buildings now, creating patches of brightness and shadow that looked like nature's attempt at film noir. A cat watched us from a windowsill, maintaining that particular feline judgment reserved for investigators invading their territory. And why Sean's bar? I wondered, ducking under some low-hanging wires. Plenty of other places to leave a body if you just want it found. Why risk breaking into a locked building?
Perhaps our culprit has strong opinions about proper beverage service,
Ginger offered, his nose working steadily.
Though taking us through this part of town points to someone with intimate knowledge of our less traveled streets.
We turned another corner, entering an alley narrow enough that sunlight barely touched the ground. The buildings on either side loomed close, their weathered brick creating shadows that seemed to hold secrets. The air felt trapped here, caught between walls that had probably witnessed decades of hidden moments. Ginger's pace quickened slightly, his tail held with the particular alertness I'd learned meant significant discoveries ahead.
The scent's stronger here, more concentrated.
His nose led him to a dark stain on the concrete, partially hidden behind what looked like abandoned shipping crates.
This is where it happened. Definite blood pool and...
He sniffed carefully.
Gunpowder residue. Recent.
Chapter 6. I studied the spot where Marcus had met his end, trying to reconstruct the scene. The alley's quiet felt heavy now, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. A door slammed somewhere nearby, the sound echoing off brick surfaces that had witnessed one more secret to add to their collection. The stain told its story clearly enough. A life ended here, while celebration continued just blocks away. Someone had made their choice in this narrow space between buildings, and then carried their victim through sleeping streets to leave a very specific message. Interesting spot, I said quietly, noting how the alley's layout provided cover from multiple angles. No direct line of sight from any windows. Good echo dampening from the brick. Someone chose this location carefully.
Our killer apparently has some experience with urban acoustics,
Ginger agreed, examining the area around the stain.
Though they failed to account for certain investigative abilities beyond human perception. Perhaps they should have consulted the local feline population about proper evidence disposal.
The walls show impact marks, I noted, studying the brick surface near where Marcus had fallen. Like someone backed up suddenly. A struggle, maybe?
Indeed,
Ginger confirmed, his nose working methodically over the scene.
The scent patterns suggest our racing friend wasn't alone when he arrived. Multiple distinct human traces, partially masked by that rather creative cocktail Marcus consumed earlier.
A metallic glint caught my eye from behind one of the crates. Pulling on the gloves I always carried after our first case, I reached down and carefully retrieved what appeared to be an empty shell casing. Small caliber, I said, studying it in what little light reached the alley floor. Looks like it's from a pistol.
And according to Dr. Chen, Marcus was killed with a pistol,
Ginger observed, watching me secure the casing in an evidence bag. Something about the alley's layout bothered me. Why here? Plenty of quiet spots around town, but they chose this specific location. Walking distance from the bar, good sound dampening, multiple escape routes.
Someone who knows the area well,
Ginger agreed. A window creaked open above us, the sound echoing off the narrow walls. An elderly woman leaned out of her third-floor apartment, her curious expression revealing she'd spotted something more interesting than her usual view.
"Everything all right down there?" she called out. "Been enough excitement in town lately without more suspicious activities in my alley."
"Did you happen to hear or see anything unusual in this alley last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual.
"Oh, honey, I sleep with earplugs. Edgar snores like a freight train with asthma. Wouldn't hear a marching band if it paraded through here."
Reminds me of someone else's nocturnal symphonies, Ginger muttered, though your technique lacks the creative crescendos.
"What exactly are you looking for down there?"
the woman pressed, her curiosity clearly piqued. "Just investigating some suspicious activity," I replied carefully, avoiding specifics that might cause neighborhood panic. "Nothing to worry about."
"Whatever you say,"
she responded, with the particular skepticism of someone who'd lived long enough to spot evasion. Her window closed with enough force to register her opinion about mysterious alley investigations. "We should get this casing to Dr. Chen," I said quietly. "Might tell us something about the weapon. Not many people around here own pistols, let alone ones with suppressors."
"Indeed," Ginger agreed. "No, I suggest we depart before our friend upstairs decides to conduct her own investigation. Her window closing technique shows remarkable dedication to neighborhood surveillance."
As we headed back toward the street, I couldn't help feeling we'd just scratched the surface of this particular mystery. Someone had chosen this spot carefully, executed their plan with professional precision, and then left a very specific message in Sean's bar. The early afternoon sun cast long shadows across the street as Ginger and I approached the salty breeze again. Martinez maintained his post near the entrance, though his stance displayed increasing uncertainty about career choices that led to guarding crime scenes. His hand kept drifting toward his weapon whenever a seagull landed nearby, as if expecting avian interference with evidence collection.
"One would think a trained officer could maintain more dignified composure,"
Ginger observed, as we watched Martinez startle at another seagull landing.
"Though I notice his reaction to local wildlife suggests his threat assessment capabilities rival his ghost pastry experiences."
"Officer Martinez!" I called out, reaching for the evidence bag containing our discovery. The morning light caught the shell casing through the plastic, making it gleam like a tiny beacon. Martinez straightened with such sudden enthusiasm that he nearly lost his balance, windmilling his arms in what probably wasn't standard police procedure.
"Oh, thank goodness!
His face reddened as he caught himself.
Sheriff Miller ordered the scene completely sealed, but with you here, we have less work to—"
He trailed off, realizing he'd voiced thoughts better kept private. His complexion achieved a shade that probably required new vocabulary to properly describe. "Here," I said, rescuing him from further professional embarrassment while the seagull claimed its sugary prize. "Shell casing, found where Marcus was actually killed." Before Martinez could respond, the bar's door swung open with a familiar creak. Dr. Chen emerged, directing her team as they carefully maneuvered Marcus's body onto a stretcher. Several onlookers across the street paused their conversations to watch, their whispered theories carrying just far enough to hint at rapidly evolving speculation. Mrs. Nelson had already pulled out her phone, probably updating Mrs. Henderson's conspiracy network in real time.
Mr. Butterfield, Dr. Chen called out, her practical coat somehow maintaining pristine condition despite hours of examination. A pen stuck out of her pocket at precisely the right angle for quick note-taking, and her glasses caught the light in a way that showed they'd recently been cleaned. That was remarkably quick work finding the actual scene, though I suspect your partner's olfactory abilities contributed significantly. She accepted the evidence bag, studying the shell casing with professional interest. Cats do have remarkable noses indeed.
Interesting how much faith humans put in their laboratory equipment,
Ginger commented, his tail twitching with mild indignation.
When a properly trained nose could tell you everything you need to know. Perhaps we should add feline consultants to the forensics team, if the department can spare any funds from Miller's donut budget.
Found it in an alley near Edgar's place, I explained, watching Dr. Chen's team secure the stretcher. His wife mentioned using earplugs because of Edgar's snoring. Ah, yes, the Nocturnal Symphony of Edgar Beaver, Dr. Chen nodded, a slight smile touching her lips. His snoring actually registered on some sensitive equipment during a sleep study last year. The nurses thought we were having an earthquake. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with gloved hands. I'll send a team to confirm the blood match and question the neighbors, though I doubt they'll be pleased to learn about murder scenes in their alley.
Our local residents do maintain particular standards about proper locations for criminal activities,
Ginger observed, watching the medical team's movements with professional interest.
Though perhaps the earplugs serve multiple practical purposes beyond matrimonial harmony. The decibel levels from Edgar's nocturnal performances could probably qualify as sound weapons.
I'll let you know what the analysis reveals, Dr. Chen said, tucking the evidence bag into her coat pocket. Both from the scene and... She gestured toward the stretcher being loaded into the medical examiner's van. The morning light caught something metallic, a zipper or button, creating a brief flash that seemed inappropriately bright. Though I suspect you'll conduct your own investigation meanwhile. Some inquiries might benefit from less official attention, I agreed, watching the van's doors close with quiet finality. As Dr. Chen's team departed, their vehicle carrying Marcus toward final examination, Ginger turned to me with his usual precise movements.
What's our next step in this rather complicated performance?
I checked my watch, noting we'd somehow reached early afternoon without food. My stomach helpfully reminded me that investigation requires proper sustenance, with a growl loud enough to echo off the nearby buildings. Lunch at Rose's? This time of day we might catch some of last night's celebrants. Fishermen usually gather there after morning work.
A wise decision,
Ginger agreed, his tail twitching slightly.
Though I hope Rose's offerings extend beyond mere dairy products today. Some of us maintain higher standards for proper investigation fuel than your usual liquid diet of coffee and theoretical meal planning.
The walk to Rose's carried that particular quiet that settles over small towns after excitement. Like everyone was catching their breath before the next dramatic development. Even the seagulls seemed subdued, their usual territorial disputes temporarily forgotten in favor of watching human drama unfold. A newspaper blew past, its headlines already proclaiming, "Tragedy at Local Bar," in font size that suggested the editor had been waiting years to use that particular typeset. Rose's Cafe welcomed us with familiar warmth and the particular scent that spoke of decades of comfort food served with care. Steam rose from the kitchen's window, carrying promises of chowder and fresh-baked bread. The lunch crowd had begun filtering in, their conversations creating that particular symphony of small-town life mixed with careful speculation about recent events. The wooden floor creaked beneath our feet, each board seeming to remember countless similar conversations. Chuck occupied his usual table near the entrance, his face showing either lingering effects from celebration or possibly continued composition of maritime victory songs.
Several sheets of paper covered in what appeared to be creative rhyming attempts lay scattered before him. One visible line paired racing glory with what looked suspiciously like story gory, though perhaps his handwriting was simply suffering from last night's enthusiastic celebration. Mike Sullivan and his crew had claimed their usual spot near the back, their expressions carrying that particular mix of fishing success and eager anticipation of lunch. Their conversation drifted across the cafe, something about unusual currents and uncooperative fish. The scent of salt water and morning's catch clung to them even at this distance. "Mind if we join you?" I asked Chuck, settling into a chair before he could properly respond. Another page of lyrics slid toward me, revealing what appeared to be an attempt to rhyme maritime dance with romance chance, though several crossed-out versions demonstrated a lengthy battle with proper syllable count. Rose appeared with her usual perfect timing, order pad ready and smile suggesting she'd already heard every theory about recent events. A pencil tucked behind her ear had left a small smudge on her temple, like an artist's signature.
"The usual chowder?"
she asked, though her pen was already moving across the pad.
"And for your distinguished partner?"
"Salmon today," I replied, noting Ginger's tail twitch of approval. "Something more substantial than the usual cream offering."
"Some of us prefer fine dining to simple refreshments,"
Ginger commented, arranging himself with dignified anticipation.
"Humans seem oblivious to the importance of balanced feline nutrition during investigation. Perhaps we should discuss the correlation between proper seafood service and crime-solving efficiency."
"I'll make sure to include that in my next expense report," I muttered, hiding a smile. As Rose departed with our order, I turned my attention back to Chuck, who was still struggling with his scattered papers. "Quite a night at the bar yesterday," I said, watching him attempt to organize his lyric attempts. His hangover appeared to be negotiating terms with consciousness, and losing badly, judging by his wince at the sound of a dropped spoon across the room.
"Man, that Victor guy!"
Chuck's enthusiasm briefly overcame his obvious discomfort, though the volume of his own voice made him regret his excitement.
"Never thought I'd see someone that rich get down like that. His maritime victory dance was something else, especially when he tried teaching everyone his ancient sailor's jig, using that swizzle stick as a conductor's baton. Though I'm pretty sure real sailors never did that thing with the napkin rings."
"The ceiling fan will never be the same after his tie performance," I agreed, picturing the scene Sean had described earlier.
"Best night I've had in ages," Chuck declared. "That thing he did with the cocktail shaker while singing about proper wave navigation? Pure genius. Even if half the lyrics were about his yacht collection and something called a portside martini ritual. Still working that one into a proper verse."
He gestured at his scattered papers with what might have been pride or possibly mild nausea. Rose arrived with our food. The rich aroma of chowder made my empty stomach growl in anticipation. The salmon she placed before Ginger looked like it had been prepared by someone who understood the importance of proper feline dining standards. Perfectly cooked and arranged with the particular care usually reserved for art galleries.
"The presentation suggests remarkable attention to detail,"
Ginger observed, studying his plate with critical appreciation.
"And I noticed the portion size indicates someone familiar with investigative appetite requirements."
The cafe's usual lunch bustle provided comfortable background as we ate, though conversations carried undertones of recent events. Mrs. Davis, at a nearby table, appeared to be developing increasingly creative theories about international racing conspiracies, while several regulars debated proper maritime victory dance techniques. Someone near the counter was attempting to recreate Victor's swizzle stick conducting method using a spoon, with limited success.
"Hard to believe about Marcus,"
Chuck said finally, his earlier enthusiasm fading like morning fog.
"He was having the time of his life last night. Kept buying rounds. talking about plans for his new boat upgrades. Even joined in when I started that song about maritime victory, though his rhyming needed work. Who tries to pair maritime glory with story inventory?
Notice anything unusual? I asked carefully, watching his face. Anyone seem particularly interested in his prize money? Chuck's forehead wrinkled with effort, the face making clear this much thinking might violate his hangover recovery plan.
Just usual stuff, really. Guy's asking what he'd do with it. Said something about a new car, some fancy navigation system for his boat.
He paused, apparently discovering new depths of hangover.
Funny thing, though,
Chuck continued, moving a salt shaker with exaggerated care.
When he was leaving, I reminded him not to forget his case, with the prize money, since he seemed a bit unsteady after all those creative cocktails.
I leaned forward slightly, careful to keep my movement casual. Through the window, I could see Mrs. Henderson making her way down the street, her hat's maritime display now featuring what appeared to be a miniature crime scene, complete with tiny police tape. What did he say?
Just laughed and said not to worry. Said the money was somewhere really safe.
Chuck's voice cracked slightly from either lingering celebration effects or possibly throat strain from singing.
Said he was heading there before going home to Rocky Point. Got this look like he'd figured out something really clever.
The implication settled between us like invisible weight. Somewhere in town, $100,000 waited to be found, assuming the killer hadn't already located it. The money that had cost Marcus his life now presented a particularly complex puzzle, along with several questions about proper prize security protocols. Did he mention where this safe place might be? I asked, though I suspected the answer. Outside, Mrs. Henderson had cornered a delivery driver, probably sharing her latest theories about international racing syndicates.
Nah, just got this knowing look and said something about hiding in plain sight. But that was after Victor's special cocktails, so who knows what he meant?
Chuck shrugged, then immediately regretted the movement.
Though he did keep looking at something behind the bar when he said it. Thought maybe he was just admiring Sean's whiskey collection.
The afternoon light through Rose's windows had shifted, creating new patterns across worn floorboards. Each shadow seemed to hold possible answers, while every patch of sunlight highlighted new questions. A spoon dropped in the kitchen, the sound making Chuck flinch and mutter something about proper acoustic management in eating establishments.
Our percussive friend seems remarkably sensitive to standard culinary operations,
Ginger observed, having finished his salmon with characteristic precision. Only a few perfectly arranged bones remained on his plate, positioned with geometric accuracy.
Now I notice his musical compositions seemed less concerned with volume control last night.
Through the window, I watched Mrs. Henderson continue her information-gathering mission, her hat's maritime scene now tilting at an angle that suggested either artistic interpretation or possible structural fatigue. The tiny lighthouse threatened to join its miniature seagulls in artistic rebellion. Chuck had returned to his lyrical labors, now attempting to craft what appeared to be an epic about sailors dancing through storms. His pencil moved with the particular determination of someone who believes proper rhyming might solve life's mysteries. The prize money lay hidden somewhere in town, tucked away in what Marcus had considered a safe place. The same spot that had probably led to his death in that narrow alley, followed by his body being placed in Sean's bar. The killer had either found the money already or was still searching, though something about the timing suggested the former rather than latter. Chapter 7. Rose appeared beside our table with practiced timing, order pad ready.
"Need anything else? More chowder, maybe?"
she asked, deftly avoiding a stray napkin Chuck had apparently tried to transform into an origami boat during his creative process. "Just coffee," I replied, gesturing toward Mike Sullivan's table, where animated discussion about proper boat racing techniques appeared to be underway. "But I'll have it over there if you don't mind." Rose's eyes sparkled with understanding. In a town this size, every table change carried potential information exchange, and she'd witnessed enough of our investigations to recognize the signs.
"And for your distinguished partner?"
I glanced at Ginger, who maintained an expression of studied indifference that I'd learned to interpret over our months together. His tail curled with precise dignity, and his whiskers twitched ever so slightly, the feline equivalent of batting eyelashes at a dessert menu. A nearby sparrow peered through the window at him, then apparently thought better of closer investigation. "A saucer of cream, I think," I translated, watching Ginger's ears perk up despite his attempt at nonchalance.
"I notice you interpret my subtle signals with remarkable confidence for someone who can't properly operate smartphone settings without accidentally summoning cosmic meditation playlists,"
Ginger observed quietly, his tail twitching with barely contained anticipation. "Thanks for the information, Chuck," I said, rising from the table. Chuck waved vaguely, then winced at his own movement like someone discovering entirely new categories of regret. A half-empty coffee cup beside him had created a ring pattern that looked suspiciously like a nautical chart. Mike Sullivan and his crew occupied their usual corner table, their conversation carrying that particular mix of fishing expertise and local gossip that seemed unique to maritime communities. Salt air and morning's catch clung to their clothes, creating an invisible barrier between their world and the cafe's warm interior. "Mind if we join you?" I asked, already pulling out a chair. "Might as well," Mike grinned, though the expression carried a touch of embarrassment. "Not like my racing performance deserves private dining, though I might have set a new record for most creative use of reverse gear." One of Mike's crew members, Dan Lopez, who'd been working Sullivan's boat since before I moved to town, chuckled into his chowder. His weathered face creased with amusement. "At least you finished the race, though I'm pretty sure some of those seagulls were passing you." "Those birds were clearly professionally trained racing opponents," Mike replied with mock seriousness, pushing his empty bowl aside. "Probably part of some international maritime conspiracy. Mrs. Henderson's probably writing a newsletter about it right now. Local seagulls revealed as undercover racing agents. Barbara's cousin in Maine reports similar incidents." The afternoon light through Rose's windows caught the steam rising from their fresh coffee, creating delicate patterns that danced briefly before dissolving. The mingled aromas of chowder, coffee, and fresh bread created that particular comfort unique to small-town cafes. "Bad idea, really," Mike continued, absently arranging sugar packets into what looked like a maritime tactical formation. His voice carried more reflection than regret. "Knew the Lucky Pearl wasn't built for racing. More suited to chasing fish than trophies. But you know how it is. Sometimes you just want to try something different. Though I'll be fixing that something different for the next month." "At least no one could talk you out of it," Dan added, carefully constructing a small fortress from creamer containers. "With the wife and kids at her parents' place, nobody to say, 'Mike Sullivan, what do you think you're doing to that perfectly good fishing boat?' Though Patricia's going to have opinions when she sees the repair bill."
"Dan's understanding of domestic financial negotiations appears remarkably optimistic,"
Ginger observed quietly. Mike's expression shifted to something between amusement and concern, like someone calculating repair costs in real time. "Haven't told them yet, though in this town probably won't have to. Between Mrs. Henderson's information network and Barbara's sister's surveillance operations, Patricia will know about the race before she even unpacks. Probably already has a PowerPoint presentation prepared about proper boat maintenance." Bill Reynolds, Mike's other crew member who'd been quietly constructing an impressive sandwich architecture, looked up. Don't forget Mrs. Abernathy's Cookie Critique Network. Bet she's already developed a new recipe called Poor Life Choices Shortbread just for you. How bad are the repairs going to be? I asked, watching Mike's reaction. A seagull landed on the windowsill outside, its judgmental stare suggesting it might have been one of his racing opponents.
Oh, she'll kill me for sure,
Mike laughed, though the sound carried a nervous edge that suggested he was already planning escape routes.
Engines making noises that definitely aren't in the manual. Sounds like someone threw a jazz band into the machinery. Probably cost more to fix than any prize money would have been worth anyway.
Rose arrived with our coffee and Ginger's cream, her movements carrying the efficiency of someone who'd mastered the art of serving without interrupting important conversations. The porcelain coffee cup bore a small chip from countless similar deliveries, while the saucer she placed before Ginger showed the particular care she reserved for regular customers, especially those who helped solve local murders.
I see Rose maintains her standards for proper refreshment service, Ginger observed with quiet approval. Though her understanding of feline dining requirements makes me wonder if she missed her calling as a cat behavior specialist.
The conversation shifted as naturally as the afternoon light moving across worn floorboards. Through the window, I could see Mrs. Henderson cornering what appeared to be a very bewildered tourist with a camera, her hat's maritime scene providing dramatic accompaniment to whatever theory she was sharing.
Terrible business about Marcus,
Mike said, his earlier humor fading like morning fog. His calloused hands wrapped around his coffee cup, years on the water evident in every scar and weathered line.
Been talking about it all through lunch, trying to figure out what might have happened, though most theories sound like something from Mrs. Henderson's gossip network.
Any theories that don't involve international conspiracies? I asked carefully, watching their faces. The cafe's usual lunch bustle had begun to fade, leaving that particular quiet that settles between meal rushes. Mike set down his spoon with the particular precision of someone choosing words carefully. A drop of coffee had created a perfect circle on the worn table surface, like a tiny porthole into darker thoughts.
Same as everyone, probably. Someone got greedy. $100,000. That's enough to make people do desperate things. Question is whether it was local or someone from out of town.
Mike shows remarkable deductive skills,
Ginger commented quietly, having finished his cream with characteristic precision.
Though I notice his analysis of human nature rivals his racing performance in accuracy. Perhaps we should suggest a career change from fishing to criminal psychology.
If it's local,
Mike continued, stacking empty chowder bowls with absent-minded efficiency,
they'll probably give themselves away. Hard to suddenly leave town with that kind of money without people noticing. Mrs. Henderson would probably spot suspicious banking activities from 3 counties away. But if it's someone from another town, they're probably long gone by now.
Except the money's probably still here somewhere, I said, watching steam rise from my coffee in delicate spirals. Word is, Marcus hid it somewhere safe before heading to the bar. Mike's eyebrows rose slightly, creating new patterns in his weathered face.
Well, that changes things. All the out-of-town racers headed home right after the competition. Saw a whole line of boat trailers heading out. Everyone except poor Marcus, of course.
Then we're looking at locals, I said. Someone who knew the town well enough to follow Marcus, kill him, then get into the salty breeze. And speaking of locals, I added carefully, what can you tell me about Alan Porter? Heard about your argument, the one that inspired his creative approach to boat paint. Mike's laugh carried genuine amusement, though it faded quickly.
That purple monstrosity? Started as a protest, really. Had a disagreement about proper boat maintenance.
He paused to take a sip of coffee, grimacing slightly at the temperature.
Caught him using some industrial cleaner on his hull. Nasty stuff that basically creates a dead zone in the water. Mentioned it might not be the best choice for the harbor ecosystem. Dan snorted into his coffee. Mentioned? You threatened to report him to the EPA and possibly the United Nations. Might have got a bit carried away, Mike admitted, adjusting his coffee cup. Next thing I know, he's giving a lecture about personal freedom and proper boat care techniques that had half the harbor covering their ears. Week later, his boat's red, then neon green. Now that purple that's probably visible from space. Reminds me a bit of Liam, God rest his soul, Mike added thoughtfully. Not much for company or conversation, but that temper. It's like watching a tea kettle that's been left on too long. Never know when it's going to start whistling. Saw him after the race? Not personally, Mike replied, brushing some invisible crumbs from the table. Though some of the guys saw him take his boat to that shed of his, far end of the docks where he does his painting and repairs. Probably investigating what happened during the race. That is, if he can see anything through all that purple. Mike paused, stirring his coffee thoughtfully. You thinking what I'm thinking about those mechanical problems? About Marcus possibly having help winning? Sounds like something from a spy movie, doesn't it? Mike set his spoon down with careful precision. But being at the back of the pack has its advantages. Good view of everything. The way Robert's boat just stopped, then Alan started losing power. And both times, Marcus was nearby. Like some kind of underwater device? I asked, remembering Alan's accusations after the race. Could be, though it sounds crazy, like one of Mrs. Henderson's conspiracy theories. But I've been on these waters for almost 30 years, seen all kinds of mechanical failures. This was different. Mike leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. When I passed Robert's boat, heard him cursing up a storm that would have made old Captain Matthews blush. Something about the engine being weird. Wouldn't start no matter what he tried. For a guy who knows boats like Robert does, that's not normal. Bill nodded, finally abandoning his sandwich construction project. And the way Alan's boat suddenly lost speed, like someone had thrown an anchor out, except there wasn't any anchor. The afternoon light had shifted, creating new patterns across the cafe's worn floor. Thanks, Mike, I said, catching Rose's eye and settling our bill. This helps a lot. Just find whoever did this, Mike replied quietly, his face showing genuine concern. Town's had enough tragedy lately. Between Maggie's creative baking and Brenda's Valentine's experiments, we could use some peace. As we headed for the door, I spotted Mrs. Henderson through the window, finishing her interrogation of a bewildered tourist. There was no telling where she'd turn her attention next. We need to execute a strategic exit, I murmured to Ginger, before we spend the next hour hearing theories about international racing conspiracies. Your optimism about successful escape is touching, Ginger replied quietly. Though experience suggests Mrs. Henderson's surveillance capabilities exceed most professional security systems. We made it out of the cafe, the bell above the door chiming our temporary freedom. The bright afternoon sun momentarily blinded us, a tactical error that cost us precious seconds. I glanced left, then right, planning our escape route. The harbor offered potential cover, but would take too long to reach. That left only... Quick! I whispered, spotting movement from the corner of my eye. Behind that delivery truck! But we'd hesitated too long. Mrs. Henderson seemed to materialize beside us with such sudden efficiency that even Ginger startled slightly. Her ability to appear out of nowhere would have impressed professional magicians. The lighthouse on her hat swayed alarmingly with her rapid approach, the miniature crime scene tape fluttering like victory banners. "Mr. Butterfield! Ginger!" Mrs. Henderson exclaimed. "You weren't trying to avoid me, were you? I simply must know everything about poor Marcus, though I've already heard quite a bit.
My information network is everywhere, you know. Even that new delivery boy has started reporting suspicious boat movements.
Yes, I sighed, watching our chance at a quick exit dissolve like morning fog. We noticed. Half the town knew about Marcus before lunch. The other half probably knew before Miller did.
But I still need details.
She adjusted her hat, causing the miniature crime scene tape to tangle with the lighthouse in ways that probably violated several laws of physics. A small decorative seagull appeared to be staging its own investigation of the lighthouse keeper's quarters. Realizing resistance was futile, I shared a few carefully selected details. Mrs. Henderson's eyes lit up with the particular excitement of someone who just received prime newsletter material.
"Oh, but that's fascinating," she exclaimed,
nearly dislodging what appeared to be a miniature evidence marker from her hat's crime scene.
"Have you heard about the secret meeting at the docks? The night before the race?"
I felt Ginger's tail twitch against my leg, our shared signal for potentially useful information hidden in elaborate theories. A passing sparrow took one look at Mrs. Henderson's hat and apparently decided to find less dramatic perches.
"Barbara's sister saw it herself,"
Mrs. Henderson continued, her voice dropping to what she probably thought was a whisper, but could likely be heard in the next county.
"Two figures near Marcus's boat, one of them quite chubby, having quite the intense conversation. Not the kind of meeting you'd expect at that hour."
"And she's sure it was Marcus?" Mrs. Henderson's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, like a lighthouse bulb running low on power.
"Well, it was dark, but definitely two people, near his boat. Very suspicious. And you know Barbara's sister has excellent night vision. She can spot suspicious minivans with foreign plates from 3 blocks away."
"Is this mysterious night meeting as real as Barbara's cousin's stories from Maine?" I asked carefully.
"Those are absolutely true,"
she protested, though her hat's lighthouse chose that moment to list even further, somewhat undermining her authority.
"Every single one, especially the one about the mysterious croissant incident. Barbara's cousin has photographic evidence, though the photos are currently being analyzed by experts in pastry authentication."
We left Mrs. Henderson still explaining the complex authentication process for pastry evidence, her hat's lighthouse now achieving angles that would concern actual maritime authorities. Walking toward the docks, I considered our next moves. If Barbara's sister had actually seen something, it might be worth investigating. But first, we needed to talk to Alan. Find out what he discovered about his boat's mysterious performance issues. And more importantly, where exactly he'd been when Marcus met his end in that alley. Alan's furious outburst after the race needed investigation. Sometimes the loudest reactions hide the most careful planning. And in a town where even lighthouse decorations could become crime scene accessories, nothing could be taken at face value. Chapter 8. The afternoon sun had begun its slow descent toward the horizon as Ginger and I made our way toward the far end of the docks, where Alan's boat shed waited. The harbor's usual bustle had quieted, most fishing vessels already returned and secured for the day. A few stragglers still moved about their boats, battening down hatches and securing lines with the particular efficiency of people eager to get home. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their calls carrying that particular melancholy that seems to arrive with approaching evening. The docks creaked beneath our feet, each board marking decades of maritime traffic with sounds that probably contained entire histories of local fishing. Salt air carried hints of fish and seaweed, mixed with the particular mechanical scent that seems unique to working harbors. A forgotten boy knocked gently against a piling, creating rhythm that probably would have inspired Emma's cosmic commentary about proper percussive alignment during Neptune's retrograde.
2 figures near Marcus's boat, I mused, remembering Mrs. Henderson's enthusiasm. One of them quite chubby, according to Barbara's sister's allegedly excellent night vision, though given her usual talent for mistaking fishing boys for suspicious activity, I'm not sure how much stock to put in her nocturnal observations.
Our local witness's description suggests either Mayor Thompson or possibly an unusually well-fed seal with a taste for maritime conspiracy, Ginger observed. Though I notice Barbara's sister's observational skills rival Martinez's ghost pastry experiences in accuracy. Perhaps we should suggest a joint venture in supernatural surveillance.
A fisherman passed us, nodding in recognition while juggling what appeared to be either tackle equipment or possibly an attempt at modern art involving fishing line. His weathered face suggested either years of maritime experience or possibly recent encounters with Alan's purple boat in direct sunlight. Alan's shed appeared ahead, looking rather like someone had attempted to build a proper boathouse, but got distracted halfway through by more intriguing pursuits. The old structure bore traces of various paint jobs, each one apparently trying to outdo the previous in creative interpretation of maritime color schemes. Several patches looked like either artistic experimentation or possibly attempts to camouflage encounters with boats being maneuvered by overly optimistic captains. Near the entrance, tools scattered across the ground formed an unintentional sculpture of neglect and chaos.
The building's structural integrity appears to follow its own version of local building codes,
Ginger observed, studying a beam that leaned at an angle probably not found in standard architecture textbooks.
Now I notice the color choices rival Alan's boat in creative expression. Perhaps we should suggest a temporary pause in his exploration of the visible spectrum.
I reached for the door, but voices from inside made me pause. Not one voice, but 2, engaged in what sounded like intense technical discussion involving advanced maritime engineering. The familiar tones carried through the thin walls, mixing with the particular acoustics that seem unique to waterfront structures and questionable construction choices.
Sounds like our purple protest statement has attracted unexpected company,
Ginger commented quietly.
Though given recent events, perhaps collaborative investigation of maritime mysteries has become fashionable. Emma would probably declare it cosmically aligned with proper detective partnership during Mercury's retrograde.
Shh, I whispered, pressing a finger to my lips. We needed to be cautious, no telling what we might walk into. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door. The scene inside stopped me in my tracks. Alan and Robert stood together near Alan's garishly purple boat, engaged in what appeared to be serious examination of the hull. Tools lay scattered around them in what looked like organized chaos, while nearby a workbench groaned under the weight of various mechanical components.
"It's good you're here,"
Robert called out, spotting us in the doorway. His usual practical demeanor seemed energized by whatever they'd discovered.
"We wanted to show you something. Though watch your step. Alan's organizational system takes some getting used to."
Our racing enthusiasts appear to have formed an unlikely alliance,
Ginger commented quietly, already moving to inspect the shed's interior with professional interest.
Though I noticed their combined boat maintenance philosophies seem to rewrite proper maritime aesthetics. That socket wrench arrangement probably qualifies as abstract art.
The shed's interior carried that particular mix of scents that seems unique to boat repair. Oil, paint, salt water, and something that might have been either coffee or possibly emergency mechanical lubricant. A calendar on the wall still showed January, as if time had given up trying to progress in this forgotten corner of the harbor. A radio in the corner played what sounded like weather updates, struggling through layers of static interference. Empty coffee cups suggested either lengthy investigation or possibly attempts to achieve caffeine-based enlightenment.
"What are you both doing here?" I asked, watching Robert gesture for me to join them near the boat's hull.
Alan straightened from his examination, nearly colliding with a hanging lantern that had probably witnessed more history than the local museum. His earlier rage apparently transformed into focused determination, born of either scientific breakthrough or excessive coffee consumption.
"Working together to prove Marcus cheated in the race," he declared,
gesturing with a wrench in ways that probably violated proper tool handling protocols.
"Robert found something interesting on his boat, and we've discovered similar evidence here, though explaining it to Miller would probably require puppet shows and possibly interpretive dance."
Robert pointed toward a section of hull just below the waterline, carefully avoiding several patches of purple paint.
"Look at these scratches. See the pattern? That's not normal water damage, unless the harbor's developed a particularly geometric species of barnacle."
Moving closer, I could see what he meant. The marks formed an unusual pattern, like something had wrapped around the hull multiple times, indicating either deliberate deployment or enthusiastic interaction with experimental fishing equipment. Near the propeller, tangled remnants of what looked like fishing line. The material seemed almost otherworldly in the shed's filtered light.
"Same kind of line I found on my boat,"
Robert confirmed, carefully unwinding a piece from the propeller.
"Much thinner than standard fishing line, but stronger, almost like carbon fiber. Definitely not something you'd find in local shops. Unless Mrs. Henderson's suspicious minivan conspiracy actually involved exotic fishing line imports."
"With this evidence, we can prove Marcus cheated,"
Alan declared, his enthusiasm making several tools rattle on the nearby workbench.
"Get the race results canceled. Make sure he never competes around here again."
The particular energy in their voices, that mix of discovery and vindication, confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. They hadn't heard. Their focus on proving race manipulation had somehow left them completely unaware of the morning's events, like scientists too absorbed in research to notice the lab had caught fire. "Marcus won't be competing anywhere again," I said quietly, watching the afternoon light create patterns across tools that suddenly seemed inappropriately cheerful. "He's dead." The effect was immediate. Both men froze, the energy draining from their faces. The piece of specialized line slipped from Robert's fingers, landing on the wooden floor with a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Even the radio static appeared to pause in respectful recognition of the moment.
"What?"
they asked almost in unison, their voices carrying that particular tone of people discovering they've completely missed a significant chapter in local events. A wrench Alan had been holding clattered to the workbench, nearly dislodging what appeared to be a maintenance log.
"Mrs. Henderson's information network appears to have encountered unexpected interference,"
Ginger observed dryly, studying a collection of paint cans. "Haven't you heard?" I asked, watching bewilderment spread across their faces like a slow wave.
"Where have you both been all day?"
Alan ran a hand through his hair, smearing grease through the strands. His movement disturbed a small stack of maintenance manuals, their worn pages filled with years of handwritten notes and annotations.
"After the race yesterday, I brought my boat straight here,"
he explained, gesturing with an intensity that threatened several precariously balanced tools.
"Spent hours examining it, trying to figure out what had happened. Must have fallen asleep inside the boat at some point, though in my defense, that coffee over there probably achieved sentience hours ago."
"Found him snoring when I knocked this morning,"
Robert added, avoiding a drip from the ceiling.
"I've been up since dawn checking my own boat. Something about those mechanical failures kept nagging at me. Like trying to remember a fish that got away, but with more expensive consequences." Been here ever since, Alan continued, nudging aside what appeared to be a maintenance schedule. Comparing findings, examining evidence. Lost track of time completely. You know how it gets when you're deep into boat mysteries? His eyes widened suddenly, realization dawning like sunrise over troubled waters. Wait! You said Marcus is dead. What happened? I explained about the bar, the locked door found open, Sean's discovery. With each detail, their expressions shifted from shock to understanding, particularly when I mentioned the gunshot wound. A distant foghorn sounded, its mournful note seeming oddly appropriate for the moment. That's why you're here, Alan said finally, his earlier enthusiasm completely evaporated like morning mist in strong sun. Look, I know how it seems. My outburst after the race, those threats about proving Marcus cheated. He gestured helplessly at the specialized line still lying on the floor like abandoned evidence. But I never wanted him dead, just wanted justice. Though I'll admit, my temper sometimes runs hotter than an overworked engine. He's telling the truth about being here, Robert confirmed, moving past a collection of spare parts. When I arrived this morning, he was passed out in that boat, snoring loud enough to wake the harbor. Not exactly calculating alibis. Even the seagulls were giving him concerned looks. A forgotten coffee cup on the workbench caught my attention. The contents looked aged enough to suggest it predated recent events and possibly several local elections. Nearby, a half-eaten sandwich sporting an impressive colony of mold. The money, Robert said suddenly, his expression shifting to fresh concern faster than Miller's officers could document suspicious baseboards. The prize money. Did the killer take it? That's a lot of cash to just vanish into thin air. That's what we're trying to figure out, I replied, watching a spider meticulously construct its web in the corner. Victor's particularly interested in that aspect, hired us specifically to find both the killer and the cash. Victor! Alan snorted, reaching for a rag to wipe his hands that appeared to have achieved sympathy with his boat's purple aesthetics. Bet he's furious. His perfect little racing tournament ending in murder. Though he seemed awfully protective of Marcus during the race, almost like he knew about the cheating but didn't want it exposed. Reminds me of when Mrs. Henderson's cousin tried covering up that disaster with the harbor boys. If we could just examine Marcus's boat, Robert mused, his face caught between deep thought and reaction to the shed's unique aromatherapy blend. Probably find evidence of whatever device he used. But I'm guessing it's sealed off by police now, just like mine was during Liam's case. I met Ginger's gaze, months of partnership making words unnecessary. His tail twitched slightly, our silent signal for significant discoveries. Thanks for showing me this, I said, already moving toward the door while stepping around scattered tools and equipment. Keep investigating the race issues. We need to check something. Let us know what you find, Alan called after us, but we were already heading out into the evening air. Outside, the darkening sky brought a chill off the water, carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. Somewhere in the distance, a door slammed shut, the sound echoing across the quiet harbor. Miller hasn't sealed off the boat, I said quietly, watching Ginger's whiskers twitch with shared understanding that probably rivaled Emma's crystal alignments in precision. He only thinks about crime scenes, never considers a victim's other property, like that time he spent 3 hours photographing Mrs. Henderson's garden gnome collection, but completely missed the actual evidence in her tool shed. Indeed, Ginger agreed, navigating around a coil of rope that appeared to be attempting escape. Our law enforcement's grasp of evidence preservation rivals their understanding of proper pastry security protocols. Though this oversight might prove remarkably convenient, assuming Marcus's boat hasn't achieved sentience like Alan's coffee. And the boat would be perfect, I continued,
the pieces falling into place like a well-organized tool shelf, unlike Alan's. Marcus is only property in town. He's from Rocky Point, has no other connections here. Where better to hide prize money than your own vessel? It's probably the most obvious solution since Miller's filing system for pastry-related crimes.
Your detective instincts are sharper than usual today,
Ginger observed, his whiskers twitching with interest.
Though finding anything on that boat might prove challenging without proper lighting, unless you've developed night vision capabilities I'm unaware of.
Sometimes the simplest answers hide in plain sight, just like prize money might hide in an unsealed boat while law enforcement photographed baseboards with the enthusiasm of architectural historians. As evening settled over the harbor, we had a new destination and fresh purpose, though something told me searching Marcus's boat might reveal more than just hidden cash. Somewhere ahead waited either answers or more questions, probably both, given our town's particular talent for complicated mysteries. But first, we needed to find that boat before darkness made harbor investigation significantly more challenging. Of course, finding the boat would probably prove the easy part. What we'd discovered aboard, that's what had me worried. Though given recent events, perhaps worry was simply becoming part of our town's standard operating procedure, right alongside Miller's creative filing system and Mrs. Henderson's evolving hat accessories. A seagull watched our departure with the particular judgment that hinted at either territorial concern or possibly critique of proper investigative timing. The harbor lights had begun to come on, each one marking another step toward whatever waited at Marcus's boat. Chapter 9. The harbor felt different in darkness, each pool of lamplight carving warm circles against deep shadow. Most fishing vessels had settled in for the night, their outlines merging into vague shapes that challenged identification. The water murmured quietly against hulls and pilings, marking time with gentle splashes while errant wisps of fog wove between the boats. A few late-working fishermen moved along distant docks like ghosts, their quiet voices carrying across the water in fragments. "That has to be it," I said, pointing toward what seemed like Marcus's vessel. "Look at that distinctive stern shape."
That's a collection of fishing buoys someone forgot to store properly, Ginger replied. Your night vision appears to be competing with your technological competence for most creative interpretation of reality. Though I must admit, those buoys do display remarkable boat-like qualities from certain angles.
Moving carefully along the docks, we tried to minimize the enthusiastic creaking of boards beneath our feet. Someone had attempted repairs recently. Fresh wood stood out against weathered planks, creating an uneven pattern that made quiet navigation a challenge. The harbor lights created an ever-shifting puzzle of illumination and darkness that transformed familiar vessels into mysterious forms worthy of Emma's celestial attention. A group of seagulls had claimed territory atop a nearby piling, their occasional complaints about nocturnal disturbance adding commentary to our search. One particularly vocal bird seemed to be providing running criticism of our investigation technique. "I thought cats were supposed to have perfect night vision," I muttered. "Shouldn't you be navigating this maritime maze with superior feline perception?" Ginger made a sound that managed to convey several years' worth of patient correction in a single breath.
Another human misconception. We have enhanced low-light vision, approximately 6 times better than yours. Though watching your current attempts at boat identification, that's setting a remarkably low standard.
"This is definitely Marcus's boat," I declared confidently, moving toward a promising silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be somebody's laundry strung between poles, fluttering gently in the evening breeze. A pair of polka-dot shorts waved cheerfully in the wind,
adding insult to misidentification.
Your maritime identification abilities continue to expand into new realms of creative interpretation, Ginger noted. Though I must admit, those shorts do display remarkable seamanship for textile products. The polka dots add a particularly nautical touch.
Over there! I spotted another likely candidate through the gloom. That has to be... No, wait. That's just Mrs. Nelson's sailboat. The distinctive wind chimes she'd installed provided musical confirmation of my latest misidentification. They played a soft melody that seemed to be mocking our search efforts.
Given your current success rate, we might need to consider a new approach, Ginger remarked. Though I must say, your ability to discover every non-Marcus vessel in the harbor displays remarkable thoroughness. Perhaps we should start a catalog of things that aren't his boat.
We continued our search, each promising shadow inevitably revealing itself as ordinary dockside equipment. A coil of rope briefly convinced me we'd discovered vital evidence, until it moved and revealed itself as a sleeping harbor cat who seemed deeply unimpressed by our investigation. The cat cast Ginger a look that somehow conveyed entire paragraphs of feline judgment about proper nocturnal activities.
You're supposed to be on harbor patrol,
Ginger informed his fellow feline. The harbor cat's only response was to stretch, yawn dramatically, and return to sleep with pointed disinterest in our investigation. Beginning to think Marcus's boat developed cloaking capabilities, I said after our 15th false identification. The night had grown cooler, and my optimism about quick discovery had begun to fade like stars at dawn.
Perhaps it adopted one of Emma's invisibility crystals, Ginger mused.
Finally, after what felt like enough time for several tides to change, we spotted a familiar stern through the darkness. The clean lines and distinctive trim matched my memory of Marcus's vessel, though the evening shadows lent it an almost ghostly quality. A piece of line had come loose from its cleat, tapping against the hull with soft persistence.
"This is actually it,"
I whispered, studying the boat's profile against the faint glow of harbor lights.
"Unless the dock started spontaneously generating vessels while we weren't looking."
A successful identification at last, Ginger confirmed. I was beginning to think we'd need to organize a search party for your lost boat recognition skills.
Marcus's boat rocked gently at its mooring, the subtle movement creating small ripples that caught scattered light from the harbor lights above. The deck showed no signs of disturbance. No police tape, no evidence markers, nothing to suggest official investigation. Getting aboard involved considerably more awkward maneuvering than maritime novels typically suggest. The boat's gentle motion against the dock required timing and coordination that probably deserved its own training manual. A startled crab scuttled away as I finally managed to climb aboard, clearly unimpressed with my technique.
Your approach to boarding appears to be pioneering entirely new categories of physical comedy,
Ginger observed after executing his own transition with fluid grace.
The crab's critique seemed particularly pointed, though its sideways exit conveyed either artistic appreciation or possible embarrassment on your behalf.
The cabin door remained firmly secured, its lock catching dim reflections from the harbor lights. Through the windows, shadowy shapes hinted at normal boat furnishings, though the darkness transformed them into mysterious forms. A half-empty water bottle rolled across a small table inside, marking the boat's gentle movement.
I don't suppose you've developed lock-picking skills since our last case,
Ginger inquired, examining the door with professional interest.
Or perhaps mastered the art of metaphysical key manifestation?
This might actually be good news, I said thoughtfully, studying the undisturbed state of the cabin. A cobweb in one corner suggested the boat hadn't seen much activity recently.
If someone had already found the money, they probably wouldn't have bothered securing everything afterward. And nothing looks disturbed inside. No signs of searching.
Unless our culprit maintains unexpectedly high standards for maritime etiquette, Ginger remarked. Though proper boat maintenance seems an odd priority after homicide. Even that spider appears undisturbed in its corner office.
We could break in, I suggested, assessing the cabin windows. A moth fluttered against one pane, creating tiny shadows that danced across the glass. But even if we get inside, we'll need whatever key opens the actual storage. Marcus wouldn't leave that kind of money just lying around. There has to be a safe or something similar.
A reasonable deduction, Ginger agreed. However, we appear to have acquired an audience. Our nocturnal friend behind the warehouse seems remarkably invested in proper boat security, though their attempt at stealth would benefit from choosing concealment larger than themselves.
Someone's watching us? I asked, turning my head with all the subtlety of a lighthouse beacon. A startled seabird took flight at my sudden movement, adding dramatic sound effects to my failed attempt at stealth.
And there goes any hope of discreet observation,
Ginger sighed.
Your approach to surveillance makes Miller's evidence collection look positively sophisticated. Even the seagull appeared mortified by your performance.
Where exactly? I whispered, overcompensating with exaggerated stealth that probably drew more attention than my original reaction. The dramatic difference in volume likely created its own form of suspicion.
Behind the warehouse wall, Ginger replied. Rather substantial figure attempting to blend with solid architecture. Though given their size, they might have more success impersonating a small building. Even the moths seemed puzzled by their choice of hiding spot.
Looking toward the warehouse, I spotted our observer. A massive silhouette that seemed to be testing new theories about human invisibility against brick walls. We should investigate, I said, moving toward the dock. I'm tired of mysterious figures lurking in shadows. Let's approach casually, just two detectives taking an entirely normal evening stroll through the harbor.
Your definition of casual needs revision,
Ginger noted as we made our way back to the docks. The figure remained remarkably still as we approached, displaying either advanced surveillance training or possible confusion about proper escape protocols. Their size alone made any attempt at hiding seem rather optimistic. A piece of newspaper blew past their feet, adding an oddly cinematic quality to the scene. Suddenly realizing our direct approach, the shadow attempted a casual departure that resembled a small building trying to tiptoe. A nearby seagull actually stopped its usual complaints to watch this performance with apparent fascination. As they moved behind the warehouse wall, Ginger darted ahead while I followed at a considerably less graceful pace. The harbor lights caught our movements, creating elongated shadows that probably added unnecessary drama to the situation.
You'll never guess the identity of our amateur surveillance expert, Ginger called back. Though his choice of evening attire suggests remarkable dedication to professional appearance, if questionable practicality for nocturnal operations.
Rounding the corner revealed Bruno, Victor's bodyguard, attempting to achieve normal walking speed while maintaining his usual intimidating presence. His dark suit seemed to absorb what little light reached this corner of the harbor, while his sunglasses defied both darkness and basic logic. "Bruno," I called out. "Out for an evening stroll?" The massive security expert halted, turning with mechanical precision that spoke of military training or possibly actual robotics. "Mr. Sterling requested observation of investigative progress," Bruno stated, his voice as flat as the warehouse wall he'd been trying to merge with. A moth fluttered near his head, adding an unexpectedly whimsical touch to his intimidating presence. We don't need a babysitter," I pointed out, "though I wonder—" Who's watching Mr. Sterling while you're here practicing surveillance techniques?" Bruno's face transformed from professional impassivity to alarmed realization faster than Mrs. Henderson could spot suspicious minivans. His sunglasses actually slipped slightly, revealing genuine panic in his eyes. Without a word, he produced a phone and began dialing while walking away with the urgent purpose of someone who's just remembered their actual job description. What happened next probably violated several laws of both physics and professional security conduct. As Bruno passed a garbage bin, a mouse darted across his path with impeccable comedic timing. The small rodent actually paused to look up at him, tiny whiskers twitching with apparent curiosity. The reaction from Victor's supposedly intimidating security expert redefined several categories of human response. His scream achieved pitch levels that probably disturbed local marine life, while his leap would have qualified for Olympic consideration. The mouse, clearly startled by this unexpected performance, made its own impressive jump in the opposite direction.
"And there goes the last shred of professional intimidation," Ginger observed as Bruno fled into the darkness, still producing sounds that might attract passing dolphins. "Though his vertical leap was quite impressive for someone of his mass. The mouse's expression suggested serious reconsideration of human threat assessment."
"Should we address the mouse situation?" I asked, noting Ginger's hunting posture engaging. His whiskers twitched with predatory focus, though the mouse seemed remarkably unconcerned.
"Allow me to demonstrate proper rodent management," he replied, dropping into a crouch. "Unlike our security friend, I maintain professional standards, though this particular mouse appears to have ideas above its station."
What followed wouldn't have impressed Martha's old cat Tiger, who used to keep our apartment mouse-free with military precision. Ginger's usual grace deserted him as the mouse displayed unexpected tactical abilities, leading to a performance that looked more like interpretive dance than actual pursuit. The mouse seemed to take a particular delight in leading him around the garbage bin, occasionally pausing to ensure its pursuer was keeping up. A piece of paper blew across their improvised chase scene, adding an oddly theatrical quality to the performance. The mouse executed a particularly impressive pivot that left Ginger facing the wrong direction, whiskers twitching with what looked like grudging admiration. "Losing your edge in your golden years?" I suggested, after a particularly athletic miss. The mouse paused briefly to clean its whiskers, adding insult to failed pursuit.
"A strategic evaluation of prey behavior," he replied, smoothing his ruffled fur with excessive dignity. "I was merely collecting data for future reference, though I suspect the local mouse population will be sharing tales of tonight's entertainment for several generations. Their storytellers are probably already composing epic poems about the great chase."
The mouse made one final victory lap around the garbage bin before disappearing into the shadows, leaving Ginger to restore his dignity through elaborate grooming. "Now, where were we before our surveillance expert's dramatic exit?" I asked, watching Ginger attempt to pretend the entire mouse incident hadn't happened.
"Attempting to solve Marcus's boat security system," he reminded me, still smoothing fur that didn't need smoothing.
"Right, we need that key," I said, refocusing on our original purpose. It was probably with Marcus when he died, unless he had another hiding spot for it.
"Which means it's likely in police custody," Ginger concluded, finally abandoning his grooming efforts. "Filed under whatever creative category Miller's system uses for personal effects. Though given his organizational skills, it might be anywhere between maritime miscellany and things found in dead people's pockets."
Meeting Ginger's gaze, I recognized the particular gleam that preceded either brilliant solutions or questionable decisions. A distant foghorn sounded, its mournful note adding dramatic underscore to our impending choice. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
"Indeed," he replied, his tail twitching with anticipation. "Now perhaps we should discuss the semantics of evidence acquisition. Temporary relocation for investigative purposes sounds more professional than theft. But even that mouse displayed better stealth capabilities than our previous attempts at surveillance."
The evening had settled fully now, transforming familiar streets into a landscape of shadow and lamplight. Each step toward the police station carried us closer to either brilliant deduction or possible legal complications. Looking down at Ginger, I couldn't help wondering what Martha would say about this latest development in my second career. Though given recent events, perhaps she'd understand that sometimes solving mysteries requires thinking outside standard protocols. The memory of her laugh when I'd tried to explain my more creative decisions at the library brought a smile. A seagull watched our departure from its perch atop the warehouse, probably adding another chapter to the harbor's ongoing critique of human behavior. But somewhere in that station waited answers, assuming we could navigate both Miller's filing system and proper evidence acquisition procedures. Though given recent experiences, perhaps the filing system would prove more challenging than the actual evidence retrieval. Chapter 10. The evening air carried a particular chill as Ginger and I headed toward the police station, our footsteps echoing off buildings that seemed to lean closer in the darkness. A full moon hung above Oceanview Cove, casting shadows that probably contained more mysteries than answers.
"I see the celestial alignments have provided optimal illumination for questionable evidence acquisition,"
Ginger observed as we walked. "Let's hope it provides enough light to keep us out of jail," I replied, scanning the quiet streets. Movement ahead caught my attention. A familiar figure approaching through pools of streetlight, creating patterns that probably deserved their own astronomical classification. Emma's constellation dress twinkled with its usual enthusiasm, though tonight's version appeared to have acquired additional stars since our last encounter. Her crystals created their own light show as she walked, like a mobile galaxy deciding to take an evening stroll.
"Jim! Ginger!"
She waved with enough energy to dislodge what appeared to be a particularly large piece of rose quartz, which she caught with practiced grace.
"The stars suggested I might find you here. The sky is absolutely perfect tonight for cosmic exploration. Venus is particularly bright, though that might be a satellite. My cosmic calculations occasionally confuse actual celestial bodies with spacecraft."
"You know, Emma, your cosmic explorations might actually help us solve this case," I said thoughtfully. "We could use a different perspective." Emma's eyes sparkled with the particular excitement of someone who'd just discovered a new planetary alignment. She adjusted a crystal that appeared to be attempting escape, its facets creating tiny rainbows in the moonlight.
"The stars have been absolutely fascinating lately. They keep hinting at something foreign, alien almost. Like the answer isn't what we expect."
She paused to consult what appeared to be a star chart covered in coffee stains and mysterious symbols.
"Have you considered the killer might not be local? Though Neptune suggests caution when making astronomical accusations."
"That's actually an interesting theory," I admitted, watching her rearrange several crystals into what was probably a cosmically significant pattern. "We're following up on some leads now, actually heading to the station to retrieve something from evidence." Emma's face lit up brighter than her dress, which chose that moment to achieve new levels of celestial illumination. Several passing moths actually paused their usual light-seeking behavior to study this unexpected competition.
"You're breaking into the evidence room? Oh, how wonderfully cosmic! I simply must help. Venus suggests strength in numbers during clandestine operations, though Mars warns about proper stealth protocols during Mercury's retrograde."
"It could be dangerous," I started, but Emma was already rearranging her crystals with determined enthusiasm. Her necklace chimed gently as she moved, creating what sounded like wind chimes attempting to achieve harmony with distant foghorns.
"More dangerous to go alone," she declared, creating a small shower of sparkles as she gestured. Several crystals performed what appeared to be a synchronized dance routine. "Besides, you'll need a distraction. The stars are particularly aligned for diversionary tactics tonight, though Saturn suggests avoiding excessive crystal percussion during covert operations."
"I see resistance would be futile," Ginger observed dryly. "Though perhaps our celestial accomplice's enthusiasm could benefit from volume control. The stars might approve of stealth during covert operations. Even that moth seems concerned about proper infiltration protocols."
A street lamp flickered overhead, its light creating patterns that Emma probably would have interpreted as cosmic messages. Before I could respond, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows ahead, moving with the particular exhaustion that comes from extended law enforcement interaction. Sean approached slowly, his usual confident stride replaced by what appeared to be a master class in fatigue choreography. His clothes bore signs of lengthy interrogation, wrinkled from hours spent in uncomfortable chairs enduring Miller's particular brand of investigation.
5 hours,
he said by way of greeting, running a hand through disheveled hair that bore evidence of multiple encounters with interrogation-induced anxiety.
5 hours of Miller trying to find some way to blame me. Started with basic questions, moved on to increasingly creative theories about bar security, ended with him somehow connecting my high school science fair project to current events. Though he did graciously allow me to use the facilities after. Probably the longest anyone's waited to use a bathroom since the mayor's Valentine's Day adventure.
"Our friend's endurance with law enforcement rivals his mixology skills,"
Ginger commented, watching Sean attempt to restore order to his rumpled appearance.
"Though I notice Miller's interrogation techniques maintain their usual efficiency. Perhaps we should suggest incorporating proper donut breaks into questioning protocols."
"Any progress with the case?"
Sean asked, straightening his wrinkled shirt with limited success. A passing car's headlights caught his expression, revealing the particular weariness that comes from explaining basic bar operations to someone whose filing system probably includes a category for mysterious things that might be other things. "Actually, we've got a promising lead," I began, but Emma's enthusiasm proved impossible to contain, like a star going supernova in a particularly excited galaxy.
"We're going to break into the evidence room,"
she announced with barely contained excitement, her dress creating its own light show that probably deserved its own power grid.
"The stars are perfectly aligned for proper evidence acquisition, though Jupiter suggests caution when approaching filing cabinets during retrograde periods."
"Emma," I hissed, "maybe keep the breaking and entering plans a bit quieter?"
"Perhaps we should alert the local newspaper about our plans," Ginger suggested. "Though I suspect Mrs. Henderson's information network has already distributed detailed maps and possibly commemorative T-shirts."
Emma's voice dropped to a whisper so quiet it practically achieved new categories of sound, somewhere between gentle breeze and theoretical silence.
"We need your help, too. You can cause a distraction with me while Jim and Ginger retrieve the keys."
Her crystals somehow managed to twinkle more subtly, displaying unexpected talent for covert operations. Sean glanced toward the police station like someone contemplating voluntary root canal work, or possibly an evening of Mrs. Henderson's conspiracy theories.
"Back in there?"
he asked.
"After 5 hours of Miller's special brand of investigation, he actually tried to connect my middle school attendance record to current events. Apparently being late to math class in 7th grade indicates suspicious tendencies." "Consider it cosmic justice," Emma suggested. "The stars suggest your karmic alignment would benefit from assisting proper investigation."
Perfect timing, actually, Sean said, after a moment's consideration, straightening his shoulders with newfound purpose. When I left, Miller was the only one in the main room, probably organizing his donut collection by filing type. Jones was on watch duty, though unconscious might be a better description. His snoring could probably qualify as a separate weather system.
The stars have clearly aligned in our favor,
Emma declared, several crystals achieving new levels of enthusiasm.
Though Mars suggests we should establish proper infiltration protocols. Perhaps we should consider the cosmic implications of various entry points.
The plan came together with surprising efficiency, though Emma's suggestions about proper planetary timing for each step probably wouldn't appear in standard police manuals. Her constant adjustments to account for astronomical influences added an entirely new dimension to covert planning. A cat stalked past, pausing to give our small group a deeply critical assessment before continuing its evening patrol. Its expression suggested serious doubts about our operational security.
"What are you looking at?" Ginger called after the cat. "At least we have a plan, unlike some who spend their evenings judging others' covert operations."
As we approached the station, Emma and Sean entered first, while we waited in the shadows created by a streetlight that seemed to understand the need for dramatic timing. Through the partially open door, their voices carried clearly into the evening air.
Sheriff Miller!
Emma's excitement could have triggered nearby earthquake sensors. Several pigeons actually took startled flight from a nearby roof.
The stars have revealed crucial information about celestial racing influences. The cosmic alignment suggests significant revelations about appropriate boat maintenance during retrograde periods.
Miller's sigh carried years of law enforcement experience with Emma's cosmic revelations. Miss Estrella, it's been a long day of actual investigation. My filing system is still recovering from this morning's organizational attempts.
I remember something too,
Sean added quickly, his voice carrying just the right mix of urgency and exhaustion.
About last night's events.
Weren't 5 hours enough? Miller's voice sounded like someone calculating overtime against remaining donut supplies, while simultaneously questioning every life decision that led to this moment. Though I suppose... Jones, wake up and... Never mind. That man could sleep through an actual crime happening right in front of him. Fine. Follow me to the interrogation room. Their footsteps moved away, accompanied by Emma's enthusiastic commentary about planetary influences on proper evidence collection, and what sounded like an impromptu lecture about cosmic alignment during questioning procedures. Within seconds, Jones' snoring resumed with impressive commitment.
"Jones appears to be exploring new frontiers in sleep acoustics," Ginger observed as we slipped inside. "Though his technique could benefit from some musical accompaniment."
The fluorescent lights hummed overhead with bureaucratic persistence. Miller's desk presented its usual chaos. Files arranged in patterns that probably made sense only to their creator, surrounded by evidence of extensive donut research. Coffee stains created a map of previous case attempts, while papers lay strewn about in what looked like either ongoing investigation or possibly creative approaches to office decoration. A ring of keys lay partially hidden beneath what appeared to be last week's newspaper, its headline declaring, "Local seagulls display suspicious behavior," in font size that screamed slow news day. A subheadline read, "Mrs. Henderson reports unusual maritime activity. Possible connection to mysterious minivans?" The corridor stretched ahead like a maze designed by someone with questionable architectural talents. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, creating shadows that transformed ordinary objects into potential challenges. A water cooler gurgled ominously, contributing its own commentary to our infiltration. As we approached the evidence room, an unexpected obstacle appeared.
Officer Murphy stood studying a bulletin board with remarkable dedication. His intense focus on the notices made me wonder if he'd discovered some profound truth among the papers. Several notices about suspicious minivan sightings competed for space with official police bulletins and what appeared to be takeout menus from local establishments.
"We can't wait,"
Ginger whispered, his tail twitching with tactical calculation.
"I'll handle this, though perhaps avoid mentioning my improvised solution in future case reports."
Before I could respond, he darted forward with predatory grace that would have impressed military strategists. Murphy's startled yelp probably achieved new records in police vocalization as Ginger's claws connected with his uniform pants, creating what would likely become an interesting expense report entry.
"A cat in the station?"
Murphy's voice cracked like a teenager giving his first public speech during an earthquake.
"Here, kitty, kitty. Nice kitty. Please don't tell me you're a ghost cat. I'm still recovering from Martinez's ghost pastry stories."
Ginger's response involved a particularly impressive display of feline agility, leading Murphy on what could only be described as an impromptu station tour. Their pursuit created a symphony of scattered papers, knocked over chairs, and increasingly creative law enforcement vocabulary that probably wouldn't appear in official reports. I approached the evidence room door, keys jangling with nervous energy that probably would have interested Emma's crystal collection. The first key refused entry with particular stubbornness, like a lock practicing civil disobedience. Through the corridor came sounds of Ginger's tactical retreat, punctuated by Murphy's increasingly desperate attempts at cat communication. A crash suggested someone had discovered new ways to interact with office furniture.
"Here, kitty. Just want to—" "No, not that way. Those are Miller's special donut files. The Maple Bar incident reports aren't properly organized yet."
The second key proved equally uncooperative, probably participating in some kind of lock solidarity movement. Sweat beaded on my forehead as footsteps approached, then receded in a different direction. Someone had apparently knocked over a water cooler, judging by the splash and Murphy's creative contribution to police linguistics. "Who even organized these keys?" I muttered, trying a third that refused to even acknowledge the lock's existence. Miller probably filed them under M for maybe keys, or T for things that might open other things.
"Getting closer,"
Ginger's voice carried from around the corner, mixed with sounds of tactical furniture rearrangement. A crash from nearby told me someone had taken an impromptu lesson in furniture acrobatics. Fourth key, nothing. Fifth, slid in smoothly but refused to turn, like a lock practicing passive resistance.
"Almost there," Ginger called out. "Though I notice law enforcement training apparently excludes proper cat pursuit protocols."
The sixth and seventh keys proved as useful as Miller's filing system. Eighth refused to even enter the lock, possibly protesting working conditions. Footsteps approached with increasing urgency, accompanied by what sounded like an office supply avalanche.
"Who keeps reorganizing these drawers?"
Murphy's voice carried frustration and possibly furniture-induced revelation.
"Everything's filed under I for I'll deal with this later."
Final key. My hands shook as I inserted it, sending a silent prayer to whatever deities might oversee questionable evidence acquisition. The lock clicked with surprising enthusiasm just as Ginger rounded the corner, leading Murphy in what appeared to be their third complete circuit of the station. I slipped inside, closing the door on sounds of continued pursuit and what might have been a chair discovering new career opportunities. The evidence room's fluorescent lights flickered to life, revealing shelves that probably contained more mysteries than Miller's donut preferences. A half-eaten maple bar near the entrance proved Miller's particular approach to evidence organization extended to snack placement. The bite marks could probably qualify as additional evidence, though determining proper filing category might challenge even Emma's cosmic classification system. The room's contents defied standard categorization, or possibly any known organizational system. Files and evidence bags covered shelves in a chaotic mix of creative filing and apparent archaeological exploration. A box labeled "Stuff That Might Be Important" sat next to another marked "Things Found Near Other Things." A third bore the helpful description, "Contents Unknown, Probably." Miller's organizational system appeared to operate on principles that would probably fascinate quantum physicists. Items had been filed under categories like D for dead guy stuff and P for pants from possible perp. One shelf bore the helpful label "Miscellaneous, Mostly," while another proclaimed "Various Things of Varying Importance." A section marked "Maritime Matters" contained fishing equipment, 3 rubber ducks, and what appeared to be Martinez's report about ghost pastries. Nearby, a box labeled "Evidence from Places" held an impressive collection of completely unrelated items, including a wooden spoon filed under "Suspicious Utensils." Through the door came increasingly creative sounds of pursuit.
"No, not the coffee maker! I just labeled all the mugs by mysterious stain patterns!"
I began searching through evidence bags, each one revealing new depths of Miller's unique approach to labeling. Bluish pants, maybe, contained what appeared to be a yellow raincoat. Shirt, or possibly tablecloth, held several socks and what might have been a tea cozy. A bag marked "Clothing, Probably, from That Thing That Happened" contained 3 left shoes and a baseball cap. Important evidence, remember why later, yielded nothing useful, though I did discover Miller's missing donut loyalty cards filed under "Circular Objects of Interest." Time stretched like well-chewed bubblegum as I moved through the collection. Through the door came sounds of continued pursuit. Apparently, Ginger had found a way to incorporate the break room microwave into tactical evasion.
"Did that cat just make coffee?"
Murphy's voice carried equal parts confusion and unwilling admiration.
"And why is it better than what we usually make?"
A section labeled "M for Murder," or maybe Maritime, yielded several promising bags. The first contained fishing equipment filed under "Suspicious Seaweed Activities." The second held what appeared to be a takeout menu filed as "Possible Evidence, Lunch-Related." Finally, in a drawer marked "Recent Acquisitions, Date Unknown," I found what appeared to be Marcus's clothes, though Miller's description read, "Garments of Uncertain Origin." I spent several minutes searching through the pockets of the jeans, finding only a gum wrapper and some loose change. The jacket proved more promising. After checking the main pockets, I discovered a hidden pocket sewn into the lining. Inside, a small ring of keys waited like forgotten treasure. No wonder the killer hadn't found them. That pocket was practically invisible unless you knew what you were looking for. The door handle turned slowly just as I located the keys, the sound carrying particular weight, like destiny arriving with impeccable dramatic timing. I had just enough time to catch my breath before the door began to open. My heart pounded as I watched the gap widen inexorably. Chapter 11. The door swung open with agonizing slowness. I held my breath, the small ring of keys growing slick with sweat in my palm. Through the gap appeared Officer Jones. His uniform bore evidence of recent napping, his face that of someone still negotiating terms with consciousness. A coffee stain decorated his tie in a pattern that looked suspiciously like Miller's filing system. Chaotic, yet somehow maintaining its own internal logic.
"Can't believe he left another one,"
Jones muttered, heading straight for Miller's abandoned maple bar near the entrance.
"Man leaves pastries like breadcrumbs through a fairy tale. Found 3 jelly donuts in the break room last week. Week before that, discovered a bear claw behind the copy machine."
I pressed myself against the far shelf, trying to become one with a box labeled "Things Found Near Places Where Other Things Were." The fluorescent light above flickered erratically, like someone practicing amateur Morse code. Jones continued his drowsy monologue, scooping up the maple bar as carefully as if handling fragile evidence, or possibly just protecting his uniform from additional stains.
"Door's open, too,"
he yawned, barely glancing around.
"Probably forgot to close it. Like that time he left the coffee pot running all weekend. Created a new kind of crime scene, that did. Took 3 days just to chisel the burnt coffee remains out of the pot. Had to file an incident report under caffeinated catastrophes."
Just as Jones turned to leave, my phone erupted in what sounded like an entire gospel choir's enthusiastic interpretation of "Staying Alive." Several of Emma's meditation apps tried to join in, creating a cacophony that probably qualified for its own noise ordinance violation. The irony of the song choice wasn't lost on me as I fumbled to silence it, heart pounding harder than the disco beat. Sarah's name flashed on the screen like a beacon of unfortunate timing. Jones froze in mid-step, the maple bar hovering halfway to his mouth. A few crumbs escaped, creating their own evidence trail on the floor.
"Hello? Someone there?"
His voice cracked slightly, caught between lingering drowsiness and possible concern about supernatural phone calls.
"First Martinez with his ghost pastries, now phantom disco? What's next? Possessed paperwork organizing itself?"
What followed probably deserved its own training manual in police evasion techniques. As Jones began a methodical search behind each shelf, I executed a series of moves that would have impressed professional dancers, if they specialized in panic-induced choreography. Each shelf presented new challenges in creative concealment, while various evidence boxes threatened to expose my position with poorly timed avalanches.
"Swear I heard something,"
Jones muttered, checking behind a box marked "Evidence, probably." His flashlight beam cut through the darkness like an enthusiastic rookie on their first case.
"Unless phones can be haunted now. Martinez probably infected the whole department with his ghost stories. Next thing you know, we'll have haunted filing cabinets rearranging Miller's donut receipts. Though that might actually improve his organization system."
Every few seconds, another meditation app tried to activate on my phone, requiring increasingly creative silencing techniques. A notification about proper chakra alignment during evidence collection flashed across the screen. I slid quietly around a shelf labeled "Miscellaneous Various," just as Jones investigated my previous position. A stack of files labeled "Things That Might Be Other Things" threatened to topple, adding unnecessary drama to an already tense situation. A forgotten coffee cup on a nearby shelf bore a sticky note reading, "Potential Evidence Caffeinated." Jones's search pattern resembled someone combining standard police training with post-nap confusion. His muttered commentary provided a running narrative of discovered items.
3 rubber ducks filed under Maritime Mysteries. Stack of takeout menus labeled "Potential Alibis, Delicious." Martinez's report about ghost pastries cross-referenced with supernatural baked goods.
Heavy breathing and rapid footsteps approached the doorway. Officer Murphy appeared. His uniform showed evidence of recent cat-related activities, his face that of someone who just discovered new definitions of pursuit. Several paper clips clung to his sleeve in patterns that probably deserved their own evidence category.
"Jones, what are you doing in here?"
Murphy panted, leaning against the doorframe. A piece of paper stuck to his sleeve bore Miller's distinctive handwriting, probably documenting suspicious pastry consumption. His tie hung at an impossible angle, like it was attempting to escape his collar entirely.
"Heard a phone,"
Jones replied, still peering behind shelves with the dedication of someone avoiding actual work.
"Staying Alive ringtone, clear as day. Unless we've got some disco-loving spirits setting up shop in evidence storage. Already got supernatural pastries. Might as well add musical manifestations to the department's paranormal portfolio."
Murphy's laugh carried equal parts amusement and exhaustion.
"Ghost phone? Come on, Jones. Probably just some victim's phone we logged as evidence. Speaking of which, you've got to try this coffee. That cat? Professional barista material. Makes our break room stuff taste like warm dishwater. Even got the fancy foam pattern on top. Looks better than that place at the town square that charges $5 for a basic brew.
Coffee does sound good, Jones admitted, giving the room one final suspicious glance. Better than hunting Phantom Disco fans anyway, though I'm still not convinced about this room. Last week, I swear I saw one of Miller's filing cabinets rearranging itself. Turned out it was just the AC vent, but still. They departed, their conversation about cat-created coffee masterpiece fading down the corridor. Through the partially open door, I caught fragments of their discussion.
And the coffee art looked like a perfect fish. Better than that time Miller tried to fix the machine with duct tape.
I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, certain this particular adventure had shortened my lifespan by several years. When I'd imagined becoming a private investigator after retiring, somehow breaking into police stations hadn't featured prominently in the plans. Martha would have laughed herself breathless at this latest development. Probably would have suggested adding it to my resume under Unorthodox Methods of Evidence Acquisition. Ginger appeared in the doorway with his usual silent grace, though his fur showed signs of recent tactical operations. Several paper clips clung to his tail in what appeared to be either battle souvenirs or possibly modern art.
Keys secured?
He asked, surveying the room with professional interest. Got them, I replied, holding up our prize. Though I might need medication for what that just did to my blood pressure. Pretty sure I aged 10 years playing hide-and-seek with Jones.
Then perhaps we should depart while Jones and Murphy sample my contribution to law enforcement refreshments, Ginger suggested.
How did you even manage to make coffee? I asked as we crept toward the exit, the keys safely tucked in my pocket.
A story for another time, Ginger replied with suspicious smoothness. Though I must say, their coffee machine's user interface needs considerable improvement. Even your smartphone operations show more logic. The previous attempts at maintenance appear to involve creative applications of office supplies and possibly interpretive engineering.
Emma's voice drifted from the interrogation room as we passed.
And that's how Neptune's position influences proper maritime investigation. Though Mars suggests caution when interpreting celestial wake patterns. Jupiter's alignment clearly indicates suspicious boat maintenance during retrograde periods. And don't get me started on what Venus says about proper anchor deployment.
Ms. Estrella? Miller's voice carried years of law enforcement patience wearing thin. How exactly does this connect to our case? Unless the planets have started filing witness statements, I'm not seeing the relevance. What sounded suspiciously like Sean trying not to laugh followed us down the corridor. I carefully slid Miller's keys back under the newspaper on his desk, right where we'd found them. The night air felt particularly welcoming after our adventure in creative evidence acquisition. Stars peeked through scattered clouds, probably inspiring several chapters of Emma's cosmic commentary. A cat watched our exit from its perch on a nearby fence, looking like it was conducting a formal review of our escape technique.
We should head home first and take the car, Ginger said as I started walking in the direction of the harbor.
A discarded newspaper skittered past, its headlines about the racing drama printed large enough to be read from the International Space Station. Why? I asked. Marcus's boat is right there.
Indeed. And shall we then parade through town with what we hope will be a case containing significant funds? I'm sure Mrs. Henderson's information network would appreciate such theatrical evidence delivery. Perhaps we could add some dramatic lighting for proper documentation.
Point taken, I conceded, already imagining the headlines in tomorrow's paper. Local detectives spotted carrying suspicious case through town. Barbara's cousin, reports similar activity in Maine.
You should probably inform our cosmic accomplices that their diversionary services are no longer required,
Ginger suggested as I reached for my phone.
Though Emma's astronomical dissertations appear to have achieved new categories of law enforcement endurance testing. That last theory about proper maritime maintenance during Jupiter's retrograde might require its own filing system.
I began the careful process of composing a text message, each letter requiring the particular focus of someone navigating a minefield. My fingers moved with the precise determination of a surgeon performing extremely delicate operations, though probably with less successful results. Found what we needed. You can leave now. We'll let you know what we find on the boat. How do I edit this? I asked, after accidentally sending the message. There's a typo in boat. Pretty sure bout isn't standard maritime terminology.
I suspect attempting message correction might consume the remainder of our evening,
Ginger observed, watching a stray newspaper page tumble past like urban tumbleweed.
Though given your usual texting velocity, Sean will likely appreciate the brevity. Perhaps we should consider it artistic interpretation of maritime terminology. Even that passing moth seems to approve of your creative spelling.
Should probably call Sarah back too, I said, already dialing. Though her timing rivals Emma's cosmic predictions for inconvenient accuracy.
Dad!
Sarah's voice carried equal parts relief and curiosity.
Were you busy with the investigation? The one about the death at Sean's bar?
I carefully considered how to describe recent activities without mentioning questionably legal evidence acquisition or creative approaches to police station navigation. Yes, actually, been quite involved with that case, though I'm curious how you heard about it so quickly.
The Gazette's website, Dad. They post updates practically in real time now. Welcome to modern journalism.
Her laugh carried echoes of Martha's.
The latest article even includes a quote from Mrs. Henderson about mysterious maritime activities.
Suppose I don't need to keep you updated anymore then, I joked, watching Ginger investigate what appeared to be either a very ambitious mouse or possibly someone's escaped pet. You can just read about my adventures online, complete with Mrs. Henderson's running commentary.
Not a chance,
Sarah laughed.
I want to hear your version. Mrs. Henderson's theories about secret racing syndicates are entertaining, but I prefer first-hand accounts. How's Sean holding up?
5 hours of Miller's special brand of interrogation, I replied, remembering Sean's exhausted expression. Though he's handling it well, considering someone apparently used his spare key to leave evidence in his establishment. Miller even tried connecting his middle school attendance record to current events.
Nothing surprises me in that town anymore,
Sarah said.
Got any suspects yet?
Some promising leads were about to check out, I said, watching Ginger's tail twitch with investigative anticipation. His pursuit of the ambitious rodent had evolved into what appeared to be complex tactical negotiations. Though this case keeps adding new layers, like one of Mrs. Abernathy's experimental pastries.
Don't rule anyone out,
Sarah advised.
Even people with seemingly solid alibis. I learned that from all those mystery novels you used to read to me, especially the one about the librarian who solved crimes by organizing the card catalog.
Taking notes from fiction now, are we?
Hey, some of those plots were pretty sophisticated, especially compared to Mrs. Henderson's conspiracy theories about mysterious minivans with foreign plates.
We chatted for a few more minutes about her work and the kids before saying goodbye. I checked my phone to find Sean had responded to my typo-laden message. Figured out your maritime spelling. Heading home to sleep off Miller's interrogation marathon. Let me know what you find on the bout. The B&B's windows glowed warmly as we passed,
suggesting Victor was still awake despite the late hour. A light moved past an upstairs window, probably Bruno conducting his regular security sweeps. Though given his recent encounter with harbor wildlife, perhaps he was just avoiding the local mouse population.
I suspect sleep proves challenging when one's investment strategy encounters unexpected complications,
Ginger observed.
Though Bruno's presence probably provides comfort, assuming he's recovered from his rodent-related tactical retreat. That mouse did display remarkable strategic capabilities.
Almost as remarkable as your failed attempt to catch it earlier, I commented with a smile. Though after seeing its evasive maneuvers, I can't blame Bruno for his phobia. The drive back to the harbor carried that particular tension that comes with approaching crucial discoveries. Each streetlight we passed felt like a countdown to whatever revelation or new puzzle waited for us at the harbor. Marcus's boat stood silently in its berth, its outline dark against the harbor's lights. But as we approached, something caught the moonlight. Fragments of glass scattered across the deck like abandoned stars. The cabin's lock hung broken, swinging gently in the evening breeze with a soft metallic tap against the doorframe. Someone had decided not to wait for keys.
Our potential evidence acquisition appears to have attracted competition,
Ginger observed quietly, his whiskers twitching as he examined the broken glass. Moonlight played across the scattered shards, creating patterns that transformed simple breaking and entering into impromptu art installation. Somewhere in the darkness, a case full of prize money waited to be discovered, assuming our unnamed competition hadn't already claimed it. Chapter 12. The scattered glass crunched beneath our feet as we approached Marcus's boat, each step creating tiny reflections in the moonlight. The broken cabin lock rattled against the frame with each gust of wind, the metallic sound echoing across the quiet water. A stray piece of line had come loose, its gentle slapping against the hull adding irregular percussion to the night sounds. A particularly loud crunch cut through the night as my foot found what felt like half a window's worth of glass. The sound echoed across the quiet harbor. A startled fish jumped nearby, clearly unimpressed with my stealth capabilities.
Your approach to stealth continues to evolve in fascinating directions,
Ginger observed quietly.
Though that glass probably deserved a more dignified end than becoming evidence of your tactical prowess.
The cabin's interior looked completely different from our earlier visit. Someone had conducted a very thorough search, transforming the usual boat clutter into creative chaos. Charts lay scattered across the small table, their careful folds now resembling abstract art. The half-empty water bottle we'd seen earlier had vanished, along with any pretense of organization. Even the curtains hung askew, evidence of either hasty searching or artistic rebellion.
Perhaps our enthusiastic intruder developed sudden hydration concerns,
Ginger commented, noting my attention on the missing bottle.
Though their search technique suggests remarkable dedication to maritime disorganization, that pencil has achieved an impressive trajectory. I don't believe I've ever seen one lodged quite that way in a ceiling panel.
Various items had migrated to unlikely locations. A compass perched precariously near the door, navigation tools scattered like breadcrumbs marking someone's determined search path. A logbook lay open, its pages ruffled by the night breeze coming through the broken window. "Wait here," I said quietly, studying the shadows inside. "Keep watch. This could be a trap. Whoever did this might be waiting for us to get closer."
Now you think about potential traps?
Ginger shook its head.
Though I suppose it's better timing than after we get ambushed.
I continued examining the thoroughly searched cabin. Drawers hung open at creative angles, their contents forming abstract art on the floor. Various maritime equipment had migrated to unlikely locations, creating a museum of misplaced items. In one corner, someone had stacked life jackets with more enthusiasm than skill, creating a tower that looked ready to collapse at any moment. A half-eaten protein bar wrapper pointed to either hasty searching or emergency snacking during criminal activities. A safe caught my attention, hidden behind an artful arrangement of spare parts that might have once been boat maintenance. The installation looked less effective after someone's enthusiastic investigation. Welding marks around its edges made it clear that stealing the entire boat would be the only way to remove it. Impractical, even for motivated criminals. Bullet marks scarred the safe's surface in a pattern born of either poor marksmanship or optimistic beliefs about metallurgy. The marks told their own story. Someone had tried forcing entry through decidedly aggressive methods, with predictably unsuccessful results.
"Movement starboard!"
Ginger's voice carried urgency.
"No, wait. Just a particularly ambitious seagull, though its flight pattern does suggest suspicious intent. The way it banks left while maintaining altitude speaks to possible military training."
A fishing net tangled around my feet as I moved closer to the safe, its weathered ropes somehow achieving perfect placement for maximum inconvenience. The ring of keys felt warm in my palm as I tried each one, remembering their recent liberation from Miller's creative filing system. The first key refused entry with remarkable stubbornness, while the second seemed offended by the very suggestion of fitting.
"Suspicious shadow approaching," Ginger called out. "My mistake. Apparently, kelp can achieve remarkable mobility in strong wind conditions, though its trajectory suggests advanced aerodynamic understanding."
The third key slid home with surprising enthusiasm, like a lock recognizing an old friend. The mechanism turned with a satisfying click that probably deserved its own category in satisfying sounds. The safe's door swung open with a soft creak that seemed inappropriately dramatic for the moment. Inside waited exactly what we'd hoped to find: the case containing prize money. Several documents escaped as I opened the door, caught by the sea breeze like paper butterflies seeking freedom. One actually achieved impressive altitude before settling near a coil of rope that seemed to have arranged itself for optimal paper catching. But what really caught my attention were two devices that resembled experimental drones designed by someone with questionable taste. Their sleek metal cases reflected the cabin's dim light, complex antennae bristling from their surfaces like metal whiskers. Small scratches on their casings hinted at previous deployments.
"Unidentified movement near the—" "No, just a plastic bag caught in the wind," Ginger reported. "Though I must say, its evasive maneuvers rival your stealth capabilities. And that seaweed appears to be offering tactical support."
The devices looked expensive, technology that screamed both wealth and a complete disregard for racing regulations. Small LED lights blinked softly on their casings, indicating active status or perhaps leftover holiday cheer. Perfect evidence to show Robert and Alan exactly what Marcus had probably used to sabotage their boats.
"Multiple contacts approaching," Ginger announced with professional urgency. "Wait, correction. Those seagulls appear to be conducting advanced formation flying exercises."
Gathering everything carefully, I emerged from the cabin to find Ginger maintaining surveillance with professional dedication, though his tail twitched with barely contained amusement at his own false alarms. His whiskers caught moonlight as he turned, creating tiny silver highlights that matched the scattered glass around us. "Well, at least we've solved one mystery," I said, holding up the case. The leather felt cool against my hands, heavy with what had to be the full prize money. "Should probably get this to Victor before—"
"Perhaps read this first,"
Ginger interrupted, indicating one of the escaped documents that had settled near his paws. His expression held discoveries beyond simple paperwork. A gentle breeze tried stealing the paper, but Ginger's paw kept it firmly in place. The document's contents confirmed his interest. What appeared to be an agreement between Marcus and Victor, detailing arrangements that would make any racing commission extremely interested. The terms outlined their collaboration with remarkable clarity. Even in the dim light, Victor's signature stood out boldly at the bottom, displaying either supreme confidence or remarkable penmanship.
I believe we've identified Barbara's sister's mysterious nighttime visitor, Ginger observed as I scanned the pages. Though Victor's attempt at stealth probably rivaled your recent glass percussion performance. That particular body mass presents certain challenges for covert operations.
The moon cast enough light to read by. The typed documents were clear and precise, though several sections showed hasty corrections and additions. This suggests a whole different angle, I said, studying the agreement's details. Victor knew about the cheating because he arranged it. But why? A harbor seal surfaced nearby, its dark head breaking the water's surface with remarkable timing. It watched us examine the documents, looking almost curious about our late-night investigation.
Someone of his apparent affluence engaging in race manipulation does suggest interesting questions,
Ginger mused, eyeing the seal thoughtfully.
Though perhaps we should delay sharing these revelations with our boat racers. Their reaction to proof of Marcus's methods might turn violent. That seal appears to share my concerns about appropriate information distribution.
The seal disappeared beneath the dark water, leaving ripples that caught moonlight like scattered silver coins. The gentle waves lapped against the pilings, a soft rhythm in the harbor's nighttime symphony. You're right, I nodded, carefully gathering the documents. We'll give them the devices. Let them figure out what they were up against. But these documents need more investigation before we start confronting anyone about illegal race manipulation.
Finally embracing careful investigation over immediate revelation?
Ginger's whiskers twitched with amusement.
It seems near-death experiences have improved your deductive reasoning.
The short drive to the far end of the docks took barely a minute. The night had grown quieter, with only the soft hum of distant boat engines and occasional splash of waves against the pilings. A tabby cat perched on a nearby crate observed our arrival with obvious disdain, as if our presence offended its nocturnal patrol duties. It turned away with deliberate indifference, clearly unimpressed by amateur detectives. "Wait here," I told Ginger, gathering the devices. "Guard the money and documents. I'll just drop these off quickly."
"Oh, yes. I'm sure criminals will cower before my intimidating presence," he replied, settling onto the passenger seat with a smirk. "Perhaps I should practice my menacing glare while you're gone."
"I'll be back in 2 minutes," I assured him, already heading toward the shed. The shed's interior light spilled onto the dock through windows thick with decades of grime and salt spray. But what I found inside redefined several categories of exhausted research. Robert had collapsed into a chair, his body twisted into a position that matched the chaos of scattered tools around him. His snoring echoed off the metal walls with enough volume to make nearby boats rock in sympathy. Alan had managed to fall asleep while apparently examining something, his face pressed against what looked like maintenance records. A pencil remained gripped in one hand, poised to make notes that would probably require translation from unconscious scrawl. Perfect. This would require significantly less explanation than I'd anticipated. I pulled my notebook from my pocket and tore out a clean page. The pen scratched softly against the paper as I wrote, "Found these in Marcus's boat. Probably what he used during the race. Jim." After placing the devices on the workbench where they couldn't be missed, I carefully tucked the note beneath them, using an old wrench to keep the paper secure against the sea breeze that whistled through gaps in the walls.
"That was remarkably efficient,"
Ginger observed as I returned to the car.
Though I notice our mechanical investigators have developed new approaches to research methodology. Their synchronized snoring displays impressive harmony for two soundly sleeping men.
Didn't even have to explain where these came from, I agreed, starting the engine. Though I'm pretty sure Alan was drooling on his maintenance logs. Future archaeologists will have interesting theories about those stains. When we pulled up to my house, the B&B stood quiet and dark except for its lit porch, where Victor and Bruno sat waiting. The outdoor light illuminated weathered boards in patches, while smoke from Victor's cigarette created elaborate patterns in the evening air. His expensive suit looked out of place against the casual charm of the simple porch furniture. "Productive evening?" Victor called out as we exited the car. His tone carried casual interest that probably took years of practice to perfect. The glow from his cigarette created a small red dot in the darkness, like a tiny warning beacon. Bruno maintained his usual stance of someone expecting trouble from every shadow. His sunglasses somehow maintained position despite the darkness. "Still investigating," I replied carefully. Ice formed in the space between our words, despite the relatively mild spring night. "Though I work better without an audience." I glanced meaningfully at Bruno, whose slight twitch suggested he hadn't quite forgotten his earlier rodent encounter. "Even well-dressed ones." "Merely ensuring proper motivation," Victor smiled, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. Smoke curled around his head like a particularly expensive halo. "I do hope tomorrow brings better results, both regarding my money and this unfortunate situation with Marcus." The exchange crackled with enough tension to power several small towns. Every word held volumes of unspoken information. Even the moths seemed to sense it, their usual light-seeking patterns becoming more erratic around the porch lamp. "Doing everything possible," I assured him, matching his careful tone. A boat horn echoed across the water, its deep blast punctuating my words. "Though some mysteries take time to properly unravel." "Indeed they do," Victor agreed, stubbing out his cigarette with the precise movements of someone practiced at ending both conversations and smoking materials. "Well, good night then. Here's hoping tomorrow proves more productive." He disappeared inside with Bruno following like a well-dressed shadow, though the bodyguard's attempt at intimidating exit was somewhat undermined by his careful scan for additional rodents. The door closed with a soft click that carried remarkable finality. "That interaction belongs in a handbook about passive-aggressive conversations," Ginger observed as we headed inside. The porch light caught his whiskers, creating brief silver highlights. "Makes you wonder what Victor's really hiding," I replied. The house welcomed us with familiar warmth, the rooms quiet and comfortable after our evening of investigation. In one corner, moonlight caught a spider busy at work, its web stretching between window frames like delicate lace. I secured the case in my bedside table, probably the first place any serious thief would look, but sometimes obvious choices work best. The wood grain felt smooth beneath my fingers as I closed the drawer, years of use evident in its gentle slide. The documents joined it, their secrets waiting for morning's investigation like particularly patient evidence. "Tomorrow, we need to learn everything about Victor," I said, changing for bed while Ginger arranged himself by the window. His usual spot provided perfect observation of both the street and the B&B's lit windows. Something tells me his interest goes beyond simple prize money.
"He certainly seems invested in more than just lost funds,"
Ginger agreed, his tail curling thoughtfully. A moth tapped gently against the window glass, creating irregular percussion.
"Perhaps Victor already knows who the killer is. That might explain why he's so desperate to find the money and the killer. He could be next on the list."
Would explain why Bruno keeps jumping at shadows, though if he's really afraid for his life,
why risk sending Bruno to spy on us? I said, climbing into bed. But those are questions for tomorrow. Sleep came slowly, my mind turning over the evening's discoveries. The bedside clock marked time's steady progress, while somewhere in the distance, a boy's gentle clanging provided maritime lullaby. Victor's involvement with Marcus's cheating hinted at deeper mysteries, the kinds that sometimes get people killed when they're discovered. Tomorrow would bring either answers or complications, though given recent events in our town, probably both. A breeze carried the scent of salt through my partially open window, while clouds played hide-and-seek with the waning moon. An owl called from somewhere nearby, its questioning hoots sounding like either hunting triumph or commentary on late-night detective work. The sound merged with my fading consciousness, marking transition from investigation to much-needed rest. Tomorrow's mysteries would wait, patient as the tide, while tonight's discoveries settled like sand in still water. Chapter 13. Morning sunlight filtered through the kitchen windows, creating patterns across the worn linoleum floor. The gentle hum of the refrigerator provided background music as Ginger and I prepared for breakfast. I pulled out a loaf of bread, the plastic crinkling as I extracted 2 slices for toast. "So," I said casually, placing the bread in the toaster, "are you going to tell me how you managed that coffee miracle at the police station? I'm still not convinced you didn't have opposable thumbs surgically attached when I wasn't looking." Ginger's tail twitched with amusement as he watched me from his perch on the counter.
Nothing so dramatic, I assure you. I simply engaged in randomized button pressing with remarkable success. The machine seemed eager to cooperate, unlike certain smartphones I could mention.
I raised an eyebrow, reaching for the coffee filters. Randomized button pressing? That's your secret technique?
Indeed,
Ginger replied smoothly.
Though I suspect the break room's desperation for decent coffee played a significant role. Even the dust particles seemed excited by the prospect of proper caffeination.
"Well then," I said, eyeing our own coffee maker speculatively, "maybe you should try your technique here. See if we can upgrade our morning brew while I check the mail." Ginger's ears perked up with sudden interest.
"And what, pray tell, might be the incentive for assisting in this caffeinated experiment?"
I smiled, already knowing the answer. "How about some of that premium salmon I've been saving?"
"Now you're speaking a language I understand,"
Ginger purred, his tail swishing with anticipation.
"Though I notice your negotiation skills improve remarkably when premium seafood is involved."
I chuckled, heading for the door. "Just try not to reprogram the toaster while you're at it. I'm still recovering from the last time it decided bread should be cooked at plasma temperatures." The morning air carried a hint of salt as I stepped onto the porch, reminding me we lived in a coastal town despite recent events making it feel more like a crime drama set. Our mailbox waited at the end of the short path, its blue paint faded from years of sun exposure. Inside, nestled among the usual bills and advertisements, sat the morning's edition of the Oceanview Cove Gazette. The paper was thicker than usual, hinting at a major story within its pages. Headline text large enough to be read from orbit proclaimed, "Racing champion's body found in local bar, foul play suspected." The subheading added helpfully, "Exclusive. Eyewitness accounts and police investigation details inside." "This should make for entertaining breakfast reading," I muttered, tucking the paper under my arm. Back in the kitchen, I found Ginger perched regally beside the coffee maker, looking inordinately pleased with himself. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, rich and inviting in a way our usual morning attempts rarely achieved. "I see you've worked your magic," I said, setting the mail on the counter and reaching for a mug. Though I notice the toaster remains mercifully unenhanced.
One miracle at a time, Ginger replied, his whiskers twitching with amusement. Though I did consider teaching it to play chess. Might liven up our breakfast routine.
I took a sip of the coffee and had to suppress a sound of surprise. The flavor was remarkably smooth, with none of the usual bitterness that characterized my typical brewing attempts. This is actually really good. What did you do? Ginger's tail curled with satisfaction.
As I said, randomized button pressing, though perhaps with a touch more finesse than I initially implied. One must maintain some air of mystery in these matters.
I narrowed my eyes, suspecting there was more to his technique than he was letting on. But the promise of premium salmon beckoned, and I wasn't about to risk losing my end of the bargain over coffee secrets. Fair enough, I conceded, reaching for the salmon in the refrigerator. A deal's a deal, though I reserve the right to be suspicious about any sudden upgrades to our other appliances. Ginger's eyes followed the salmon's journey from package to plate with laser focus.
Your suspicion is noted, though entirely unnecessary. I assure you, any improvements to our domestic technology would be purely coincidental and not at all related to my superior understanding of user interfaces.
I snorted, placing the plate of salmon on the counter for him. Just remember, if the microwave starts composing sonnets, we're going to have a serious talk about your extracurricular activities. With Ginger happily occupied with his gourmet breakfast, I set about making my own meal. The toaster dinged, presenting perfectly browned bread that somehow seemed to be gloating about its newfound competence. I spread butter and jam, the knife scraping softly against the crisp surface. We settled at the small kitchen table, the morning sun now streaming fully through the windows. The warmth on my back felt pleasantly comforting as I unfolded the Gazette, ready to dive into the latest masterpiece of small-town journalism. The front page was a riot of exclamation points and dramatic font choices. Beneath the screaming headline, a blurry photo showed the Salty Breeze's exterior, helpfully circled in red with arrows pointing to absolutely nothing of importance. The caption read, "Scene of the crime? Our exclusive on-site investigation." I see the Gazette has managed to elevate unnecessary punctuation to an art form, I commented, taking a bite of toast. Though I'm impressed they resisted using all caps for the entire article. Ginger glanced up from his salmon, a single scale clinging comically to his whisker.
Perhaps they've instituted some form of exclamation point rationing, though given recent events, I suspect they're hoarding them for future headlines.
The article itself was a masterpiece of speculative journalism, with more question marks than actual facts. The reporters had clearly spoken to every resident within a 5-mile radius, compiling theories that ranged from mildly plausible to outright fantastic. Mrs. Henderson featured prominently, her insights given a full sidebar under the heading, "Local Expert Weighs In." Her theory involved an intricate web of international racing syndicates, mysterious signals from offshore buoys, and at least 3 separate minivan sightings that she deemed highly suspicious. I particularly enjoy her suggestion that the mysterious minivans were using advanced cloaking technology. I read aloud, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. Apparently, they're only visible to those with proper observational skills honed by years of neighborhood watch experience. Ginger's whiskers twitched.
Ah, yes, the fabled invisibility minivans. I'm sure they're parked right next to the secret underground racing headquarters she's convinced exists beneath the harbor.
I turned the page, revealing a detailed map of the harbor with various locations circled and connected by a tangle of red lines. The key attempted to explain the diagram's significance, though it mainly served to create new categories of cartographic confusion. "Oh, this is a work of art," I chuckled. "Look at this. possible escape routes for submarine-based conspirators. And over here, theoretical locations of underwater drone launching facilities. Ginger peered at the map, his head tilted in feline bewilderment.
I'm particularly intrigued by the area marked Suspected Mermaid Involvement. I wasn't aware our local marine life had developed such elaborate criminal enterprises, though it would explain some of the more creative fish stories I've overheard at the docks.
As I flipped through the pages, each theory seemed to outdo the last in sheer creative speculation. Barbara's contribution involved a complex plot with time-traveling race officials, genetically modified seagulls trained for maritime espionage, and a secret underwater city she was convinced existed just off the coast. "Listen to this," I said, barely containing my laughter. "Barbara suggests that the killer may have utilized advanced teleportation technology, explaining the locked open door paradox. When asked for evidence, she cited unusual electromagnetic disturbances reported by her cousin's neighbor in Maine." Ginger's tail twitched with amusement.
Ah, yes, the old electromagnetic disturbance detector. A classic investigative tool, right up there with Mrs. Henderson's minivan detection capabilities. Though I must say, Barbara's theories make our actual evidence collection seem remarkably mundane by comparison.
I was about to reply when my phone erupted in an entire gospel choir's enthusiastic interpretation of "Staying Alive." The sudden cacophony nearly caused me to knock over my coffee mug, sending ripples across the surface that probably matched the song's erratic rhythm. Fumbling with the volume controls, I managed to answer just before the choir reached a particularly ambitious key change. "Hello?" "Jim?" Robert's voice carried a mix of excitement and lingering drowsiness. "Sorry for the early call, but I had to thank you for bringing those drones to the shed. Ellen and I have been studying them since we woke up late last night." I raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ginger, who had perked up with interest. "Late-night wake-up call?" Robert chuckled, the sound tinged with embarrassment. "Yeah, turns out falling asleep surrounded by boat parts isn't great for maintaining a normal schedule. Olivia called, worried sick when I didn't come home. Woke us both up with enough panic in her voice to rival a foghorn. But Jim, these devices, they're incredible and terrifying." "What did you find?" I asked, leaning forward slightly. Ginger had abandoned the remains of his salmon, moving closer to listen. "It's like something out of a sci-fi movie," Robert replied, his voice lowering conspiratorially. "They're remotely controlled underwater drones, but modified. When activated near a boat, they deploy this ultra-thin fishing line or cable. It tangles around the propeller, either stopping it completely, like in my case, or creating enough drag to slow the boat down, which is what happened to Alan." I whistled softly, impressed despite the circumstances. "That's some seriously advanced sabotage." "Tell me about it," Robert agreed. "We're still confirming everything, but it explains so much about what happened during the race. By the way, how did you get access to Marcus's boat? And was it you who made all that mess there? The entire harbor's buzzing about someone breaking in. Police still haven't shown up to check it out, even though they were called earlier." I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. "It's probably better not to discuss the details over the phone, but I can tell you the mess was already there when Ginger and I arrived." "Fair enough," Robert said, though I could hear the curiosity in his voice. "Oh, almost forgot. There's a manufacturer name on these drones. Thought you might want to look into it. It's Nautilux Tech Innovations." I jotted down the name on a nearby napkin, my handwriting barely legible in my haste. "Thanks, Robert. That could be really helpful." After ending the call, I turned to Ginger, who was already eyeing the remains of my toast with feline nonchalance. "Well, I think that's enough entertaining theories for one morning. Time to get to work."
"Indeed," Ginger agreed, stretching languidly. "Though I must say, the Gazette's creative journalism puts our actual investigation to shame. Perhaps we should consult Mrs. Henderson about proper minivan surveillance techniques."
I shook my head, standing to clear the breakfast dishes. "I think I'll stick to more conventional methods, thanks. Though at this rate, conventional might include underwater drones and international racing conspiracies." After changing into what Ginger had dubbed my investigative attire, a comfortable sweater and well-worn khaki pants that had seen their fair share of crime scenes, I gathered the documents we'd found in Marcus's boat and placed them in a folder. The folder felt unnaturally heavy in my hands, its contents potentially more explosive than any of the Gazette's wild speculations. I pulled on my coat and grabbed my keys. "We'll take the car," I decided, "just in case we need to make another hasty evidence relocation, like our adventure with the prize money last night." The drive to our office took barely 2 minutes, the familiar streets of Oceanview Cove still quiet in the early morning. A few eager joggers braved the cool air, their breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly. Mrs. Henderson was already on her porch, binoculars in hand, probably conducting her daily surveillance for suspicious minivan activity. Our office occupied a small space above what used to be Everett's bookstore, the worn stairs creaking beneath our feet as we climbed. The familiar aroma of old paper greeted us, a scent that had become synonymous with our investigative work. Inside, sunlight streamed through the single window, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. My ancient desk dominated the room, its surface covered in a chaotic array of papers, old coffee mugs, and forgotten case notes hidden beneath a stack of file folders.
"I see your filing system continues to rival Miller's in creative disorganization," Ginger observed, leaping gracefully onto the desk. His paw batted at a pen, sending it rolling across the cluttered surface. "Though I must admit, there's a certain archaeological charm to your approach. Future generations could probably reconstruct entire cases from the coffee stain patterns alone." I rolled my eyes, clearing a space to spread out the documents from Marcus's boat. "Very funny. Now, let's see what we've actually got here." The agreement between Victor and Marcus was more detailed than I'd initially realized. Page after page outlined their arrangement with the kind of precision usually reserved for international treaties or possibly the assembly instructions for particularly complicated furniture. "Well, this certainly explains a few things," I muttered, scanning through the dense legal text. Victor provided the drones and boat upgrades to ensure Marcus would win. After the race, Victor publicly handed Marcus the prize money, but Marcus had to secretly give him back half of it later. Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully. "Which illuminates Victor's eagerness to recover the funds, as well as his generous offer to split the sum with you. It seems the money was destined for partial sterling ownership regardless of the outcome." "Exactly," I nodded, turning another page. "But something still doesn't add up. Why go to all this trouble? Victor's providing expensive technology, upgrading Marcus's boat, giving away $100,000 and still only getting half of it back. What's the real end game here?" "Perhaps the answer lies with our drone manufacturers," Ginger suggested, his paw indicating the napkin where I'd scribbled down the company name. "Nautilus Tech Innovations, wasn't it? A most uninspired name for a corporation specializing in advanced maritime sabotage."
I reached for my laptop, an ancient behemoth that probably predated the extinction of the dinosaurs. Its startup sequence resembled nothing so much as an asthmatic chainsaw attempting to yodel.
"I see your technological companion maintains its commitment to vintage computing,"
Ginger observed as the screen flickered ominously.
"Though I'm not entirely convinced this qualifies as a laptop anymore. More of a desk anchor at this point.
After several false starts and what might have been the computer's attempt at interpretive dance through error messages, I finally managed to open a web browser. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, suddenly unsure of the exact spelling I'd written down. Was it Nautilus Tech or Nautilus Tech? I muttered, squinting at my own handwriting. And was innovations plural or singular? Ginger peered at the napkin, his whiskers twitching.
Your penmanship continues to challenge basic cryptography, I see. Though given your usual note-taking style, I'm impressed it's even remotely legible. Perhaps we should consider hiring a professional decoder for future investigations.
After several creative attempts at spelling and narrowly avoiding what looked like a very questionable website about pressure-adaptive deep-sea terrariums, I finally landed on the correct page for Nautilus Tech Innovations. The site was sleek and professional, showcasing a range of high-tech products that wouldn't have looked out of place in a spy movie. Drones of various shapes and sizes dominated the product listings, though I couldn't spot anything that exactly matched the devices we'd found on Marcus's boat. Probably custom modifications, I mused, scrolling through the pages. Not the kind of thing you'd advertise publicly.
Indeed,
Ginger agreed, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
Though I notice their product descriptions lack a certain transparency regarding potential racing sabotage applications.
I continued scrolling, finally reaching the About Us section. There, listed prominently among the company leadership, was a familiar name. Victor Sterling, chairman and majority shareholder. Well, that explains the connection, I said, leaning back in my chair. Victor isn't just funding the cheating, he owns the company making the tech. Ginger's ears perked up with interest.
An intriguing development, though it does beg the question of why a successful tech mogul would resort to rigging small-town boat races.
As if in answer to his question, a news ticker at the bottom of the page caught my eye. The words, "Manufacturing Halt," blinked insistently, demanding attention. Clicking through, I found a brief press release announcing that Nautilus Tech was suspending all manufacturing operations indefinitely. The corporate speak was vague, citing market conditions and strategic realignment, but the implication was clear. Something had gone very wrong. This is strange, I muttered, already opening a new search tab. Let's see if there's any more information about this. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. A financial news site's headline blared, "Nautilus Tech Innovations declares bankruptcy. Company's sudden fall shocks industry." The article detailed the company's unexpected collapse, citing mismanagement, overspending on research and development, and a series of failed military contracts. But what really caught my attention was the date. Nautilus Tech had filed for bankruptcy the day before yesterday. The day of the race. Chapter 14. The ancient office chair creaked as I leaned back, processing this latest revelation about Victor Sterling and Nautilus Tech Innovations. Outside, the quiet bustle of Oceanview Cove's morning routine carried on, blissfully unaware of the complex web we were unraveling. "Well," I said, breaking the contemplative silence that had settled over our cramped office, "I think we've stumbled onto something big here, Ginger." My feline partner, perched regally atop a stack of case files that threatened to topple at any moment, fixed me with a look that managed to convey both agreement and mild amusement.
Indeed, though I must say your talent for understatement rivals your prowess with technology. Something big hardly captures the magnitude of a tech mogul's company imploding on the very day of our ill-fated boat race.
I rolled my eyes, but couldn't suppress a small smile. All right, point taken. This bankruptcy explains a lot, doesn't it? Victor's sudden mood shift during the race, for one.
Ah, yes, the mysterious phone notification,
Ginger mused, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
I suppose learning your company has become a rather expensive paperweight would dampen anyone's spirits, even those with a penchant for garishly expensive suits.
The image of Victor's face transforming from smug confidence to barely concealed panic flashed through my mind. It certainly explains his reluctance to hand over the prize money during the award ceremony. Suddenly, even $50,000 became too much to part with.
And his desperate pursuit of the case,
Ginger added.
A man watching his empire crumble might indeed resort to hiring small-town detectives and deploying overzealous bodyguards to recover what he likely sees as his last hope of financial salvation.
I nodded, absently shuffling through the papers spread across my desk. But it raises new questions, too. If Victor received such devastating news, why on earth did he spend the evening dancing and singing at the Salty Breeze? That doesn't exactly scream, man whose company just went belly up. Ginger's whiskers twitched, a telltale sign he was deep in thought.
Perhaps it was a case of nothing left to lose? A sort of dance on the ashes of your fallen empire mentality?
Fair point. But there's something else that doesn't add up. Why didn't Marcus hand over half the money right after the race? That was the agreement, wasn't it?
An astute observation,
Ginger replied, stretching languidly before resettling into a more comfortable position atop his paper throne.
Though perhaps he did hand over half and we're making assumptions about the contents of that case. For all we know, it could be filled with only $50,000.
I shook my head, recalling the moment I'd opened the case in Marcus's boat. No, it was definitely full of cash. All $100,000 were there. Which brings us to another question. Why didn't Victor go after Marcus when he left the bar earlier that night? If Marcus was holding out on him, you'd think Victor would be more proactive. Ginger's tail twitched with barely contained amusement.
Ah, yes, because nothing says discreet business transaction quite like confronting your co-conspirator in a crowded bar. I'm sure that wouldn't have raised any suspicions at all. Though given the creative theories already circulating, it might have simply been filed under unusual maritime celebration rituals in the town's collective imagination.
I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk and narrowly avoiding knocking over an empty coffee mug. The ceramic cup bore a faded image of a cartoon cat with the caption, "I'm not argumentative, I just have better ideas." A gift from Sarah that never failed to make me smile, even in the midst of perplexing investigations. You're right, I conceded. We're spinning our wheels here with guesswork. Maybe it's time we went straight to the source. Victor wanted us to find his money and the killer. Perhaps it's time we asked him to be honest about his own involvement. Ginger opened his mouth to reply, but before he could unleash what was undoubtedly another razor-sharp observation, my phone erupted in a cacophony of sound. The gospel choir's enthusiastic rendition of "Stayin' Alive" filled the small office, causing Ginger to flatten his ears in mock distress.
I see your communication device maintains its commitment to providing cardiac stress tests,
he muttered as I fumbled to answer the call. Hello? I managed, finally silencing the well-meaning but overly energetic choir.
Mr. Butterfield?
Dr. Chen's crisp voice came through clearly, carrying that particular tone of someone who's made an important discovery.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all, I replied, sitting up straighter. Just reviewing some case details. Have you found something? There was a pause on the other end of the line, filled with the soft sounds of rustling papers.
Yes, actually. But I'd prefer to discuss it in person. Any chance you could come down to the morgue? I know it's not the most welcoming location, but I'm swamped with work and can't really step away.
I glanced at Ginger, who had perked up with interest at the mention of new information. Of course, we can be there in about 10 minutes. Is there anything we should bring?
Just yourselves,
Dr. Chen replied.
and perhaps a strong stomach. Morgues aren't everyone's cup of tea after all. Give me a call when you arrive, and I'll meet you at the entrance.
After ending the call, I turned to Ginger with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Well, partner, looks like we're taking a field trip to the less lively side of town. We'll talk to Victor later, but first, let's see what Dr. Chen has discovered. With any luck, it'll be the break we need in this case. Ginger's whiskers twitched with amusement.
Ah, the morgue, where the clients may be quiet, but the stories they tell are anything but.
The drive to the outskirts of town was quiet, both Ginger and I lost in our own thoughts about the case. Oceanview Cove's charming storefronts and familiar faces gave way to more industrial landscapes. The roads became less maintained, potholes appearing with increasing frequency like some sort of asphalt obstacle course.
I see our town's commitment to proper road maintenance extends seamlessly into the outskirts,
Ginger observed dryly as we navigated around a particularly ambitious crater.
Though I must say, this provides excellent training for future moon landing simulations.
As we approached the morgue, the scenery took on a decidedly more somber tone. The squat gray building seemed to hunker down against the landscape, as if trying to blend in with the overcast sky. A few scraggly trees dotted the parking lot, their bare branches reaching toward the heavens like grasping fingers. I parked the car and reached for my phone, dialing Dr. Chen's number. As it rang, I couldn't help but notice the eerie quiet that surrounded us. Even the usual seagulls seemed to have abandoned this part of town, perhaps put off by its decidedly unlively inhabitants. "We're here," I said when Dr. Chen answered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness.
I'll be right out,
she replied briskly. True to her word, Dr. Chen appeared moments later, pushing open a heavy metal door. Her white lab coat seemed to glow against the building's drab exterior, and her practical shoes made soft squeaking sounds on the pavement as she approached.
Mr. Butterfield, Ginger,
she greeted us with a nod.
Thank you for coming. Follow me, please.
As we trailed after Dr. Chen, the morgue's interior unfolded before us like a maze designed by someone with a particularly morbid sense of humor. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed incessantly, casting a sickly pallor over everything. Our footsteps echoed off the tiled floors, each sound amplified in the hushed atmosphere.
I must say, the decor leaves much to be desired,
Ginger murmured, his eyes darting around as we walked.
Though I suppose interior design isn't high on the priority list in this establishment.
I was about to respond when we passed a row of metal doors set into the wall, each one numbered and bearing a small chart. The realization of what lay behind those cold steel barriers sent a shiver down my spine.
Everything all right, Mr. Butterfield?
Dr. Chen asked, noticing my hesitation.
I know it can be a bit unsettling for first-time visitors.
I forced a smile, quickening my pace to catch up. Fine, thank you. Just taking in the ambience. Ginger, clearly unable to resist the opportunity, chose that moment to let out a low, ghostly woo sound. The noise echoed off the walls, transforming into something truly spine-chilling. I nearly jumped out of my skin, my heart racing. "Ginger," I hissed, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity. "This is hardly the time or place for—" But my words were cut short as we rounded a corner and came face to face with a skeleton hanging from a stand. Its empty eye sockets seemed to stare right through me, and for a moment I could have sworn its jaw moved in a macabre grin.
Oh,
Dr. Chen exclaimed, noticing my startled expression.
Don't mind Yorick. He's our teaching skeleton. Perfectly harmless, I assure you.
Yorick? I managed, my voice embarrassingly higher than usual. As in, alas, poor Yorick? Dr. Chen's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile.
We find a little levity goes a long way in our line of work, Mr. Butterfield. Now, my office is just down this hall."
As we continued on, I distinctly heard Ginger muttering something about amateur theatrics and missed opportunities for proper haunting techniques. I made a mental note to have a serious discussion with him later about appropriate behavior in places of eternal rest. Dr. Chen's office provided a welcome respite from the morgue's clinical sterility. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with intimidatingly thick medical tomes and what appeared to be a surprising collection of mystery novels. A large desk dominated the room, its surface covered in neatly organized stacks of files and reports.
"Please, have a seat,"
Dr. Chen said, gesturing to 2 chairs facing her desk. As I settled into one, Ginger leapt gracefully onto the second chair, arranging himself with his usual feline precision.
"Now then,"
Dr. Chen began, pulling a file from one of the stacks.
"I've completed a more thorough examination of Marcus's body, and there are some interesting findings I wanted to share with you in person."
She opened the file, revealing several photographs that I quickly averted my eyes from. Some things were better left to the imagination, especially when it came to post-mortem examinations.
"Upon closer inspection of the bruising patterns,"
Dr. Chen continued, either not noticing or politely ignoring my discomfort,
"I discovered something quite telling. There are distinct impressions within the bruises consistent with jewelry, specifically rings."
My eyebrows shot up. Rings, as in, the killer was wearing rings when they moved the body? Dr. Chen nodded, her expression one of professional satisfaction at a puzzle piece falling into place.
"Exactly, and not just 1 or 2. The impressions suggest 3 rings on each hand. It's a rather unique detail, wouldn't you say?"
My mind raced, trying to recall if I'd noticed anyone in town sporting that much hand jewelry. That's certainly distinctive. Anything else?
"Yes, actually,"
Dr. Chen replied, flipping to another page in the file.
"I've managed to determine the time of death more accurately. It was definitely earlier than 2 a.m., but not as early as 1:30 a.m. I'd place it around 1:45 a.m.
I nodded, processing this new information. That's helpful. It narrows down our timeline considerably. This confirmed my earlier suspicion. It definitely rules out anyone who stayed at the bar until closing time at 2 a.m. They couldn't have been in 2 places at once.
"There's more,"
Dr. Chen continued.
"My team visited the alley where you found the shell casing. They've confirmed it as the actual crime scene. Marcus's blood was found there, matching the samples we took during the autopsy."
Ginger's ears perked up at this, his tail swishing with interest. I translated his unspoken question. Did any of the neighbors hear anything? Gunshots aren't exactly quiet, even in the middle of the night. Dr. Chen shook her head.
"That's the curious thing. We questioned everyone in the vicinity, and no one reported hearing anything unusual that night. Well, except for one elderly gentleman who insisted he heard the dulcet tones of Barry Manilow coming from somewhere nearby. But I suspect that might have more to do with his choice of nighttime entertainment than our case."
I imagined some retiree serenading the neighborhood with Copacabana while a murder took place just down the street. But then the implications of the silence hit me. If no one heard anything, that means...
"The killer used a suppressor,"
Dr. Chen finished, nodding gravely.
"It's the only explanation that fits. A professional job by all accounts."
The weight of this information settled over us like a heavy blanket. A suppressor meant premeditation, careful planning. This wasn't just a heat-of-the-moment crime or a robbery gone wrong. Someone had come prepared to kill Marcus, equipped with the tools to do it quietly. "Have you been able to identify the type of gun from the shell casing?" I asked. Dr. Chen's expression brightened slightly.
"As a matter of fact, yes. Based on the markings and measurements, we've determined it came from a Sig Sauer P226. It's a fairly common model, but the use of a suppressor narrows things down considerably.
I nodded, making a mental note of the gun type. It wasn't much, but it was another piece of the puzzle. Thank you, Dr. Chen. This is all very helpful. She leaned back in her chair, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
I'm glad I could assist, but there's one more thing I can do for you, Mr. Butterfield. Sheriff Miller maintains records of locally registered firearms. You should check who in town has registered a suppressor. That requires special registration, both federally and locally.
My eyebrows shot up in surprise. That would be incredibly useful, but I doubt Miller would just hand that over to me. Dr. Chen's smile widened.
Leave Miller to me. I'll give him a call and arrange for you to have temporary access. It's in everyone's best interest to solve this case quickly, after all.
As Dr. Chen reached for her phone, a thought struck me with all the subtlety of a runaway freight train. I turned to Ginger, who was already giving me a look that could only be described as feline schadenfreude.
"Yeah, no,"
Ginger said, his voice dripping with mock innocence.
"We could have just asked Dr. Chen to make this call earlier. Might have saved us the trouble of your impromptu parkour performance in the evidence room. Not to mention my unplanned barista career."
My face flushed as the full weight of our unnecessary break-in adventure crashed down on me. All those narrow escapes, the heart-pounding moments of almost being caught. And we could have simply asked for official access all along. Chapter 15. Dr. Chen finished her call with Miller, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation as she hung up.
Well, that's settled. Miller reluctantly agreed to grant you access when he heard it was for you.
Miller never changes, I said, shaking my head slightly. Thank you for arranging this, Dr. Chen. As we stood to leave, Dr. Chen's expression turned serious.
You and Ginger are our only hope of solving this case quickly. Miller will be investigating this for months without any proper leads or someone obvious to accuse.
We'll do our best, I assured her, though this town has a particular talent for complicated mysteries. We made our way back through the morgue's labyrinthine corridors, the eerie quiet broken only by the soft squeak of Dr. Chen's practical shoes against the linoleum. As we passed Yorick again, I could have sworn the skeleton winked at me. Clearly, it was time to get out of this place before my imagination ran completely wild. Once outside, the fresh air felt like a blessing after the morgue's sterile atmosphere. I took a deep breath, letting the familiar sense of salt air and distant pine wash over me. Ginger, walking on the pavement near me, seemed equally relieved to be back in the land of the living. Well, I said as we walked back to the car, that was certainly informative and slightly terrifying. Remind me to update my will to specify no quirky skeleton displays at my funeral. Ginger's tail swished with amusement.
Noted. Though I must say, Yorick showed remarkable restraint. If I were doomed to spend eternity as a teaching aide, I'd at least invest in some prop cobwebs and a miniature fog machine.
As we drove back toward town, my mind raced with the new information. The killer wore 3 rings on each hand. They use a suppressed Sig Sauer P226. It was a professional job, carefully planned and executed. But who in Oceanview Cove fit that description? Ginger's voice cut through my thoughts, his tone dripping with barely contained amusement.
I still can't believe you didn't think to ask Dr. Chen about checking the evidence earlier. All that sneaking around the police station, and we could have just asked nicely. Your talent for overcomplicating simple tasks is truly impressive.
I felt my cheeks flush slightly, a mix of embarrassment and defensive pride. Oh, really? And where was your feline wisdom when we were planning our little break-in adventure? If you're so clever, why didn't you suggest it? Ginger's whiskers twitched,
and for a brief moment I caught a glimpse of sheepishness in his eyes before he masked it with his usual air of feline superiority.
"Well,"
he began, his tail curling thoughtfully,
"I was merely allowing you to exercise your human problem-solving skills. It's important to keep that big brain of yours sharp, you know. Besides, my role as your partner sometimes involves letting you learn from your own creative approaches to investigation."
I couldn't help but chuckle at his elaborate excuse. Right, of course. It was all part of your master plan for my personal growth.
"Precisely,"
Ginger agreed, looking far too pleased with himself.
"Though perhaps we should file this particular lesson under things to remember for future cases and move on. No need to dwell on our shared moment of investigative oversight."
Agreed, I nodded, turning onto the main street that led to the police station. Let's just keep in mind that we have a friend in law enforcement who's willing to help. The streets of Oceanview Cove were coming to life as we drove, the morning giving way to the bustle of a small town in full swing. Shopkeepers swept their storefronts. A group of school children chattered excitedly as they waited for the bus. An older gentleman walked his corgi, the dog's stubby legs working overtime to keep up with its owner's leisurely pace. It was a scene of such ordinary small-town life that it felt almost surreal in contrast to our recent morgue visit and the weight of the case we were trying to solve. I parked the car in front of the station, the old engine sputtering to a stop with a sound that suggested it was as ready for retirement as I had been when I left the library. "I think it's trying to tell us something," I muttered, patting the dashboard apologetically.
"Yes,"
Ginger agreed.
"It's saying, 'Please, for the love of all that is holy, take me to the scrapyard and end my misery.' Though I suppose its persistent coughing fits do add a certain dramatic flair to our arrivals."
The police station stood before us, its faded brick exterior and sagging gutters speaking to years of budget constraints and deferred maintenance. A faded Oceanview Cove Police Department sign hung above the entrance, the paint peeling slightly at the edges. As we entered, the familiar smell of stale coffee and old paperwork greeted us, along with a new scent that I couldn't quite place. A mix of lemon cleaner and what might have been singed hair. Officer Jones sat at the front desk, his uniform crisp despite the early hour. He looked up as we approached, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Mr. Butterfield, good morning," he said, setting aside what looked suspiciously like a half-completed crossword puzzle. "Sheriff Miller mentioned you'd be coming by to check some database. Said to let you go straight through to the computer room." I nodded, grateful for Dr. Chen's intervention. "Thank you, Officer Jones. Could you point us in the right direction? I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with the layout back there." Jones stood, revealing a coffee stain on his shirt that he'd been unsuccessfully hiding behind the desk. "Of course, it's a bit of a maze back there. I'll show you the way." He turned to Officer Murphy, who was nursing a steaming mug of coffee at a nearby desk. "Hey, Murphy, mind keeping an eye on things out here for a bit? And maybe lay off the coffee. Your left eye is starting to twitch." Murphy grunted an affirmative, his gaze fixed on his coffee with an intensity reminiscent of deep contemplation or a desperate attempt to wake up. As he took another sip, I couldn't help but wonder if it was the same brew Ginger had mysteriously concocted during our evening escapade.
"Our caffeine connoisseur seems to be enjoying his morning pick-me-up,"
Ginger observed quietly as we followed Jones.
"Perhaps I should offer my services as the station's official barista. It would certainly improve the quality of their stakeouts, though I fear Murphy might develop a dependency on my special blend. His current state suggests he's one cup away from being able to see through time."
As we passed Miller's desk, I noticed an empty donut box sitting precariously atop a stack of files. Seizing the opportunity, I discreetly slipped Marcus's boat keys into the box, hoping they'd blend in with any leftover crumbs. It wasn't the most secure hiding place, but it beat trying to sneak back into the evidence room. Jones led us through a series of corridors, each one seeming to branch off in impossible directions. The walls were lined with outdated wanted posters and faded community outreach flyers. A water cooler gurgled noisily as we passed, the sound echoing off the linoleum floors. The machine looked like it had been there since the station's founding, its plastic yellowed with age. A sign taped to its side read, "Drink at your own risk." "Sorry about the mess," Jones said, gesturing to a toppled file cabinet that looked like it had seen better decades. "We had a bit of excitement yesterday. Some cat got in and led Murphy on quite a chase. Knocked over half the office in the process. Never did manage to catch the little troublemaker." I felt Ginger stiffen slightly beside me, his tail twitching with what I could only assume was smug satisfaction. Jones continued, oblivious to my feline partner's reaction. "Strangest thing, though, in the midst of all that chaos, the cat somehow made a cup of coffee. Best brew we've had in years. Murphy's been trying to recreate it all morning, but no luck. I'm starting to think that wasn't a regular cat. Maybe one of those famous circus performers gone rogue." "How mysterious," I managed, trying to keep a straight face. "Sounds like quite the talented feline. Perhaps you should put out a job listing for cat barista. Could revolutionize police work."
"Oh, you have no idea," Ginger muttered, his whiskers quivering with barely contained amusement. "I hear that cat's quite the master of stealth and caffeination. A real asset to law enforcement."
We finally reached a door marked Records and Data Processing. Jones pushed it open, revealing a small room dominated by an ancient computer that looked like it might have witnessed the birth of the Internet. "Here you are," Jones said. "Sheriff Miller should be in shortly. Just, don't touch anything else, all right? We're still finding misplaced files from yesterday's catastrophe." I thanked Jones for his help, watching as he retreated down the hallway. Once he was out of earshot, I turned to Ginger with a raised eyebrow. "Talented feline indeed. I suppose I should be grateful you didn't leave them a full breakfast spread."
"Please,"
Ginger sniffed, leaping gracefully onto a nearby chair.
"I have standards. Besides, I doubt the department budget could handle my culinary expertise on a regular basis."
Before I could retort, the door swung open with a creak that echoed through the room. Sheriff Miller lumbered in, his uniform straining slightly over his midsection. A fresh powdered sugar stain on his lapel hinted at his morning activities. "Butterfield," he grunted by way of greeting, his mustache twitching with barely concealed annoyance. "Let's get this over with. I've got important police work to do." I bit back a comment about the relative importance of donut quality control, instead nodding politely as I took a seat at the ancient computer. The chair groaned under my weight, making me wonder if it was related to my car in its desire for retirement. The monitor flickered to life with a sound that resembled a rusty lawnmower sputtering to start. The fan whirred loudly, as if the machine was gathering all its strength for the Herculean task of booting up. "This database contains locally registered firearms," Miller explained, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "But I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. I don't remember anyone registering a suppressor in this town." I navigated through the clunky interface, feeling like I was trying to decipher ancient hieroglyphics. The green text against the black background strained my eyes, making me grateful for my reading glasses. As I scrolled through the entries, a realization struck me. "There are no pistols listed here," I said, turning to Miller with a frown. "I was hoping to find who owns a Sig Sauer P226. That's the gun used to kill Marcus." Miller sighed, the sound carrying the weight of countless explanations to clueless civilians. "Handguns aren't required to be registered here. This database is just for heavy firearms and specialty items, like suppressors." I nodded, turning back to the screen. As I continued scrolling, an entry caught my eye that made me do a double take. "Mrs. Henderson owns a heavy machine gun?" I asked, unable to keep the disbelief from my voice. The image of our local gossip wielding a weapon that belonged more in an action movie than a small coastal town was both absurd and terrifying. Miller's expression darkened, a mix of exasperation and what might have been fear flickering across his face. His mustache seemed to droop slightly, as if it, too, was alarmed by the mention of Mrs. Henderson's firepower.
"Trust me, Butterfield, you don't want to know. Just don't ask."
Perhaps she's preparing for an alien invasion, Ginger mused, his tail swishing thoughtfully. Or maybe she's planning to take her neighborhood watch duties to new militaristic heights. I can see the newsletter now. Local grandma thwarts invasion with well-placed suppressing fire. Blames mysterious minivans.
I continued my search, but as Miller had predicted, there were no suppressors registered. Nothing that seemed immediately beneficial to our case. With a resigned sigh, I pushed back from the desk. "You're right, Sheriff. Nothing here."
"Told you,"
Miller grunted, already heading for the door.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a murder to solve."
As we followed Miller back to the main room, I decided to probe a bit. "How is the investigation going? Any promising leads?" Miller's step faltered for just a moment, his shoulders tensing.
"That's confidential information, Butterfield. You know I can't discuss ongoing cases with civilians, even ones with unconventional investigative partners."
He cast a sidelong glance at Ginger, who was trotting along beside us with an air of feline nonchalance. His evasion told me all I needed to know. The investigation was going nowhere, and Miller was likely grasping at straws, or perhaps donuts, in lieu of actual progress. As we reached the main room, Miller's gaze fell on the empty donut box where I'd stashed Marcus's keys. His brow furrowed in confusion.
"Hey, whose keys are these? How did they get in here?"
The other officers shrugged, each avoiding Miller's gaze with the practiced ease of subordinates dodging extra work. One officer suddenly became very interested in a loose thread on his sleeve, while another developed a sudden, intense fascination with the ceiling tiles. "They look like boat keys," I offered, trying to keep my voice casual. Miller's eyes lit up with sudden realization.
"Right, that reminds me. Someone called earlier about a break-in attempt at the harbor. I should probably send Martinez to check it out. He's been guarding that bar long enough, and it's not like we're finding any useful clues there anyway."
I nodded, sensing an opportunity to make our exit. "Well, we won't keep you from your work then. Thanks for letting us check the database." As Ginger and I headed for the door, my phone erupted in the now familiar strains of Staying Alive. Joan's eyes widened, his face paling slightly. "It's that disco ghost phone again," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He crossed himself quickly, though whether it was out of religious fervor or an attempt to ward off funky spirits was anyone's guess. I fumbled with the device, managing to silence it just as we stepped outside. The screen showed Victor's name, but before I could answer, I spotted his sleek black car pulling into the parking lot. Victor and Bruno emerged, their expressions a mix of determination and barely concealed impatience. Victor's eyes locked onto me, and he canceled the call, striding purposefully in our direction. Bruno followed, his massive form casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the morning sunlight.
"Mr. Butterfield!"
Victor called out, his voice carrying that particular tone of someone used to immediate answers.
"What brings you to this quaint police establishment? I hope you have some progress to report. I'd hate to think my investment in your investigative skills was misplaced."
I straightened, meeting his gaze steadily. "Just following up on some leads, Mr. Sterling. And you? I wouldn't have expected to find you here." Victor's smile didn't quite reach his eyes.
"I thought it was time to motivate our friends in blue. This investigation seems to be moving at a glacial pace, don't you agree?
I nodded, sensing an opportunity. Actually, Mr. Sterling, there's something I wanted to ask you about regarding your... But before I could finish my question, a wasp buzzed aggressively near Victor's head. In a flash of movement that belied his size, Bruno's hand shot out, clapping around the insect with impressive speed. The sound that followed, however, wasn't the soft impact I expected. Instead, there was a distinct, unpleasant clatter, the sound of metal striking metal. It rang out in the quiet parking lot like a gunshot, making several pigeons take alarmed flight. My eyes were drawn to Bruno's hands, and in that moment everything seemed to slow down. There, glinting in the morning sun, were 3 rings on each of Bruno's massive hands. My breath caught in my throat as the pieces began to fall into place. The professional hit, the suppressed weapon, the rings leaving distinct bruises on Marcus's body.
Chapter 16.
The revelation hit me like a physical blow, my mind reeling as I tried to process what I'd just witnessed. Bruno's hands, adorned with 3 rings on each, had made that unmistakable metallic clatter when he clapped them together to catch the wasp. The sound echoed in my ears, drowning out the ambient noise of the police station parking lot, the distant hum of traffic, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, even the excited chatter of a group of school children passing by on a field trip. It was as if the world had suddenly shifted on its axis, leaving me struggling to regain my balance. I blinked, trying to reconcile this new information with what we already knew. Dr. Chen had determined Marcus's time of death as approximately 1:45 a.m. But hadn't Sean mentioned that the last guests, including Victor and Bruno, left the Salty Breeze when it closed at 2 a.m.? My mind raced, attempting to piece together the puzzle with this new, jarring piece of information. Frantically, I tried to recall exactly what Sean had told me yesterday after the body was found in his bar. The memory was frustratingly hazy, clouded by the shock and confusion of the moment. Had he specifically mentioned Bruno staying until closing? As I sifted through my memories, I realized with a start that Sean had only mentioned Victor staying late. Had he simply forgotten to mention Bruno, assuming that mentioning Victor implied his ever-present shadow? Or was Bruno already gone before the bar closed? What if Bruno had left shortly after Marcus, following him to carry out a carefully planned murder? Victor's chuckle snapped me out of my spiraling thoughts, the sound jarringly out of place given the dark turn my mind had taken.
You see, Mr. Butterfield? That's why I pay Bruno the big bucks. That wasp could have been the death of me.
He brushed an invisible speck of dust from his immaculate suit sleeve.
Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
I blinked, momentarily confused by the sudden shift back to our previous conversation. My mind scrambled to formulate a response that wouldn't betray my newfound suspicions. "Oh, right," I managed, my voice sounding strangely distant to my own ears. "I just remembered I need to check on some leads. I'll update you later on any progress." Victor's brow furrowed slightly, clearly perplexed by my abrupt change of topic. However, his expression quickly smoothed over, replaced by his usual air of casual authority.
Well, all right then. I'm still betting on you to crack this case faster than the local law enforcement. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Butterfield.
"I definitely won't," I replied, the words carrying a weight Victor couldn't possibly understand. As Victor and Bruno made their way into the police station, I retreated to my car, Ginger following close behind. The familiar interior felt like a sanctuary, a place where I could gather my scattered thoughts without the weight of Victor's expectant gaze. The leather seats creaked softly as I slumped into the driver's seat, the sound oddly comforting in its familiarity. "Tell me you saw those rings too," I said to Ginger as I ran a hand through my hair, my voice barely above a whisper. Ginger leapt gracefully onto the passenger seat, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
It was rather difficult to miss, given the impressive percussion performance they provided, he replied dryly. Though I must say, Bruno's hand-eye coordination is remarkably advanced for someone of his size. Perhaps he moonlights as a concert pianist when he's not engaged in bodyguard duties or potential homicide.
How did we not notice those rings before? We've seen Bruno multiple times since this whole mess started.
Perhaps because we weren't looking for them,
Ginger offered, his tone uncharacteristically gentle.
Until Dr. Chen mentioned the killer's distinctive jewelry, we had no reason to pay attention to Bruno's accessory choices. Though I must admit, his taste in rings is surprisingly refined for someone whose primary job qualification seems to be human wall.
You're right, I conceded, absently drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. The rhythmic tapping helped to ground me as my mind continued to race. But something still doesn't add up. If Bruno is the killer, why would Victor hire us to find both the money and the murderer? He'd have to know we'd eventually figure it out. Ginger's whiskers twitched thoughtfully.
Perhaps finding the money was the primary objective. Victor might have hoped we'd recover the cash without uncovering the truth about the killer. After all, we did manage to locate the prize money rather efficiently.
I nodded slowly, considering this angle. That makes sense, but it still doesn't explain why Bruno would kill Marcus before securing the money. It seems like an unnecessary risk.
Indeed,
Ginger agreed, his tail curling around his paws.
That particular plot hole in our Bruno as killer theory is rather glaring, though I suppose even bodyguards turned assassins can have moments of poor planning. Maybe he got carried away with his newfound career in maritime crime.
We need to talk to Sean again, I said, reaching for my phone. Get a more detailed account of that night at the bar. As I dialed Sean's number, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the verge of unraveling this whole mystery. The phone rang twice before Sean's familiar voice answered, the background noise suggesting he was outdoors.
Jim, what's up?
He sounded tired, but alert. Sean, where are you right now? We need to talk. I tried to keep the urgency out of my voice, but judging by Sean's immediate response, I hadn't been entirely successful.
I'm down at the harbor with Chuck, near Rose's Cafe. We're sitting on a bench, feeding seagulls and contemplating the mysteries of life. Or at least, the mysteries of why these birds are so brazen.
There was a pause, and when Sean spoke again, his tone had shifted to one of concern.
What's wrong, Jim? You sound like you've stumbled onto something big.
We might have, I replied, already starting the car. The engine sputtered to life with its usual reluctance, as if sensing the gravity of the situation. Stay right there. Ginger and I are on our way. Chuck might be able to help too. The more details we can gather about that night, the better.
Not like we're planning on going anywhere,
Sean said with a humorless chuckle.
With the bar still sealed off as a crime scene, I've got nothing but time on my hands. See you soon.
The drive to the harbor was mercifully short, the streets of Oceanview Cove bustling with the usual morning activity. As we approached Rose's Cafe, I could see Sean and Chuck on a nearby bench, surrounded by a flock of seagulls. The birds strutted about with an air of entitlement that would have put most royalty to shame, their beady eyes fixed on the bits of bread in Sean and Chuck's hands. I parked the car, and we made our way over, carefully navigating through the feathered obstacle course. A particularly bold seagull eyed my shoes with what I could only describe as malicious intent, probably hoping I was hiding breadcrumbs in my socks. I see you've made some new friends, I called out as we approached, sidestepping another seagull that seemed determined to trip me. Chuck looked up, a wry grin on his weathered face. Friends? More like feathered extortionists. These birds are greedier than a politician at a fundraiser. They'll fight over the tiniest crumb like it's the last piece of food on earth. As I settled onto the bench next to Sean, Ginger leapt onto the backrest, his eyes tracking the movements of the seagulls with predatory interest. I could almost see the calculations running through his feline mind, probably determining the most efficient way to cause avian chaos. "Sean," I began, getting straight to the point. "You mentioned that Victor was celebrating at the bar until it closed at 2 a.m. But what about Bruno? Was he there the whole time too?" Sean's brow furrowed as he thought back, absently tossing another piece of bread to the eagerly waiting seagulls.
"You know, it's hard to say for sure. That guy has a talent for blending into the background despite his size. Like a chameleon, if chameleons were built like brick walls and wore expensive suits."
Chuck piped up, a half-eaten piece of bread forgotten in his hand as a particularly brave seagull eyed it hopefully. "I remember something about that, actually. When Marcus left, I definitely saw Bruno standing near the door. But then someone proposed a toast. Probably Victor. He was in quite the celebratory mood. And I knocked back my drink. And when I looked back at the door a moment later, Bruno was gone." I leaned forward, my interest piqued. "Gone? Did you see him leave?" Chuck shook his head, finally noticing the seagull's intense focus and tossing it the remainder of his bread.
"Nah, I just assumed he stepped out for a smoke or to use the facilities. Didn't think much of it at the time."
"What about when the bar was closing?" I pressed. "Do you remember seeing Bruno then?" Chuck's face scrunched up in concentration, his eyes fixed on the horizon as if the answer might be written in the clouds.
"You know, now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure Victor headed to the B&B alone when the bar closed. I remember thinking something felt off, like the scenery had changed. Must have been the lack of the human mountain usually shadowing him."
As Chuck spoke, movement near the docks caught my eye. Officer Martinez had arrived, making his way toward Marcus's boat with all the eagerness of a child approaching a plate of broccoli. His uniform was as crisp as ever, a stark contrast to his clearly reluctant demeanor. As he drew closer to the vessel, his hands flew to his head in a gesture of exaggerated shock, nearly dislodging his cap in the process. Ginger's tail twitched with amusement.
"It appears our intrepid officer has discovered the aftermath of someone's rather enthusiastic search," he murmured, just loud enough for me to hear. "Though judging by his reaction, you'd think he'd stumbled upon the lost city of Atlantis rather than a mildly ransacked boat. Perhaps he's hoping the sheer force of his dismay will somehow undo the break-in."
I stifled a chuckle, turning my attention back to Sean and Chuck. Sean's face had taken on a thoughtful expression, as if he'd just remembered something important.
"You know,"
he said slowly, tossing the last of his bread to the still hopeful seagulls,
"there was something weird that happened just before closing. About 10, maybe 15 minutes before I closed the bar, Victor got a phone call. After that, his whole demeanor changed. He suddenly became insistent that it was time to call it a night, that he should return to the B&B to rest. It struck me as odd, because just moments before, he'd been in full party mode, acting like he could keep going until sunrise."
The pieces were falling into place with alarming speed. I could feel the weight of this revelation settling over me, the implications both thrilling and terrifying. "Sean, Chuck," I said, my voice low and urgent, "I think we've just cracked this case wide open." Their eyes widened, and I could see the curiosity burning in their expressions. Taking a deep breath, I began to explain everything. Dr. Chen's findings about the time of death and the killer's distinctive rings, our encounter with Victor and Bruno outside the police station, and how their recollections of that night fit perfectly into this new theory. "It all makes sense now," I concluded, my words tumbling out in a rush. "Victor probably received that call from Bruno, informing him that he'd killed Marcus. That's why he suddenly wanted to end the night." Sean's face had gone pale, while Chuck looked like he might be sick.
"But why?"
Sean asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
"Why would they kill Marcus?"
I hesitated for a moment, then decided they deserved to know the full story. I told them about the agreement between Marcus and Victor to rig the race, and about the bankruptcy of Victor's company, a clear motive for wanting to keep the entire prize money rather than just half. As I finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over our little group. Even the seagulls seemed to have quieted, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the shore and the distant cry of a lone gull circling overhead. "There are still some questions," I added, breaking the silence. "Ginger and I found the money, which means Bruno and Victor didn't. Why would Bruno kill Marcus before finding it? And how did he manage to put Marcus's body into the closed bar?" Sean nodded slowly, processing the information.
"One mystery at a time," he said, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We have to go to the police with this. We need to demand they arrest Bruno immediately."
He paused, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
"Besides, the sooner this case is closed, the sooner I can reopen the bar. Feeding seagulls is all well and good, but I'd rather get back to what I love, serving drinks and listening to the town's latest gossip."
Chuck snorted, shaking his head. His weathered features creased with a mix of amusement and skepticism. "You really think Miller's going to be eager for more work? He'd probably rather pretend this whole thing never happened and go back to organizing his donut collection." "Maybe," I conceded, "but these are the clues Miller's been looking for. And more importantly, it gives him someone to accuse of murder. If there's one thing our esteemed sheriff loves more than avoiding paperwork, it's being able to say he solved a case." Chapter 17. We pulled into the police station parking lot, my old Buick groaning in protest as I eased it into a space. The faded paint, more gray than blue these days, seemed to dull further under the March sunlight. As we piled out, the absence of Victor's sleek black car was immediately noticeable. "Looks like our affluent friend and his imposing shadow have already departed," I muttered as we climbed the worn concrete steps. "Probably back at the B&B, plotting their next move."
"Or perhaps engaging in a riveting game of chess," Ginger quipped softly, "though I imagine Bruno's strategic prowess extends more toward intimidation tactics than pawn manipulation. His idea of checkmate likely involves actual physical harm."
The station's atmosphere was markedly different from our earlier visit. A palpable buzz of activity filled the air, with officers bustling about with newfound purpose. Even Sheriff Miller appeared to be engrossed in a stack of files rather than his usual donut-based pursuits. Officer Jones looked up from his desk as we approached, his eyebrows rising slightly at the sight of our motley crew. A half-eaten sandwich laid forgotten on his desk, a pickle precariously close to making a bid for freedom over the edge.
"Mr. Butterfield and company,"
he greeted us, his gaze lingering curiously on Chuck, who was still panting slightly from our brisk walk from the car.
"What brings you all here? Some kind of retired gentlemen's club outing gone awry?"
I leaned in, lowering my voice conspiratorially. "We've got some major developments in the Marcus case. Need to speak with Sheriff Miller right away." Jones nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his features.
"You've got good timing. After Mr. Sterling's visit earlier, we could use a break. Man came in here throwing his weight around, threatening to shut down the station if we don't find his money soon."
He shook his head, clearly perturbed by the memory.
"As if he's got that kind of pull, though I'll admit, for a moment there I was worried he might actually try to stuff Miller into one of the filing cabinets."
I bit back a comment about Victor's actual financial situation, simply nodding in agreement. "Mind if we head in to see the sheriff?"
"Go right ahead."
Jones waved us through, then added with a wink,
"Just tread carefully. He's been in quite a mood since Sterling left. I'd avoid any sudden movements or mentions of pastry-based diets if I were you."
We made our way toward Miller's desk in the main office of the station, the floorboards creaking beneath our feet in a symphony of age and questionable maintenance. A water stain on the ceiling looked suspiciously like Abraham Lincoln in profile, if Abraham Lincoln had been partially melted. As we approached, I could hear Miller's gruff voice, apparently engaged in a heated phone conversation.
"Don't care if it takes all night, Martinez. I want every scrap of security footage from that harbor combed through. No, I don't care that the cameras haven't been operating for months. This is a murder investigation, for crying out loud. What? No, I don't want to hear your excuses. Find a way to make it work."
I exchanged a glance with Sean, raising an eyebrow at Miller's uncharacteristic display of investigative enthusiasm. Clearly, Victor's visit had lit a fire under the usually lazy sheriff. Taking a deep breath, I stopped in front of Miller's desk. He looked up, his mustache twitching with irritation, as he barked a hasty goodbye into the phone.
"Butterfield,"
he grunted, his gaze sweeping over our group.
"I see you brought reinforcements. What is this? Some kind of retired vigilante squad? To what do I owe the pleasure of this impromptu town meeting?"
I stepped forward, willing my voice to remain steady despite the gravity of what I was about to share. "Sheriff, we've solved the case. We know who killed Marcus." Miller's eyebrows shot up. A mix of amusement and disbelief played across his features.
"Is that so? Well then, by all means, enlighten me. I could use a good laugh after the morning I've had."
Taking a deep breath, I launched into our explanation. I detailed everything we'd uncovered. The agreement between Victor and Marcus, the bankruptcy of Nautilux Tech, Bruno's rings matching the bruise patterns, and the timing of Bruno leaving the bar after Marcus on the night of the murder. Throughout my recounting, Miller's expression cycled through a range of emotions, from skepticism to confusion, and finally settling on something approaching grudging interest. As I finished, silence settled over the room. Miller leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers, regarding us with narrowed eyes.
"Let me get this straight, Butterfield,"
he began, his tone dripping with sarcasm.
"You're telling me that Victor Sterling, a well-known businessman who organized this whole tournament, had some secret agreement with Marcus to rig the race? Then, when his company went belly up, he got his bodyguard to off Marcus and steal back the prize money he'd just handed over?"
He shook his head, chuckling humorlessly.
"And all this based on the testimony of two men who were 3 sheets to the wind that night? What's next? Are you going to tell me Mrs. Henderson's garden gnomes are actually undercover FBI agents?"
"We weren't that drunk,"
Chuck protested, his face reddening. "I'll have you know I can hold my liquor better than most men half my age. Why, back in '82, I drank an entire bottle of whiskey and still managed to win a 3-legged race at the county fair."
"What he means,"
Sean interjected, shooting Chuck a warning glance,
"is that we were clear-headed enough to remember the events accurately. Miller, you have to believe us. This all fits together perfectly. It's like one of those jigsaw puzzles where the picture is a bowl of spaghetti. Confusing at first, but once you get all the pieces in place, it's clear as day."
Miller sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose.
"Look, I'll admit you solved some cases before, Butterfield. But this time, I think you've taken a wrong turn down conspiracy lane and ended up in Crazy Town."
"I have proof," I countered, my frustration mounting. "There's a document, an agreement between Victor and Marcus about rigging the race." Miller's eyes narrowed.
"And where exactly did you get this document? Did it fall out of the sky? Or maybe one of Mrs. Henderson's suspicious minivans dropped it off?"
I hesitated, acutely aware of the thin ice I was treading. Admitting to our less-than-legal acquisition of evidence would only hurt our case. "The source isn't important," I said carefully. "What matters is that it exists and corroborates our theory."
"Even if this document does exist,"
Miller said,
At best, it proves some race tampering. That's hardly in my jurisdiction, and it sure as hell doesn't prove murder. What do you want me to do? Arrest them for unsportsmanlike conduct?
But it establishes motive, I argued, my voice rising despite my best efforts to remain calm. You have to at least bring them in for questioning, get them to explain these discrepancies. It's like when you find crumbs in the bed. Sure, it doesn't prove someone was eating cookies, but it's enough to start asking questions.
They've already been here, Miller countered, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Came in earlier, answered some questions that might actually help solve this case. Didn't strike me as accomplices to murder. More like a businessman with anger management issues and his personal mountain.
I opened my mouth to protest further, but Miller held up a hand, cutting me off.
Butterfield, you and your little detective club have already taken up enough of my time. Unless you've got something concrete, and I mean real solid evidence, not just a bunch of coincidences and drunken memories, I suggest you leave the police work to the professionals. Go solve the mystery of who's been stealing Mrs. Henderson's lawn ornaments or something.
Frustration bubbled up inside me, threatening to boil over. I could feel Ginger pressing against my leg, a silent reminder to keep my cool. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to unclench my fists. Fine, I said, my voice tight with barely contained anger. We'll go, but do yourself a favor, Miller. Look into Victor's company, Nautilux Tech Innovations. When you see that bankruptcy news, maybe the pieces will start to fall into place for you. Miller's expression softened slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features.
I'll look into it,
he conceded, though his tone suggested it was more to appease me than out of any real interest.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have important police work to do.
As we turned back, the weight of our failure settled over me like a heavy blanket. The walk to the exit felt interminable, each step a reminder of how close we'd come to closing the case, only to be stonewalled by Miller's stubborn refusal to see what was right in front of him. Once outside, the bright sunlight felt almost mocking, its cheerfulness at odds with our dejected mood. Chuck was the first to break the silence, his voice cutting through the tension.
Well, that went about as well as trying to teach a cat to fetch,
he grumbled, casting a sidelong glance at Ginger.
No offense.
None taken,
Ginger replied, though of course Chuck couldn't hear him.
Though I'd argue that teaching a cat to fetch is far more achievable than getting Miller to do actual police work. You'd have better luck teaching a donut to solve crimes.
So, what now?
Sean asked, his normally cheerful face clouded with concern.
We can't just let this go. There has to be something we can do.
Chuck's face lit up suddenly, a mischievous glint in his eye.
You know, I took a few kung fu classes back in high school. We could always corner Victor and Bruno, maybe persuade them to confess the old-fashioned way. I've been working on my crouching tiger, hidden arthritis technique.
To demonstrate, Chuck launched into a series of exaggerated martial arts moves that looked more like a drunk octopus trying to hail a taxi than any form of actual combat.
I see Chuck's mastery of the ancient art of flailing limb style remains unmatched,
Ginger observed dryly.
Though I fear his technique might be more effective at inducing laughter than extracting confessions. Perhaps he could tickle the truth out of them.
I stifled a laugh, shaking my head at Chuck's antics. As impressive as your kung fu skills are, Chuck, I think we might need a slightly less physical approach. I'm not sure your crane style would hold up well against Bruno's Sig Sauer. Unless you've mastered the art of catching bullets with your hands. Chuck deflated slightly, looking almost disappointed at the prospect of not getting to use his dubious martial arts prowess.
Well, what's your bright idea then, Sherlock? Because right now, we're fresh out of options. Unless you've got a magic wand hidden in that sweater of yours.
I paused, my mind racing. The seed of an idea had begun to take root, a plan so audacious it just might work. But it would be risky, possibly the most dangerous gambit we'd attempted yet. It made our previous adventures look like a relaxing day at the beach. I might have a way to get a confession out of Victor and Bruno, I said slowly, my voice low. But it's going to be dangerous, and there's no guarantee it'll work. Sean leaned in, his eyes bright with curiosity. "What are you thinking, Jim?" I hesitated, suddenly aware of the weight of what I was considering. "It's better if you two aren't involved," I said, gesturing to Sean and Chuck. "I can't have you risking your necks for this." "Now hold on just a minute," Chuck protested, his bushy eyebrows furrowing in indignation. "We've come this far together. You can't just cut us out now. We're like the Three Musketeers. If the Musketeers were retirees with questionable investigative skills and a feline detective." Sean nodded in agreement. "He's right, Jim. We're in this together. Besides, we helped solve the case too. Let us see it through to the end." I looked at their faces, seeing the determination in their eyes. Maybe they were right. Perhaps having backup wouldn't be such a bad idea, especially given what I had in mind. After all, if we were going to do something spectacularly stupid, we might as well do it as a team. "All right," I conceded, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "You're in. But first, we need to make a stop." "The hardware store for lockpicks? The costume shop for disguises?" Sean asked. I grinned, a plan solidifying in my mind. The toy store for weapons. Chapter 18. A seagull's cry pierced the quiet afternoon as we emerged from my house, the case clutched tightly in my hand. Sean and Chuck walked beside me, their faces set with grim determination that looked out of place on men I was used to seeing laughing over drinks at the Salty Breeze. Ginger padded silently alongside us, his tail swishing with anticipation. "Everyone clear on the plan?" I asked, my voice low despite the empty street. Sean nodded, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by focused intensity. "Crystal, though I still think we should have gone with Chuck's kung fu idea. At least that way we'd go out in a blaze of glory and pulled hamstrings." "Speak for yourself," Chuck grumbled, adjusting the waistband of his pants with a grunt. "I'll have you know my crane style is as deadly as ever. Why, just last week I took out Mrs. Abernathy's prize rosebush with a single chop. She wasn't too pleased about that, mind you." "I'm sure the local flora is quaking in its roots," Ginger muttered. "Though I suspect Mrs. Abernathy's vengeance was far more terrifying than any kung fu moves." I stifled a chuckle, grateful for their attempts at levity despite the gravity of our situation. As we made our way down the street, a familiar figure on a nearby porch caught my eye. Mrs. Henderson sat in her usual spot, an oversized pair of binoculars pressed firmly to her face. The lenses magnified her eyes to comical proportions, making her look like some sort of inquisitive insect. "Well, well," she called out, her voice carrying easily in the quiet afternoon. "If it isn't our intrepid detective squad. And what's this? Carrying mysterious cases and looking like you're up to no good? My, the gossip mill will be working overtime tonight." I sighed, realizing we'd have to placate her curiosity if we wanted to avoid the entire town knowing our business before we even reached the B&B. "Mrs. Henderson," I said, forcing a smile, "I'm afraid we can't divulge the details of our current investigation, but I promise, if we succeed, you'll have enough material to keep your gossip network buzzing for months." Her eyes lit up at the prospect, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. With an exaggerated motion, she mimed zipping her lips and throwing away the key. But even as she made the gesture, I noticed her binoculars never lowered, her gaze fixed on us with laser-like intensity.
Our local information network appears to be operating at peak efficiency, Ginger observed dryly as we continued down the street. Though I must say, her commitment to covert surveillance is admirable. Perhaps we should recruit her for our next stakeout. Those binoculars could spot a suspicious dust mote from 3 counties away. We approached the B&B, its quaint exterior belying the danger that lurked within. The faded paint and slightly crooked shutters gave it an air of charming neglect, a stark contrast to the sleek modernity I associated with Victor Sterling. A porch swing creaked gently in the breeze, its rhythmic sound oddly soothing in the tense atmosphere. I turned to Sean and Chuck, my hand hovering over the ornate door knocker. "Last chance to back out," I said quietly. "Once we're in there, things could get dicey fast." "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world," Chuck said, cracking his knuckles with a series of pops that sounded alarmingly like Rice Krispies in milk. "It's about time we showed these youngsters how it's done." Sean's face set with determination. "We're with you, Jim. Someone's got to make sure you don't end up as Bruno's new punching bag. Besides, I've always wanted to play the part of the dashing sidekick in a noir thriller." With a nod, I directed them to take up positions on either side of the door frame, their bodies pressing against the siding. I couldn't help but marvel at how easily they slipped into their roles, moving with a stealth that belied their years. It was like watching an elderly version of a SWAT team, if SWAT teams specialized in dart throwing and happy hour specials. I pressed the record button on my phone, the soft beep seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet afternoon. Slipping the device into my coat pocket, I took a deep breath and rapped sharply on the door. The sound echoed through the B&B, each knock feeling like a countdown to our impending confrontation. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a creak that spoke of unoiled hinges and dramatic timing, the door swung open. Bruno filled the doorway, his massive frame blocking out the light from inside. Even in the dimness of the porch, I could see his eyebrows rise slightly above the ever-present sunglasses. "Who is it?" Victor's voice called from somewhere inside, carrying an edge of impatience. Bruno's response was as terse as ever, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate the floorboards beneath our feet. "The detective." There was a shuffling sound, and then Victor appeared behind his bodyguard. His eyes locked onto the case, and I could almost see the tension drain from his shoulders. A smile spread across his face, transforming his features from sharp angles to something almost warm. "Mr. Butterfield!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with a joy that I knew was as false as a $3 bill. "I see you've been successful in your investigation. Please do come in. We simply must celebrate your triumph." I nodded, careful to keep my expression neutral. "I think that would be wise. There are far too many curious eyes and ears on this street." I cast a meaningful glance down the road where Mrs. Henderson's binoculars glinted in the afternoon light. Victor followed my gaze, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "Ah, yes, small-town charm and all that. Well, by all means, step inside. We have much to discuss, and I believe I owe you a rather substantial reward." As Ginger and I crossed the threshold, I was acutely aware of the soft footfalls behind us. Sean and Chuck had timed their entrance perfectly, slipping in like shadows, while Victor and Bruno led us toward the living room. I had to admit I was impressed by their stealth. If I hadn't known they were there, I might not have noticed them at all. The interior of the B&B looked exactly as it had during our last visit, when we were searching for Aaron's daughter, Lily. Faded floral wallpaper adorned the walls, while antique furniture that had seen better days was arranged with care. The air carried a mix of scents: lemon furniture polish, old books, and something floral that I couldn't quite place. Victor led us to the living room, dominated by a large fireplace. The same room where Peter and I had shared a drink when I first arrived in town, back when this was still Peter's house.
Despite the mild spring weather, a fire crackled merrily in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the room. 4 armchairs were arranged in a semicircle before it, their upholstery faded but still plush.
"Please, make yourself comfortable," Victor said, gesturing to one of the chairs.
As I settled into it, the case balanced carefully on my lap, I couldn't help but notice how the firelight glinted off Bruno's rings. Each flash of light seemed like a reminder of the danger we were in. Bruno took up position behind Victor's chair, his massive form looming over us like a particularly well-dressed thundercloud. Ginger, with his usual feline grace, leapt onto the arm of my chair. His tail swished slowly back and forth, the only outward sign of the tension I knew he must be feeling.
"Now then," Victor said,
leaning forward with an eagerness that seemed almost childlike.
"I'm simply dying to know. Where did you find the case? And more importantly, how did you manage to find it so quickly? I must say, I'm impressed."
I smiled, the expression feeling stiff on my face. "I'd be happy to regale you with the tale, Mr. Sterling, but first, if you don't mind, there are a few loose ends I'd like to tie up, a few mysteries that still puzzle me." Victor's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of something, was it concern, passing across his face. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by his usual mask of affable charm.
Of course, of course. What kind of host would I be if I didn't indulge the curiosity of such a talented investigator? Ask away, Mr. Butterfield. I'm an open book."
I leaned back in my chair, trying to project an air of casual confidence that I definitely didn't feel. My heart was racing, and I was acutely aware of the recorder in my pocket. Everything hinged on the next few minutes. "Well, Mr. Sterling, it's quite a tale. One might even call it a bankruptcy of morals." I paused, watching Victor's reaction carefully. His smile remained fixed, but I saw his hand tighten on the arm of his chair. "You see, I couldn't help but wonder about the timing of certain events. Your company, Nautilus Tech Innovations, filing for bankruptcy on the very day of the race. Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you say?" Victor's laugh sounded forced, a harsh bark that echoed off the walls.
"The business world is full of ups and downs, Mr. Butterfield. Surely you're not suggesting there's some connection between my company's financial troubles and this situation with Marcus?"
"Oh, I'm suggesting quite a bit more than that," I replied, my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. "You see, I've pieced together quite an interesting story. A tale of high-tech sabotage, rigged races, and murder. And so I laid it all out. The agreement between Victor and Marcus, the underwater drones used to rig the race, the timeline of Marcus's death that coincided so neatly with Bruno's disappearance from the bar. With each revelation, I watched Victor's composure crack a little more. His smile became more of a grimace, and his knuckles whitened as he gripped the arms of his chair. "The rings were a nice touch," I added, nodding toward Bruno's hands. "Quite distinctive. Left quite an impression, you might say, both figuratively and literally." Bruno shifted his weight, the floorboards creaking ominously beneath him. His face remained impassive behind those ridiculous sunglasses, but I could see the tension in his jaw. "And let's not forget the gun," I continued, warming to my subject. "A Sig Sauer P226, if I'm not mistaken, with a suppressor no less. Quite the professional setup, almost as if someone came prepared for anything to go wrong." Victor's laugh this time was sharp, brittle.
"This is quite the story you've concocted, Mr. Butterfield. Worthy of one of those pulp novels, I'd say. But surely you realize it's all circumstantial. You have no real proof of any of this."
I nodded, conceding the point. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Sterling. I have no concrete evidence, nothing that would stand up in court, except for Marcus's agreement papers. But those only prove the race was unfair, not murder. I patted the case in my lap. That's why I'm here with your money. All of it. I'm willing to give you the entire sum in exchange for the full story of what happened. Victor's eyes narrowed, suspicion clear in his gaze.
If you believe all this, why would you simply hand over the money and walk away?
I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. Professional curiosity, I suppose. There are still a few details that don't quite add up. Like, why organize this race at all if you don't get anything in return? Why didn't Marcus give you half the money right after the race, as agreed? How did you get his body into a locked bar? I was hoping you might satisfy my curiosity before we conclude our business. After all, what harm could it do? As you said, I have no real proof. For a long moment, Victor said nothing. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire and the soft tick of an antique clock on the mantel. I held my breath, hoping the recorder in my pocket was picking up every word. This was the moment of truth. Finally, Victor's face split into a wide grin. It was a hard expression, all teeth and no warmth.
You know, Mr. Butterfield, I knew you were good, but I must say you've exceeded my expectations. Bravo, truly.
He settled back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other in a pose of casual arrogance.
Very well. You want the full story? I suppose there's no harm in indulging your curiosity. After all, as you said, you have no way to prove our involvement in Marcus's murder.
Victor paused, studying me for a moment before continuing.
I could have Bruno kill you right now and take the money, but I've been dying to share this story with someone. It's quite epic if I do say so myself. So I'll tell you everything, and then we'll deal with the loose ends.
I nodded, trying to keep my expression neutral. I'm all ears. Victor leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
It all started with some very wealthy friends of mine, obscenely rich, really, the kind of people who get bored with normal thrills. They'd exhausted horse racing, you see. Wanted something new to bet on. That's when I had my brilliant idea. Boat racing.
I did wonder about all those cameras at the event, I interjected. The race wasn't being broadcast on TV, was it? Victor's grin widened.
Ah, you noticed that, did you? No, not on regular TV. Those cameras were providing a live feed to my rich friends. They could watch the race in real time from their penthouses and yachts, cheer on the boats they'd bet on. And let me tell you, the bets were astronomical. Made that crazy lady with the hat and her little wagers look like child's play.
Mrs. Henderson, I supplied, remembering her collecting bets in her overflowing bag.
Yes, her, Victor waved dismissively. Anyway, I saw an opportunity. Invest in one competitor, make a deal with him, place a massive bet, and walk away with a fortune from my clueless friends. It was foolproof.
Until it wasn't, I prompted. Victor's face darkened.
Yes, well, during the race, I received some unfortunate news. My company, Nautilus Tech, had gone bankrupt. Not entirely unexpected, given the incompetence of our directors, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Even though my bet had paid off, I suddenly couldn't afford to part with even half the prize money.
So what did you do? I asked, leaning forward slightly.
I approached Marcus right after the race, told him we needed to split the money immediately. I was about to get all of it instead of just half. But the fool was too caught up in his victory, wanted to celebrate, bask in his moment of glory.
Victor's voice dripped with contempt.
He insisted we go to the bar first. There were too many people around for me to insist more forcefully.
So you went to the Salty Breeze, I said. Victor nodded.
I played my part, the gracious host, celebrating a successful event. But I had my eye on Marcus the whole time. I instructed Bruno to follow him when he left, to retrieve the money by any means necessary."
And that's when things went wrong, I guessed.
"You have no idea," Victor said, shaking his head. "Bruno followed Marcus into a dark alley, confronted him about the money. But Marcus was drunk, claimed he couldn't remember where he'd put it. Bruno didn't believe him, of course, pulled out his gun, threatened him, and then—"
Victor trailed off, his face a mix of disbelief and disgust. "Then what?" I prompted.
"A mouse," Victor spat. "A damned mouse scurried out of a trash bin and ran over Bruno's shoes. This man," he jerked his thumb at the impassive bodyguard, "who's faced down armed men without flinching, is terrified of mice. He's startled. The gun went off, and just like that, our payday was bleeding out in some filthy alley."
I risked a glance at Bruno, but his expression remained hidden behind his sunglasses.
"Bruno called me immediately," Victor continued. "I was furious, but I couldn't show it. Had to stay in character. That's when I had my brilliant idea. We'd hide the body in the bar."
"To frame Sean," I said, thinking of my friend hopefully still hidden nearby.
"Exactly," Victor nodded,
a note of pride in his voice.
"It would throw suspicion on the bartender and create a locked room mystery to puzzle the local police. Plus, I knew it would attract the attention of Oceanview Cove's finest detective duo. I'd read about your previous cases, figured you might be able to find the money for us."
"But how did you get into the bar?" I asked, already knowing the answer, but needing to hear him say it. Victor's smile was smug.
"I'd noticed where Sean hid the spare key earlier when he went to get some premium scotch. During our last toast, while everyone was singing and celebrating, I snatched it from under the counter. After the bar closed, Bruno and I executed a perfect covert operation. Well," he glanced at his bodyguard, "mostly perfect."
"And then you hired me," I said.
"Indeed, though you proved more resourceful than I anticipated. When Bruno reported seeing you on Marcus's boat, we thought we'd finally located our prize."
"So that's why Bruno broke into the boat later," I mused. I'd wondered about that. Victor nodded.
"I sent him back when I realized that's where the money likely was. Unfortunately, he couldn't crack the safe. Made quite a mess in the process, too. I called him off after that. Too risky to keep trying. I figured you'd find a way to open it eventually."
"Which we did," I confirmed, patting the case in my lap.
"Indeed you did," Victor said, his eyes glinting. "So, Mr. Butterfield, is your curiosity satisfied?"
I nodded slowly.
"Completely.
It's quite a story."
"Oh, it is," Victor agreed. "And now I'm afraid we come to the final chapter."
He turned to Bruno, his voice hardening.
"Kill him and take the case, but do it quietly. No guns this time. We don't need to leave any more evidence for the local police to stumble upon."
Chapter 19. My heart raced as Bruno took a step toward me, his massive form blocking out the firelight. Now, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's not be hasty. After all, you don't even know if the money's actually in the case."
Victor's eyes narrowed. "What are you playing at, Butterfield?"
"Just saying it would be a shame to go through all this trouble only to find out you've killed me for an empty case, wouldn't it?" I managed a weak smile. Victor considered this for a moment, then let out a harsh laugh.
"You think I'm a fool, Butterfield? We won't make the same mistake twice."
He turned to Bruno, his voice hardening.
"Check the case first, then dispose of our nosy friend here."
I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my temple as Bruno loomed over me, his hands outstretched for the case. The antique clock on the mantel ticked away the seconds, each one feeling like an eternity. "Wait," I said. "I'll open it myself.
After all, we wouldn't want any accidents with the contents, would we? Victor's eyes narrowed, but he nodded curtly. Fine, but no funny business, Butterfield. Bruno here isn't known for his patience or gentle touch. I placed the case on my lap, acutely aware of Bruno's massive presence beside me. The leather felt cool against my sweating palms as I fiddled with the clasps. I could feel Ginger's tension radiating from his spot on the arm of my chair, his tail twitching with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, I flipped the clasps open with an audible click. The sound seemed to echo in the tense silence of the room. I lifted the lid slowly, revealing the contents within. "Sean! Jack! No!" I yelled, tipping the case forward. Two furry objects tumbled out onto the polished hardwood floor. For a moment, they lay still, and I felt a flash of panic. Had the plan failed before it even began? Then, with a soft whir of motors, the two toy mice sprang to life. They darted across the floor, their tiny wheels squeaking against the wood. The reaction was instantaneous and far more dramatic than I could have hoped for. Bruno let out a high-pitched shriek that seemed impossibly at odds with his intimidating appearance. He leaped backward with surprising agility for a man his size, nearly toppling an antique side table in the process. "Mice!" he stammered, his usual stoic demeanor completely shattered. "Get them away from me!" Victor's face contorted in a mix of confusion and rage. "What on earth? Bruno, get a hold of yourself! They're just toys!" But Bruno was beyond reason. He scrambled onto a nearby armchair, his massive frame comically perched on its delicate legs. The chair groaned under his weight. Adding to the chaos, Ginger sprang into action. He leaped from his perch on my chair, pouncing on one of the toy mice with feline grace. His paws batted at the mechanical rodent, sending it skittering across the floor in erratic patterns. "See?" Bruno wailed, pointing a trembling finger at Ginger. "The cat's chasing them! They're real!" From the doorway, I heard the unmistakable sound of barely suppressed laughter. Sean and Chuck peered around the frame, each clutching a small remote control. Their faces were red with the effort of containing their mirth as they guided the toy mice in a frenzied dance around the room. "Oh, man," Sean said between wheezes of laughter. "This is even better than I imagined." The living room had devolved into complete pandemonium. Bruno, still perched precariously on the armchair, let out another shriek as one of the toy mice wheeled past his makeshift refuge. He made a desperate leap for the next chair, his impressive bulk sailing through the air in a graceless arc. Victor, his face purple with rage, bellowed from his seat. "Bruno, you incompetent oaf! They're not real mice! Get down from there this instant and deal with Butterfield!" But his words fell on deaf ears. Bruno had curled himself into a ball on top of an armchair, his massive frame somehow balanced on the cushioned surface. Ginger paused in his pursuit of the mechanical rodents, fixing me with a look of feline disdain. "I hope you appreciate the depths to which I'm lowering myself for this performance," he said dryly, though of course only I could hear him. "Chasing fake mice like some common house cat. The indignity of it all." I bit back a laugh, focusing instead on the next phase of our plan. With Victor distracted by the chaos unfolding in the living room, I pulled out my phone and dialed Emma's number. "Jim?" Emma's voice rang out, barely audible over the cacophony in the room. "Is everything all right? I'm sensing some very chaotic energies through the phone. Venus warns that—" "Emma," I cut her off, raising my voice to be heard over Bruno's continued wails. "I got the confession. We need Miller and the police at the B&B right away. It's all going down now." There was a pause on the other end of the line, punctuated by the sound of Victor shouting at Bruno to man up and face the blasted toy rodents. "Jim?" Emma's voice came through again, this time with an edge of excitement. "The phone is on loudspeaker, so Miller heard all of that. He's
Oh, here, I'll let you hear for yourself."
Miller's gruff voice filled the air. "What in tarnation are Butterfield and his retirement home squad doing to our town's respected guests? This better not be another one of their harebrained schemes." I couldn't help but grin at Miller's exasperation. "Just bringing justice to Oceanview Cove, Sheriff. Care to join us?" A string of colorful expletives that would have made a sailor blush erupted from the phone, followed by the sound of a door slamming. Emma's voice returned, breathless with excitement.
"Jim, he's on his way with 3 more officers. The stars must truly be aligned in your favor today."
I ended the call, turning my attention back to the chaos still unfolding in the living room. Sean and Chuck had grown bolder, guiding the toy mice in ever-tightening circles near Victor's feet. The businessman remained seated in his armchair, his expensive shoes lifting slightly with each pass of the whirring wheels beneath them. "I swear, Butterfield," Victor snarled, his composure completely shattered, "when I get my hands on you—" But whatever threat he was about to make was cut short by the sound of sirens growing steadily louder. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows, painting the room in an eerie, pulsating glow. The front door burst open with a bang. Sheriff Miller stomped into the living room, his face a thundercloud of irritation. He froze in the doorway, taking in the scene before him with widening eyes. Bruno had abandoned his previous armchair and was now sitting on Victor's lap, his arms wrapped tightly around his employer in a death grip. Victor's face was turning into an interesting shade of purple. Whether from rage or lack of oxygen, it was hard to tell. The toy mice continued their merry dance around the armchair, with Sean and Chuck barely visible in the doorway, their shoulders shaking with silent laughter. I remained in my armchair, unable to keep the grin off my face as I watched Miller's expression cycle through confusion, disbelief, and finally, resignation. "What in the name of all that's holy is going on here?" Miller demanded, his mustache quivering with indignation. I stood slowly, brushing imaginary lint from my sweater. "Well, Sheriff, it's quite simple, really. We've caught the culprits responsible for Marcus's death. Mr. Sterling here was kind enough to confess everything." Victor's face, if possible, turned even darker. "The hell I did? This is ridiculous. I demand you arrest these lunatics immediately." I pulled out my phone, waving it casually. "Oh, I think you'll find you did confess, Mr. Sterling. In quite vivid detail, I might add. Would you like to hear it for yourself?" Without waiting for a response, I hit play. Victor's voice filled the room, detailing the entire sordid affair, from the rigged race to the killing of Marcus and the elaborate cover-up. As the recording played on, I watched the fight drain out of Victor. His shoulders slumped, and he seemed to age years in a matter of moments. Bruno, still perched on his lap, looked between his employer and the assembled police force with growing panic. When the recording ended, a heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft whir of the toy mice, now circling aimlessly near the fireplace. Miller cleared his throat, his face a mask of disbelief. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but, Butterfield, it seems you were right, again." He turned to the officers, gesturing toward Victor and Bruno. "Arrest them. Murder, conspiracy, and whatever else we can throw at them." As the officers moved to comply, Victor made one last desperate attempt to rise from his chair. But Bruno, still firmly attached to his employer, refused to budge. "For God's sake, Bruno," Victor snapped, his voice muffled by his bodyguard's massive shoulder. "Get off me this instant!" But Bruno just shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the toy mice. "No way, boss! Not until those devil rodents are gone for good!" I couldn't help but chuckle as I watched the officers try to pry the 2 men apart. Ginger leaped back onto the arm of my chair, his tail swishing with satisfaction. "Well," he said, his whiskers twitching with amusement, "I must say,
That was far more entertaining than I anticipated, though I do hope you appreciate the lengths to which I went to maintain our ruse. I'll have you know, my reputation in the feline community may never recover from this undignified display of toy chasing."
I reached out to scratch behind his ears, a gesture he accepted with his usual air of reluctant pleasure. "Your sacrifice is duly noted and appreciated, partner. I'd say it was worth it for the look on Bruno's face alone." As the officers finally managed to separate Victor and Bruno, slapping handcuffs on both men, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Another case solved, another mystery unraveled. But as I watched Miller reading them their rights, a thought occurred to me. "Sheriff," I called out, "you might want to check Bruno for a Sig Sauer P226. Ballistics will match it to the bullet that killed Marcus." Miller's eyebrow shot up, but he nodded to one of the officers. Sure enough, a quick search revealed the weapon tucked into a shoulder holster beneath Bruno's jacket. After giving our full statements to Miller, we made our way outside. The cool afternoon air was a welcome relief after the tension of the past hours. The B&B's porch creaked beneath our feet as we gathered, watching the police cars pull away, their sirens silent but lights still flashing. "We did it!" Chuck crowed, pumping his fist in the air. Emma, who had arrived a bit earlier to give her statement about her involvement in the plan, beamed. Her crystal necklace tinkled as she bounced on her toes.
"The celestial alignments were perfect for this operation. I knew Jupiter was onto something with its placement." "I can't believe how well that worked," Sean said, shaking his head in amazement. "When you first suggested using toy mice, I thought you'd finally lost it, Jim."
Chuck laughed heartily, his weathered face creased with mirth.
"Lost it? I'd say he found it. Did you see Bruno's face when those little mechanical critters started moving? Priceless."
Emma nodded enthusiastically, her earrings catching the light from the porch lamp.
"Oh, yes. The cosmic energy in that room was absolutely chaotic. Mars must have been aligned perfectly."
I couldn't help but smile at their excitement. I have to admit, it went even better than I'd hoped, though I think we owe a lot of that success to Ginger's performance. Who knew he had such a talent for acting? Ginger, perched on the porch railing, fixed me with a look of feline disdain.
"I'll have you know I was not acting. I was simply indulging in a momentary lapse of sanity brought on by prolonged exposure to your ridiculous schemes. It will not be repeated."
I chuckled, knowing the others couldn't hear his sarcastic commentary. Emma's eyes widened suddenly, as if remembering something.
"Oh, I almost forgot to mention. When I first heard about my role in persuading Miller to come to the B&B, I thought it would be much more difficult. But as soon as he heard the background voices of Victor and Bruno, there was no need for persuasion at all."
Sean laughed, leaning against one of the porch pillars.
"I bet he thought we were attacking them or something. No wonder he showed up so fast." "Well," Chuck said with a wink, "he wasn't entirely wrong, was he? We did launch a pretty effective mouse assault."
As we shared a laugh at Miller's expense, the sound of tires on gravel caught our attention. A car was pulling up near the B&B, its headlights sweeping across us. The vehicle came to a stop, and a familiar figure emerged. "Sophie?" I called out, surprised to see the baker after a month away. She looked refreshed, as if the time away had done her a world of good. Sophie approached, her face a mix of confusion and amusement as she took in our gathered group.
"What in the world is going on here? I leave town for a few weeks, and I come back to find you all looking like you've just solved another case."
I stepped forward, offering her a warm smile. "Welcome back, Sophie. How was your time away?" She shook her head, a rueful smile playing at her lips.
"It was exactly what I needed. Time to think, to process everything that happened. I finally feel ready to reopen the bakery."
Her gaze swept over our group, noting our disheveled appearance and excited faces.
But it seems I've missed quite a bit. Care to fill me in?
Chuck grinned, spreading his arms wide.
What can we say? Oceanview Cove never changes. You leave for a bit of peace and quiet, and you come back to murder mysteries and dramatic arrests.
Sophie laughed, the sound warm and genuine.
I should have known. So what happened? Another case for our town's finest detective duo?
Sean nodded, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
Oh, it's quite the tale, but I think it's better told over drinks. Speaking of which,
his face fell slightly.
My bar is still sealed off as a crime scene. Not sure when I'll be able to reopen.
Sophie's eyes lit up.
You know, I think I have a solution. Why don't we have your post-case celebration at the bakery? Alice came back to town this morning, too. I can call her and Mrs. Abernathy to whip up some treats. And don't worry, she added with a wink. I promise there won't be any extra substances this time.
The suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from our little group. Emma clapped her hands together, her crystals creating a soft tinkling sound.
Oh, what a wonderful idea! The stars are aligning perfectly for a joyous gathering.
As we made our plans for our impromptu celebration, a familiar voice called out from down the street.
Yoo-hoo! Is anyone going to fill me in on all the excitement? I demand details!
We turned to see Mrs. Henderson on her porch, binoculars still pressed firmly to her eyes.
I heard screams coming from the B&B, she called out. And then that handsome Mr. Sterling and his mountain of a bodyguard were let out in handcuffs. What on earth is going on?
It's quite a story, Mrs. Henderson, I called back. Why don't you join us at Sophie's Bakery this evening? There'll be plenty of tales to share. Her face lit up at the prospect of fresh gossip.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Should I bring my minivan sighting logbook? I have some very interesting theories about their connection to all this.
I'm sure you do, I muttered under my breath, earning a snort from Ginger.
Perhaps we should invite the entire town, he quipped. I'm certain Mrs. Henderson's theories about minivan-based criminal enterprises would be a hit at this party.
As Mrs. Henderson bustled back into her house, presumably to prepare for the evening's gossip session, I turned back to our group. The excitement of our successful plan was starting to wear off, replaced by a bone-deep weariness that comes after intense stress. Well, folks, I said, stifling a yawn, I think we've all earned a bit of a rest before our celebration. Shall we meet at the bakery in, say, 3 hours? Sophie nodded.
That should give us plenty of time. Alice, Mrs. Abernathy, and I will get started on preparing the treats right away.
There were nods of agreement all around. As our little group began to disperse, Sean caught my eye.
Jim, he said quietly, there's still one loose end, isn't there?
I nodded, knowing exactly what he meant. The prize money that had started this whole adventure was still hidden away in my bedside table at home. The money, I confirmed. It's time to give it to the one who really deserves it. Chapter 20. Oceanview Cove basked in the golden hues of late afternoon as I made my way up the path to the Reeves house, a folder tucked securely under my arm. Ginger trotted beside me, his tail swishing with each step. The air carried a hint of salt from the harbor, mixed with the sweet scent of blooming flowers in the neat gardens that lined the street. I paused at the front door, taking a deep breath before knocking. The sound echoed through the quiet neighborhood, followed by the muffled bark of a neighbor's dog. Footsteps approached from inside, and a moment later, the door swung open to reveal Olivia Reeves.
Jim!
She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise.
What brings you here?
I offered a warm smile. Hello, Olivia. Is Robert home? She shook her head, her dark hair catching the sunlight.
No, he's still examining those drones with Alan. Probably won't be back until later this evening.
Actually, that might be for the best, I said, shifting my weight slightly. Robert would never accept what I've come to give you. Olivia's brow furrowed in confusion.
What do you mean? What is it?
I glanced down at the folder in my hands, then back up at her. It's about the race. We solved the case, Olivia. We found the prize money. Her eyes widened, realization dawning on her face.
You don't mean?
I nodded, holding out the folder. I've come to bring you the prize money. It rightfully belongs to Robert. Olivia took a step back, shaking her head.
No, Jim, we can't accept that. It's not.
It is, I insisted gently. The whole town saw that Robert was about to win that race. If Marcus hadn't used that drone against his boat, Robert would have taken first place. This money belongs to him. Olivia hesitated, her hand hovering uncertainly near the folder.
I don't know, Jim. It doesn't feel right.
I pressed on, my voice soft but firm. Think about it, Olivia. What else can I do with this money? Turn it over to the police? Let it sit in evidence forever while Miller tries to figure out how to file it? Robert wanted to win this for Leo's college fund, didn't he? This money is for your son's future. Her resolve visibly weakened, and I could see the internal struggle playing out across her face. Finally, she let out a small sigh.
When you put it like that, I suppose you're right.
With a tentative hand, she reached out and took the folder. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders as she accepted it. Just don't tell Robert about this right away, I advised. You know how he is. He'll try to give it back if he finds out too soon. Olivia nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth.
You're right about that. Don't worry, I'll keep it quiet for now. Thank you, Jim. It's more than we could have hoped for.
Just then, the patter of small feet echoed from inside the house. A moment later, Leo appeared at his mother's side, his eyes lighting up when he saw me.
Uncle Jim!
He exclaimed, bouncing on his toes.
What are you doing here?
I crouched down to his level, grinning. Just stopping by to say hello. How are you doing, kiddo?
I'm great,
Leo beamed.
I'm almost finished building my Lego boat. It's so cool. Do you want to see it?
I chuckled, ruffling his hair. Maybe next time when it's all finished. I bet it's going to be amazing. Leo nodded enthusiastically. I added, Hey, Leo, do me a favor. Don't tell your dad I stopped by today, okay? Leo straightened up, his face suddenly serious. He brought his hand up in a slightly clumsy Marine salute.
I can keep secrets, Uncle Jim. You can count on me.
I returned the salute, trying to keep a straight face. Excellent work, sailor. I knew I could trust you. As I stood up, Olivia mouthed a silent thank you over Leo's head. I nodded, then glanced at Ginger. Well, we should be going. Got a celebration to prepare for. We said our goodbyes, and as Ginger and I made our way back down the path, I could hear Leo pestering his mother about what was in the folder. Olivia's vague replies faded as we reached the street.
I still think we should have kept the money, Ginger said as we walked.
I laughed, shaking my head. And spend it all on premium cat food, right? Ginger's tail twitched with amusement.
Well, what else would you use it for? Clearly, proper feline nutrition should be a top priority in any budget.
Of course, I agreed, still chuckling. Well, partner, what do you say we head home for a quick nap before the celebration? I don't know about you, but I could use a bit of shut-eye after all this excitement. Ginger yawned.
For once, I find myself in complete agreement with your suggestion. A nap sounds positively divine.
As we made our way home, the late afternoon sun warm on our backs, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment.
Another case solved, justice served, and a little boy's future secured. It wasn't a bad day's work, all things considered. The bakery was alive with chatter and laughter as Ginger and I arrived later that evening, refreshed after a quick nap and an enlightening call with Sarah. My daughter had been both surprised and impressed by the details of our latest case, her enthusiasm reminding me why I loved this work. The warm glow of the interior lights spilled out onto the sidewalk, creating a welcoming beacon in the growing twilight. As we approached, the aroma of fresh baked goods wafted through the air, making my stomach growl in anticipation. Pushing open the door, we were greeted by a wave of noise and warmth. What was supposed to be a small gathering had apparently turned into a town-wide celebration. It seemed that the people of Oceanview Cove had either forgotten about the Valentine's Day incident or were simply too enticed by the promise of Sophie's baking to stay away.
"I see our little party has expanded somewhat," Ginger observed dryly as we navigated through the crowd. "Though I suppose one can never underestimate the allure of properly baked goods, even in the wake of criminal pastry incidents."
My eyes scanned the room, taking in the festive atmosphere. Mr. Whiskers sat regally on the windowsill, his imperious gaze sweeping over the gathered townsfolk. His tail twitched occasionally, as if keeping time with the ebb and flow of conversation.
"Ah, I see His Royal Highness has deigned to grace us with his presence,"
Ginger remarked, nodding toward Mr. Whiskers.
"No doubt he's ensuring the proceedings meet his exacting standards. Though I must say, his disdain for the common folk seems particularly pronounced this evening."
In one corner, I spotted Chuck and Mrs. Henderson huddled together at a small table, deep in animated conversation. As we passed, I caught snippets of Chuck's enthusiastic retelling of our case. "And there I was, facing down that mountain of a man with nothing but my wits and a toy mouse," Chuck was saying, his hands gesticulating wildly. "Of course, I had to time it just right. One wrong move, and it could have all gone south." Mrs. Henderson leaned in, her eyes wide with fascination.
"Oh my, and to think, all this happened right under our noses. I knew there was something fishy about those visitors from out of town. My minivan sighting log never lies."
I shook my head, amused by Chuck's embellishments and Mrs. Henderson's unwavering faith in her conspiracy theories. Some things in Oceanview Cove never changed, and for that I was grateful. Finally, I spotted our table. Sean, Emma, and Robert were already seated, engaged in lively conversation. As Ginger and I approached, Sean looked up with a grin.
Well, well, look who's finally decided to grace us with their presence," he called out, checking an imaginary watch. "And here I thought you were the one who set the time for this little shindig."
I shrugged, sliding into an empty chair. What can I say? Traffic was murder.
"Ah, yes, the notorious Oceanview Cove rush hour,"
Ginger quipped.
"It's a wonder we made it here at all."
As if on cue, Alice appeared at our table, balancing a tray laden with an assortment of treats. She set it down carefully and then placed a small saucer of cream in front of Ginger.
"Here you go,"
she said with a warm smile.
"Thought you might like something special, Ginger. It's the good stuff from Mrs. Abernethy's secret stash."
I took a moment to really look at Alice as she arranged the plates. The change in her was remarkable. Gone was the pale, drawn look she'd worn during the Liam case. Now her cheeks held a healthy glow, and her eyes sparkled with renewed energy. "Alice, you're looking well," I said. "How are you doing?" She straightened up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear.
"Much better, thank you. The time at my grandparents' place was just what I needed. It gave me space to process everything that happened with Liam."
She paused, her gaze drifting around the busy bakery.
"But I have to admit, by the last week, I was itching to get back. I missed this place, the work, the people. Baking and bringing a bit of happiness to folks. It's what I love most."
Her eyes met mine, filled with sincerity.
And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you and Ginger. What you did exposing that blackmailer, I can't thank you enough.
I felt a warmth spread through my chest at her words. We just did what needed to be done, Alice. I'm glad it all worked out in the end. She opened her mouth to respond, but Mrs. Abernathy's voice rang out from the kitchen.
Alice, I need your help with the next batch of cookies.
Alice's eyes widened.
Oops, duty calls. Enjoy the treats, everyone.
With a quick wave, she hurried back to the kitchen, deftly weaving through the crowded bakery. Behind the counter, I spotted Sophie, her face glowing with contentment as she arranged a tray of pastries. She looked truly in her element, a far cry from the worried woman who had left town a month ago. It was good to see her back where she belonged, bringing joy to Oceanview Cove one baked good at a time. As we tucked into the array of pastries, the conversation flowed easily. Emma regaled us with her latest astrological predictions, while Sean shared some of the more colorful theories he had heard at Rose's Cafe this morning. Robert, however, seemed lost in thought, absently turning a half-eaten cookie in his hands. After a moment, he spoke up.
You know, there are still two mysteries that are nagging me about this whole affair.
Sean raised an eyebrow.
Oh, do tell.
Robert set down his cookie, leaning forward.
Well, first off, what happened to the prize money? It seems to have vanished into thin air. I can't help but wonder who ended up with it.
Catching Sean and Emma's knowing glances, I cleared my throat.
It's certainly a mystery,
I agreed, perhaps a bit too quickly. If Robert noticed our exchange, he didn't show it. Instead, he pressed on.
And the second thing, it's about those drones. Ellen and I have been examining them further, and we found something interesting. There's a small camera inside, and based on the technology, they could be controlled from quite a distance.
I nodded, recalling the sophisticated devices we'd found on Marcus's boat. What are you getting at? Robert's eyes lit up with the excitement of sharing a theory.
Well, here's the thing. You didn't find any remote controls on Marcus's boat, just the drones themselves. It got me thinking, what if there was another accomplice, someone on the coast controlling the drones remotely?
I felt my eyebrows rise. It was an angle I hadn't considered. That's actually a really good point, Robert. It would explain how Marcus managed to stay in the lead while the drones were active.
Exactly,
Robert nodded enthusiastically.
He couldn't have piloted his boat and controlled the drone simultaneously. It just doesn't add up.
I frowned, thinking back to the evidence we'd uncovered. But the agreement we found only had Marcus and Victor's names on it. There was no mention of a third party. Robert shrugged.
Maybe they wanted to keep their involvement off the books. Less of a paper trail that way.
Sean leaned forward, intrigued.
You know, Robert, your theory does make a lot of sense. It would explain the precision of those drone attacks. And thinking back, I remember how smoothly Marcus handled his boat during the race. Almost like he didn't have a care in the world beyond steering.
He paused thoughtfully, then raised his coffee mug with a grin.
But you know what? As fascinating as all this speculation is, I think we could all use a break from the case. What do you say we talk about something a bit more cheerful? What's next for our little town?
Emma's face lit up, her crystal necklace tinkling as she bounced in her seat.
Oh, there's Easter next month.
That's right, Robert nodded. We have our usual Easter fair.
I exchanged a glance with Ginger, a sense of foreboding settling in my stomach. In Oceanview Cove, no holiday seemed to pass without some kind of mystery or drama. What exactly happens at this fair? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. Sean's eyes twinkled with enthusiasm.
Oh, it's quite the event. The whole town gathers in the square. There are exhibitions, games for the kids, an Easter egg hunt.
It's a real spectacle.
Don't forget my fortune-telling tent,
Emma chimed in.
It's my busiest day of the year. The cosmic energies are always so vibrant during the fair.
Robert chuckled, shaking his head.
Well, here's hoping it goes smoothly this year. Maybe we can have one holiday without any mysteries or criminal activities. I wouldn't count on it,
Ginger murmured, his tail twitching with amusement.
This town seems to attract trouble faster than Chuck can execute his crouching tiger hidden arthritis technique. Though I must admit, the prospect of an Easter egg hunt does intrigue me.
I nodded in agreement. The idea of an Easter fair sounded delightful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it would bring more than just painted eggs and chocolate bunnies. Something told me that Ginger and I would soon find ourselves embroiled in another case. But for now, surrounded by friends and the warmth of the bakery, I pushed those thoughts aside. Whatever Easter might bring, we'd face it together. And if I was being honest with myself, a small part of me was looking forward to the challenge. The end of the 6th book in the series.